God damn, Gary. Some serious gourmet shit. What flavor is this? That's right, it's the all-hell medium roast private blend. Check out the Geek Grind Coffee Nerdrotic page for our other options like the Decadence, Feathers of Liberty, vanilla-infused flavored coffee. Or if you're looking for something darker, try the Dark Roast FNT blend of the Fellowship. You know what? Just buy all three. GeekGrindCoffee.com. Use discount code Nerdrotic. Huzzah!
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
I hunted, Rob. I hunted for Tobey Maguire's dick.
Yay!
Ow. So.
And he found it. He found it. He broke down the dick shadow. And I did a video of his breakdown of the dick shadow. One of my greatest moments ever on this channel. Welcome everybody to the real BTC. It was necessary work. We had to hunt Tobey Maguire's dick in his shadow.
Gotta do it.
And at least it left a shadow. What we found out,
unlike Namor,
had no dick. That's what we found out after the science was done. What's up, Az? How's it going?
I'm aching. Graham's a gym buff, but I went to the gym for the first time in over 2 years yesterday. And I had a light session, and I'm just like, tilly bags are aching today. My back's aching today, and I gotta go tomorrow. I'm already
hey,
committed to going tomorrow with my mate. So we're going in the at some point.
Commitment and consistency yields results.
I know.
Yes.
15 days, or maybe 16 days without energy drinks. 4 days without soda pop.
Right, a boy.
I'm empty. I'm empty.
He's going to be in a good mood today.
But I am in a good mood today because Graham Nolan is one of my favorite artists of all time.
Yeah.
I was fawning over Graham Nolan before I'd even spoken to Graham. This chappie turned 30 years old last week. Bane. This is the first appearance of Bane in comic form. Yeah. Vengeance of Bane #1, which is, of course, Dixon Nolan stuff. And I was very, very lucky. I'm getting all the toys out. I was very, very lucky to get myself my own personalized headpiece by Graham. And by the way, just to let sorry.
Do it again.
put it up longer. Flash it again.
Wow, that's what she said. But I can only do what I can.
That's cool.
And I've already ordered my head sketch from your new campaign. So
he's so pretty.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So yeah. I got to get a Bane. I got to get a Bane head to go with it.
Did you want that one for Christmas, or does that matter?
Oh no, you just whenever the new one, whenever it's fine. No pressure, no pressure.
Some issues with the British postal service, so I couldn't guarantee it was going to be in Britain. Okay,
because I want a Bane one, so I can have but looking the other way, so I can have the Batman one side, the Bane the other side, get it beautifully framed.
Oh, okay, perfect. You got it.
Okay, I'm done simping.
Yeah. Well, that comes natural to you. Big old simp.
No, but it's like just to kind of, if we can gush for a moment. Yeah. Gary and I were just speaking before the stream started. Yeah, please. Talk wonderful things about me. Please continue.
That's enough about you. What about me?
Yeah, let's talk more about me. But of course, when Vengeance of Bane came out and when the Nightfall saga started, this was all real time for me. I was like a year into collecting comics, and suddenly this storyline, this story arc begins. So Gary and I were just talking that, we look back on Nightfall now and look back on, Bane in his first appearance and how significant it was to the Batman world. And just to think that I was actually going week to week, well, because by that time, I can still remember, mate, the Batman was going bi-monthly, twice a month. Detective Comics was going twice a month. So every single week there was a new part of Nightfall that came out, and then of course went into Night Quest and then Night's End. But that was all absolute real time, and it was just crazy. Just being so excited to pick up the next one, and then the 500 of Batman, of course, where it all culminated. I think it's Mike Manley did the artwork for that. But that was on the Batman side, of course.
I think Jim Aparo did the first part, and Mike Manley did the second half. Yeah,
and that was just like crazy. Now that's 30 years ago.
I know.
That's 30 years ago, and it's just like, where has the time gone?
I know.
Because I was mortified when you left Detective Comics, mortified. And Batman got Kelly Jones, so that was good, because Kelly Jones was insane, and his covers are just, absolutely unreal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I could just see, I could tell that you were leaving the series, because it got to that point after all the saga was over where your sort of issues, you'd have the big guest artist that would come in for a couple of issues, and then maybe get another Graham, and then be like more guest art, and they'd be like, oh, you can tell he's going. It's like, no. But yeah, to experience that in real time is amazing, and 30 years on, and having the Nightfall saga still so prominent. You've probably seen all my Bane statues and my Bat statues, and I've even got this incredible Azrael Batman in my front room as well, because that's how much it meant, and that's how much it stuck. So,
I was only 10 years old when I did that. So
it's pretty good for a 10-year-old.
Wow.
Yeah,
I always thought used to think, because I was like a teenager in those days, and I always used to think that the comic book writers and artists were like old fogies. I never sort of dawned on me that like this early 30-year-old artist who was like, nah, he's way too young. Because I was I was a bit massive fan of Jim Aparo. Jim Aparo's art was just like, incredible to me. And Jim was a little bit more aged. God bless him. He's probably in his early 60s or so when he was doing that.
I would say somewhere around there.
And then you're like half his age when you're doing. And
now I am his age.
No, yeah.
Weird how that happens.
But the quality hasn't dipped. It's brilliant to see. So it's wonderful to have somebody that has legitimately had an effect on you and legitimately brought so much joy and pleasure, for my own geekdom. So big thank you to Graham Nolan.
Thank you,
for being
brother.
here.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
I'm done. Right, I'm off. See you later.
It's all right. No, it was all shocking to me. All right, because like when Superman got killed off, I was locked up, and all this stuff started, and I was like, I get out in December of '93. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? So I had to catch up on all the shit, and then because it went bi-monthly, it like cost a fortune. So I had no money, so I was like borrowing my friends' comic books and stuff just to catch up. It was awesome. It was great. It was great.
A cool time.
Yeah. Cool time. It reinvigorated. Like I still had a few, comics left. That's one of the few things I kept. But I went nuts. Just ate some ramen for a while and bought comic books. Because I was poor.
More important.
Yeah, it's called being in your 20s. It's a normal thing, especially if you get out of the joint. But welcome, Graham Nolan. Yeah, we have totally kiss his ass. We have a legend here. So this is really cool. On our comic book show. I was supposed to get some comics, because usually we bag and board, right? And I can't find them. There's They're all in my garage right now. But it's really I need to I was gonna pay my kids, like the youngest one, to alphabetize my comic, and he's like, no, you couldn't pay me enough to do that. So it's like shit.
X-Striker would love to
I
do
was gonna
that.
say that. I love doing stuff like that.
Me too.
All right, come on down.
When she comes over to England, I'm going, oh yeah, come. I'm just gonna push you into the storage.
And while you're at it,
just
could you
have her alphabetize everything.
Do some vacuuming. Yeah.
You're gonna find your Eiffel Tower built when you come back.
Oh, you could definitely
Just
build my
free
Legos. I have a bunch of
really?
new Legos.
Oh my god, I would love to
Oh,
do that.
I think I need to
Lego
travel down.
knockoff. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I have like a bunch that I'll never put together. Go Tip, by the way.
Go Tip.
Hi, Long Man.
Hello.
Really long on Sunday, and you went down the rabbit hole and you discovered something. And
I've already seen some messages coming in about it. It's like, what can I say? Who the people who were there, they know. Have you seen that Mr. Incredible meme where it's like the people who know or don't know, then the people who know, and it's like a happy Mr. Incredible that destroyed. It was that, but like 9 times. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And some people were like, it's less so EFAP's commentary. It was more so just himself. There was lots of clips that were just like, well, that speaks for itself. Done. But yeah, that was a thing. I finally got my Iron Man all set up. The Mysterio one.
Ooh, nice.
Looking pretty cool. Get them batteries in there. He's glowing. Looking all zombified. Like it. Very, very cool.
Which effect did you go for? The smoke or for the digital one?
I've tried the digital one.
Okay.
I like the lights on it. They're really cool. But I guess you get what you pay for, right? Like it's not exactly the cheapest thing ever.
No.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Get out of here.
Fuck off.
Get out of here.
Yep. No, you're right.
Without Captain Jack.
Captain Jack was my favorite character.
Rattler. I mean, people rebooting Torchwood without Captain Jack. Fuck that.
Also,
so if you
I
don't,
I appreciate your decoration, Nina. It's very gorgeous, very beautiful. Good choice.
Thank you. I know.
The whole room matches you.
I think he meant this.
Beautiful.
Wait, is that the plushie that you have there? Available now. Links hopefully are in the description down below.
Yeah.
it's been
Also Regs and Fringy.
it's been extended
Ooh.
Ladies, for her pleasure.
for her pleasure for 10 more days. So yeah.
We like long things.
That's a very long time.
So yeah, we've extended it over the next 10 days because it was only set up for 3 weeks anyway. So we thought it'd give people opportunity to get them again. And if you get both, if you get the Gary plushie and the Hotdog as plushie together, you get 10% discount. Pushing my wares, pushing our wares.
So yeah, what was that guy? The synthetic man is what MauLer was talking about. We'll talk about what some of his theories were. I mean, like not.
Can we see it or not?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
don't know if we should. Okay, like that's what MauLer's trying to say. Is some of the things he says are very Kanye-like.
They're very charged. You could say.
Yeah. So we're like, we'll talk about it a little bit. Yeah, we'll whoop it out.
Gary's like, I don't want to get banned.
Yeah, not today. No.
Not for this.
Not for this.
You're like, if I want to get banned, I'm going to get banned for something worth it.
Yeah.
I hear that.
Not when we have a nice guest. Let's get banned when we don't have a guest. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
I'll control myself.
Kind of look like a classy operation.
Graham Nolan involved in anti-Semitic row.
That's all he needs.
Yeah, that'll be great.
That's all any of us need.
I'm already shadow banned. I mean, come on.
Yeah. You'll get shadow bandered.
Yeah.
Shadow Bane.
Hey, shadow ban doesn't exist, except Elon just proved to the world that it absolutely does.
Yeah.
Every site is doing it that that has any kind of feedback, that has any kind of content. And I promise you, Alphabet is 1,000 times worse than freaking Twitter. So, and there's, nobody's buying YouTube. Nobody's buying YouTube. Hello, excellent. Good.
Hello. How is everyone doing? I'm just so excited. I got my new computer. It is a sexy, well, it will be sexy. It's just in a big box right now. I can't wait to unwrap it. It's like a Christmas gift to myself. One that'll actually work.
Oh, that's good.
I understand that. Trust me.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well, it's really hard because like right now I have 2 keyboards, 3 mice, well actually 4 because I have a mouse for my console. Well, because I don't like having epic games on my computer because it slows it down. So I want to play Fortnite. So I have a little mini keyboard and a mouse for that. It's just
you don't like having Chinese spyware on your computer?
No,
that's crazy.
No. Even if I am Chinese, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's the spyware was the concerning part.
Well, oh wait, what is in the corner there? Is that a dog, Graham?
Yeah, that was my pumpkin.
Oh,
hey, girl.
On the stream.
Get ready for real BB She.
Oh,
baby doggy. Oh.
Okay, I had my girl moment. All right, I'm good.
Yeah, no bringing no pictures of babies or anything. Okay, yeah, just get worse. Hi, Nina.
Hi, Gary. It's really good to see you and everyone. I've survived some type of flu. I got it last week when I was on the real BBC, and then MauLer came to cheer me up, and then I was kind of I think I was a little bit feverish on Friday, and I don't know what I said on Infinite Hope, but it was the day that I revealed that I got MauLer, and I think I said really weird things. So I hope you didn't watch the show, which I don't think you did. So that's fine. We're fine.
I kind of want to go and watch it now.
Yeah. What's weird? Define weird.
I don't know. I was saying feverish things, stuff about how I think MauLer came from another dimension to cheer me up in my fevered state, and I was trying to balance him on my boobs.
Did he give you?
You had to
put it in your boobs?
Like an inappropriate tentacle or something?
Yeah. And I was trying to talk like him. I was like, hello, Gina Infinity. I'm here to cheer you up. It was
how I talk.
A fever dream stream.
Yeah, that.
That's
and
exactly
then
how you talking, MauLer, by the way. I think you got the impression down perfectly.
Oh yeah. For a second there, I was like, I'm not even moving my lips.
Yeah, Nina, just turn the camera off and start talking. We won't know who it is.
Oh my God. And then I'm really happy to meet you, Graham. Although I've heard, let's face it, Graham, I heard you created Bane, but you know what? I feel like Jennifer Lawrence should get the credit because she invented comics. Okay. So
and Bane.
And Bane. And all of it. So
Batman.
please shout out to J-Law. For that. Thank you so much.
Thank goodness she stood up for women and became the first action hero. That's
so brave.
Never happened before.
So stunning.
So stunning.
Never been strong women in movies. Never somebody like Barbara Stanwyck or
nobody.
Betty Davis.
No one at all.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And they were in the black and whiteys.
Yeah. Goes all the way back.
Lady Greymaster did the homework, and I forgot what the name of the first female action star came from 1910 in a silent movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
We know it was Jennifer Lawrence. I know.
It was Jennifer Lawrence in 1910.
Wow.
Yeah.
She was
Right,
around then.
come on. Jennifer Lawrence said that she misspoke because it's easy to misspeak to say, by the way, there was never been another female action hero lead until me. That's a very easy thing to misspeak.
Yeah, it's true.
It rolls off the tongue. It's just there on the front of your head.
It's because she was distracted by that living legend, Viola Davis, that was questioning her about it. So she was
got nominated for a Golden Globe for playing a woman who enslaved her own people.
Mhm.
Congratulations.
Also, I feel like it was
so powerful.
That's accidentally throwing shade at Viola Davis as well, because she said, like, I said something wrong. The clip shows Viola Davis agreeing with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She was like, "Yes, queen." I was like, "What?" That is so
Jennifer Lawrence
wrong.
paving the way for Viola Davis.
Such a bizarre whatever. like I said, I tweeted about it. I was like, is this seriously just they did this to annoy everybody, right? That's the only reason they would do this.
It is.
I think
Hey,
so.
we have a special guest, as you've seen. We have Mr. Graham Nolan, comic book legend, creator of Bane, worked on the Phantom. I need this. I need to read that. Yeah, I need that. Like that's a blind spot for. I'm like, whoa, I need to what? I need to read that. So, oh, welcome, sir. Welcome to our show.
Thank you. Thank
Real
you.
comic book person.
Good to be here.
I've been following you from afar, and yeah, we're gonna talk about your new book coming out.
Awesome.
Indiegogo has been lame of late.
Indie slow go.
Indiegogo. And I'd love to hear your theories on it. I have one. One's nefarious and one's like not so nefarious, but either way, it's screwed up. And they are a San Francisco-based company, are they not? I think they are.
I believe so.
Yeah. God, that place is terrible. I lived there for 18 years. It was some nice people live there. Some nice, hardworking, like blue collar people work there, and then the people who run it are complete retards. But
yay.
But yeah, glad to have you here. Thanks for being here. And we have a lot that we're also going to talk about, like some pop culture stuff. Rings of Power got snubbed. I'm not going to miss that. I'm gonna, because they like what you guys don't know, but you'll know now. It was really important to them, like super important to Jennifer Salke, the producers. They were shooting for awards. That was their whole thing, because they wanted to create this cultural.
How'd you move fucking Instagram?
Boomer.
I'm trying to put the real that was work. I was trying to put the real BBC on Instagram.
So anyway, Gary.
So
Melissa, this is why, Melissa. This is why. You've
She's
just seen it
listening.
in live action.
Oh my God, that's my wife, by the way. Because she loves being called Mrs. Nerdrotic. It's her favorite thing. Just tell her that. Now, yeah. What, didn't you post something on Instagram? She shot you a message. So you do know how to do this, don't you?
You've been caught.
No, it's like, yeah, when I eventually log into Instagram, because I go in there like once every 5 days or something.
That's all right. I'd never. I logged into Instagram. She got mad at me. She's like, "Don't do that again."
Don't
I
touch
screwed something up, apparently. Okay, so the producers of the Rings of Power, like, they were really, they knew they had this giant piece of shit, but they had some delusions that they would win awards and compete with House of the Dragon, and just getting completely snubbed by the Golden Globes. Which, as I loved your video on it when you talked about how the foreign press, the Hollywood foreign press, wasn't diverse enough. That's why they had to shut it down. The foreign press.
Hollywood is a foreign press.
So good.
Not diverse enough.
Apparently, they were diverse. They were just a bunch of racists, I guess.
Yeah.
According to Hollywood, I don't know. God dang it, it's so funny. So it comes back. It's nobody's gonna watch it, and Rings of Power gets snubbed. You know who also got snubbed? MauLer is Matt Smith and Patty didn't get nominated.
Yeah, that sucks. Because that's the thing. When you were saying snubbed, it's like I usually save snub for people who like at least had some level of chance of earning it. It's like Rings of Power got snubbed in the same way that, I don't know, me taking a video with my phone got snubbed from
Yes.
like,
That's why I was very careful not to use the word snubbed, because that's kind of reserved for people who are deserving, at least
consideration. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what exactly did Rings of Power, like, what I was waiting to find out, like, what exactly category could they possibly win?
Comedy.
Because I've sung the praises of the Ragnarok soundtrack, but like I don't like the Rings of Power soundtrack. I thought it was mess. It can't even win for that. Like maybe makeup?
CG, maybe
the background,
special effects and stuff like that. But they got nothing. But the special effects sucked. It was bad.
If it was gonna be a nominated win for like writing, that would have been fucking hilarious. But I mean, all of us would have just said like, yeah, the awards mean nothing. But
best adapted screenplay.
It feels particularly funny when they don't win anything. It's like, oof. Not even with all your connections.
Yeah. Not even with the power of Amazon, not a single nomination. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. House of Dragon got nominated for, I mean, I don't care. Like these award shows suck, but it's just because they care. That's why I'm laughing. It is the best parody. You're right, chat. Best parody, best failure, biggest flop. Those are the awards that will win. That'll be a video at the end of the year for me. I'm actually going to write it right after this.
Like a couple of days ago.
This is why, by the way. Go on. I was just going to say quick that the theory is that season 3 will be the big changes season if they have one. Season 2 is probably going to be the same shit.
Oh yeah,
because all of these effects are only going to come into action a little later, right? Like. They're probably shitting themselves right now because they're still filming, right? Just found out they didn't win anything. They're like, oh.
And they lost
you heard about the new thing which happened with The Witcher. Is that there was some event and Lauren Histrich was there yesterday, and the black elf that's in the spin-off that looks like dog shit is gonna be the oldest ancestor of Ciri.
Yeah, I mentioned that a little bit in my video.
What?
But yeah, so Ciri has an ancestor that's female, by the way. So like, Graham, you might have noticed this in comic books a lot because comic books was the proving ground for all this shit. But like in Hollywood too, they love to make prequels, change the lore so a girl can do it first. But this time a girl did it first, but it needed to be a girl of color.
Yeah,
and then they did the makeup character completely.
Insert
Yes. Yeah, and it's but
the other day, like CNN or somebody came out with an article saying, "Why hasn't the Argentinian football team got more black people in it?" I think the response from somebody within the network replied, "Because it's not a Disney film," which was a pretty great answer back.
Oh my god, I saw that. I laughed
That's
so
amazing.
hard.
Excuse me, Argentina. Why don't
so
you have
better.
enough black people in your team, and stuff and things like representation?
If
Argentina lose the next match 58-0.
if the Great Master is out there, or if you can, X-Ray Girl.
Yes.
I can't find the article now, but there was an article that seriously said that there wasn't enough women in Rings of Power. I forgot what the headline says.
What?
We got to find that article. A couple people have done videos on it already.
Let me check.
Was it done by one of the women that are suing Twitter? And by women, I mean women.
Oh, you mean the 50%? Oh, they can't sue because they weren't fired. They were asked to work hard and they left.
They can't sue because you can't balance firings.
No.
If you're being fired based off how shit you are, it's not a discriminatory thing to sack shit. If it was 80% men, would they be complaining? No, it's just the fact that it was top heavy in one direction.
Isn't it ironic though? You can't fire by the numbers, but you hire by the numbers.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah. BBC's inclusion and diversity policy here in the UK, it's now broken down by quota. They must have percentage of disabled, must have percentage of brown, must have percentage of women, must have percentage.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this show.
No
meritocracy.
We're not real. We're not real BBC today, love. We got you outnumbered. Well, 3-2, and a Cthulhu dimensional demon.
That's true. That's true.
I'm guessing I count as male, but you
mean,
you never know.
Oh, is that what your pronouns
That's how you
are?
identify that, Matt.
You found it?
Yeah.
Vera Dark did a video on it, and I think the headline is Rings of Power needs more women. Like, if not, you could just scan. Vera Dark's great, by the way. Go check out her channel. If you could scan and find that headline, that would work. I knew I saw it somewhere. I was laughing my ass off when I saw it. I was just like, oh God, that's the shit we deal with so much now from the leftist media is they try to just project the shit that they're doing on us. And they try to use like, what did somebody, oh yeah, John Campia called anybody who like, he calls it negative coverage. I just call it like real truthful coverage. He calls us, we're shills. We're shills for hate. We're shills. I just hate all this shit. I just hate all this stuff. The stuff Graham and some of his peers created. Some of them who are really cool, and some of them are quite frankly crazy. But like, not Chuck Dixon. No, love Chuck Dixon.
Chuck Dixon.
Chuck.
Bueno.
Is that the article in the private chat, Gary? The one that you saw?
Let me see.
By the way, if you haven't seen the 30th anniversary stream between Graham Nolan and Chuck Dixon, go to Graham's channel. We've got the link. It's in the description. The mods will be putting it out there. Watch that stream because that is just comic porn. Just listening to the process, just listening to how it was all coming together, the ideas, what was created, what wasn't created, how you actually created the concept for Bane, how it was developing in your head, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I mean, you knew I was in the stream, Graham, but it was just like, this is one of the most amazing streams I've ever listened to. Is crazy. Like,
I think it was
one with you and Kelly.
I think it's the first time the two of us actually got together and discussed publicly the creation of the character.
Wow.
I don't think we've ever done that like in a public forum or anything other than maybe written articles, perhaps.
Sure.
But to do a broadcast like that, I think it was the first time. So that was kind of neat to bounce off each other and stir each other's memories about, well, what happened here, what happened there. There's holes I have and there's holes he has, and then get the full picture.
And was it like at one point in the stream, the husband of the inker or the colorist? The colorist, I believe, was watching as well,
Anthony
and they added a little bit, so that sort of added to the story. That it was just phenomenal stuff.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Great.
A time when the people working in the industry loved comics, and that's what they wanted to do. Like there wasn't like one foot out the door hoping to get a Netflix deal or some BS like that. It was just pure love.
Well, that was what was really interesting about the stream, though, because
super fun. I know what it was like behind the scenes, but yeah.
Just hearing Chuck talking about the process and putting it together, and then getting into a state where you go to Graham and say these are ideas, and just the way that they sort of brainstormed things. You could tell. I mean, Chuck is just so invested in this, and he was just so, clued into what he wanted and how much it meant to him. And you look at today and it's just like, holy shit. You'd just clear out DC from fucking top to bottom, and you get people like you back in, people that actually do have the passion, that do have the, the desire to create these fantastical stories instead of these politicized stories. And just to hear that process, it just made me lament those days,
Well, the cool thing too is that we could work with people that maybe have different ideologies than our own. Chuck and I definitely lean right, and Denny O'Neil leaned way left, and yet lefty, Denny never once imposed anything on us, and we, of course, never brought anything politically into our side, because we're all invested, as you said, in creating great comics. That's what it was all about. Just telling a great story that knows no boundaries. A story is great or it's not good. It's as simple as that. There's two types of storytelling, good and bad. And we were invested in telling good stories, regardless of, what we were personally, but those days are gone, because now it's all about, people are hired because of who they are and not what they bring to the table. It's not a meritocracy. It's like, how did you vote? Okay, you got the job. Oh, you voted that way? You don't get the job.
Yes.
That's the way it's run these days. And so you get substandard books and stories and art because you've got substandard people doing it.
Yeah, because in the stream you were talking about Bane Conquest, which was 12 issue. Was it 12 issues?
Yeah.
That came out about 3 years ago now, ish, approximately.
Yeah, maybe 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, maybe
ago.
3 or 4 years ago now. And you were talking to how you sort of went back to the roots of Bane, and you had these stories already from way back when that you were kind of wanting to develop, and then DC were just like, no, we're gonna give him to Tom King and fuck him up.
Yeah, they put all the two projects were being launched around the same time, and then they chose their winners and losers in that. They did no promotion for our series, and yet we left breadcrumbs all along the way to move forward with continuing series with Bane. If you read it, there's tons of directions we planned on going. And we pitched other things after the fact, and they wanted nothing to do with us. And that's the last work we did for DC, and probably will be.
It's crazy.
That's
It's just
sad.
insane. Yeah.
That makes well, I mean, probably because they can't afford you anymore. But I mean, there's that. But there's no money going around there. It's drying up like crazy. But that just shows the state of things. Like, they could invest and bring some people back, like bring some big names back and just go back to basics. And I don't think it would turn things around fully, but it would certainly help. I mean, like Silvestri, just doing that old Batman story, that people were buying that like crazy. Now, whether it's, it's okay. It's pretty good. I liked it, but that's the kind of crap they need to be doing. They need to be bringing in vets, not these, and they'll make more money, but they refuse to do it now. And it's probably because these things are going to get phased out. We've been talking about this for a long time. Like I noticed the degradation 10 years ago, 15 years ago, because of, quite frankly, I'll just say it from the comic shop owner perspective. Like, we limited the industry. Well, like, we had the power to, the Diamond exclusive deal. I hated it. I fucking hated it. So I would buy comics from Diamond and I'd sell them to my local 7-Eleven, and we worked together, because I bought my first comic at a local 7-Eleven. But just a few people at the top, and I mean, it's a weird top, by the way, Graham. I'm sure you heard of Brian Hibbs. Like, that guy was super influential in retailing, with this little shop that was basically a bookstore. It wasn't a comic store. There was no back issues. There wasn't really any toys. There was maybe a couple T-shirts, but it wasn't like a comic book store. It was a bookstore. That guy had tons. He was being flown out by DC. Bob Wayne loved him, and I like Bob Wayne. Bob Wayne was cool, but a former comic shop owner, and things were better when he was around. But they listened to him a lot, and they were just really staunch. Like, we need to be exclusive through comic stores. And then they started Comics Pro, which was supposed to be basically a union for comic shops. I signed up for a month and quit. No, this sucks. And they stifled
Wasn't that retailer you just mentioned, Hibbs? Wasn't he the guy that got chastised at New York Con by Marvel when they were complaining about the direction the books were going and how it's impacting their sales? And then the guy at Marvel basically said, people that aren't buying the comics because they're racists.
That wasn't him. That was, I'm forgetting his name. He's going to get mad at me because he watches. And
okay,
he was an old. He's been around, and he was one of the.
Yeah, he was challenging him.
Yeah. There was a couple of us when we go to these Diamond summits. We're like, this isn't going to work. You're not growing your industry. It's stagnant. I had worked in another industry. So I just could see it. Like, this is a weird kind of socialism that's going on in the comic book industry between comic shops. And it might've been needed at the time, but it stifled all the creativity. Diamond did not need to advance at all. Like, we were using when I started in 2003, the ordering, it was fucking DOS based. I had to use an old computer. It wouldn't even work on a new computer, so I could order from Diamond. Then they were forced to advance to something from 1998. Now, this was 2003 at the time, and then they didn't do anything, and they never felt like they needed to do anything. And from that perspective, man, it fucked the industry. It was terrible, and it kept them like eventually stuff went into Walmarts and stuff, but like it was too late. But it had a like right when in the mid 2000s when the comic book movies were starting and Iron Man took off, like it actually helped Iron Man sales, and that's the first time I had seen that where a movie helped comic sales. Then Watchmen came out, and while it wasn't the biggest hit in the world, I sold a fuck ton of Watchmen. Like Sin City, not the biggest hit in the world. I sold it was like printing money with those Sin City trade paperbacks. So it was a good time. It's like, hey, have your character look like it does in the movie. We can all like work in synergy. Let's maybe get it out there in some other places. Nope. Not even a mention of a comic shop at the end of the fucking movies. Not even putting it in 7-Elevens or making special deals. It was just like, nope, we're full on Hollywood now. God, that pissed me off. Sorry.
Why wouldn't you have Avengers comics in the movie theater in a stand-up stand for the kids that were coming out of there who are now all jazzed up from watching the Avengers so that they could buy an Avengers comic?
They would vanish. They would vanish they would get all picked up.
Yeah, every mother in there would be digging into her purse because the kid would demand that. And you make a special movie edition, where you make sure that it's age appropriate stuff, not some of the bizarre shit that they have in the regular comics now. But and that's why the Phase 1 movies were as popular as they were, because they went to their source material, they honored the source material, and that's what made those characters great in the first place. And the general public who were seeing it for the first time embraced it. And then now they're going off the rails, completely changing everything, gender swapping, race swapping, changing and morphing storylines. They're completely off the rails right now, and it's almost too little, too late, because they missed the opportunity when those big movies were coming out to move product and introduce an entire new audience, which is what you have to do. You got to keep seeding. You got to seed because they're aging out, because they have nothing. You can't find a comic by accident. You have to search for it. Whereas when I was a kid and you were a kid, you said you bought your first one in a 7-Eleven, because you were in there buying candy or a Slurpee or something, or your mom was in there to get a gallon of milk. Bam, you found comics.
Yeah,
you
mine was the first.
You got to go to these
as well.
And so many of the comic shops, unfortunately, don't run it like a really good, solid business model. Half of them look like retired porn shops, and it doesn't draw a kid or a mother with a young kid off the street to purchase the product.
No, go on, ask. Go on.
I was gonna say, you probably remember from stateside back in the 80s when they would have the adverts for the Transformers toys. It would end with "and follow them in the comics" from Marvel. And you'd have the little 5-second plug for the comic for Marvel Comics. And of course they sold so well that even in the UK, they broke off. They split off in the UK, and the UK started to get its own, we get the newsstand, size in the UK. And we got our own stories while the stories continued in America. That's like the only subtle marketing that you need. And as you were saying, when you were coming out of the cinema, if you had a rack, because if you go to the cinema sometimes, like when I went to see Civil War, they had a rack, and on the rack, there were mugs. There were Captain America mugs, and then there were Iron Man mugs. Are you Team Cap? Are you Team Iron Man? And they were gone. They were empty because the people just like, oh yeah, I'm going to get my Team Cap, or I'm going to get my Team Iron Man, or both, because it really tied into the film. And if they had come out or just had a stand there and it just had like either a special issue of it, they would have just flown off the shelves. And I got embroiled in a debate with Jim Lee on Twitter a few years ago, a couple of years ago, when the whole COVID stuff was going on and the comic shops were suffering and they were closing down in droves. And Jim was there fucking drawing a picture every day that he was then going to get auctioned off for some charity that the charity took 60% of. And then the 40% remaining that the charity had left over was then distributed equally not just in comic shops, but in bookstores. So that like these comic shops are going to get like $2 So I said to Jim, I said, Jim, instead of drawing a picture every day, why aren't you creating a comic specifically? You know, Jim Lee, Jeff Loeb, whoever, get people on board, do a specific comic, put in your big characters, your Batman, your Superman, your Wonder Woman, create a Trinity comic, stick it in the, give it to the comic stores to sell. You know, this is a special for these trying times. And I said they would really help comic book stores. And then Jim replied by saying, so you're saying to me that a collected art book of my work that I'm doing over the next 60 days or whatever it was isn't going to sell? And I was like, no, it's not. It's not going to sell in anywhere close to the numbers that a special 48-page or something like that comic with your art, with you know, I don't know, Scott Hanna's colors, with Jeff Loeb's writing, or somebody like that would fly off the shelves and legitimately help comic book stores. And this is Jim Bloody Lee.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. When I see that, I just see somebody who's just checked out. He's just checked out. He's not bothered.
Yeah. I mean, everything he does is always with the major characters. You'll never see a Jim Lee version of Prez, or you know, or Angel and the Ape. You know, it's like he doesn't want to put his neck out for anything that's going to possibly not sell. You know.
Or something he would have to finish. I remember Wildcats watching Grant Morrison, All-Star Batman and Robin. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
I remember hearing a story when he was still at Wildstorm. Like
he did finish Hush, but that was 2003, 2004.
Yeah. And it was 6 issues at the time. So like and then it went up. But like his pages for All-Star was All-Star with Frank Miller, right? His pages were on the floor getting walked on by a dog because a buddy of mine went in there right before Wildstorm closed because he was down in San Diego. And my buddy would go visit him all the time. It just wasn't a big priority. So they made him the head of DC as a figurehead. And, you know, I didn't think, I thought DC Rebirth was fucking awesome. I thought it was great. I thought it was one of the best things they've done in years. I'm like, God, this is what we needed so bad. And they just went away from it. I don't know why. It was so sad. That was like the last.
There was
like
some cool concepts. With Rebirth, where they were trying to get back to what made those characters great.
Well, they're trying to get pre-New 52, weren't they? So
don't get me started on New 52. That was the precursor to like SJW Marvel. That was like, oh my God.
And Marvel said, hold my beer.
Yeah, exactly.
And what was scary is when DC then looked at Marvel and went, oh, we can fuck up our company as well by doing, let's do this. And then they just did, because I laughed when everything was going on with Marvel. I was laughing at the time because I was collecting comics. I wasn't doing any of this stuff on YouTube. I was doing World of Warcraft on YouTube. I'm just like, this could never happen to Batman.
Yeah.
Just a few years later, Tom King's got Batman crying in a corner.
And DC has like 70% of their characters are now gay.
Yeah,
Tim
Drake's gay. One of you know, Chuck spent so much of his so much of his time on that book as well, and it's just like I loved that Robin run with Chuck Dixon and that Tim Drake Robin run, and everything was spoiled. It's so good. And then
I love drawing that character.
30 years later, just turn around and go, "Oh, Tim's gonna suck some dick now for some reason." What?
Yeah, I know.
What?
I know.
It's verging on the macabre, you know. It's like, why?
We know this was engineered as found out from at least. I'm not saying it came from the Writers Guild of America, which I never put 2 and 2 together that they would have any influence over the comic industry or even care. But they had a full-on Zoom meeting, which I will read again just in case anybody hasn't heard it. This was from Friday Night Tights a couple weeks ago. Queer Eye for comic books, LGBTQ+ voices on IP adaptations for film and TV. This was a Zoom meeting on September 14th, 2022. It is available on YouTube. It is riveting watching. Mags Visaggio is there without her pronouns. Yeah, there. Whatever. This panel,
is it dog and shit? Are they the pronouns?
The panel will bring together LGBTQ plus writers and film/TV executives to discuss the process of adapting comic book IP for film and television with a focus on breathing life into queer characters, either those already queer on the page or reinterpreting legacy characters in a new queer light. And the story is the guy in the Writers Guild who I talked to was a really solid guy, good guy, gave this to somebody else because they didn't want to email it. He was so paranoid. So he printed it out, and it's not the only one. Like there's one for Middle Eastern writers, LGBTQ plus writers again, Native American and Indigenous, Asian American writers. It's Committee for Black Writers, Latinx writers. It's segregation.
Yes,
it's pure segregation and reinterpretation of legacy. So the question is, why can't we make new characters and put so much, and they can't. They don't want to. They don't think they'll sell. That's a fact. They need to do it with the legacy characters to get their message across.
Well, yeah, there's that, but there's also they're unwilling to do the heavy lifting. If it was so easy to create a popular character, every character we create would be popular. But sometimes it just doesn't work that way. In fact, most times it doesn't work that way. You have to rely on timing, zeitgeist, and a lot of hard work. And hopefully it will stick in the minds and in the hearts of the readers. If they feel that they have a market, their job is to sell comic books. You have one job: sell as many of those fucking comics as you can. You're not there to social engineer. You're there to sell comic books. If you can entertain and in the process entertain people. If you feel that you have a market that's untapped, and that market is the LGBTQRSTUVWXYZ crowd, well, then it behooves you to put the work in to create something that isn't just pandering to that group, because that's how all this stuff comes about. It's just pure pandering. Every one of these damn characters is defined by nothing else than their sexuality.
Yeah.
Which is boring. Who the hell cares? You know?
Like, yeah, it's, I've always felt like, yeah, there's been, romance in comics and stuff, but like, that's not what it's like talking about food in comic books. It's just not anything I'm interested in. I'm interested in the adventure of it all. And there has been, there's been gay characters like for years. It's not this new thing, but the making everybody gay is, it's just annoying. It is. You're not helping anybody. You're just annoying people.
It's obnoxious now. It's just absolutely obnoxious to hear another character is being converted. And it's just like, you're not, it does feel like it's done out as in one respect, spite.
Yep.
But in another respect, and this is what probably angers me the most, is the fact that the people internally who are tasked with looking after these characters, who are tasked with, making sure that they go on to future generations, are not stepping in and are showing complete and blatant disrespect for these legacy characters. We talk about how great Superman and Batman, Wonder Woman, and all these incredible DC characters have been there for 80 years. Do you know how many of those, how other different characters have fallen by the wayside in 80 years? It's a lot. You can't guarantee that new creations will be successful. But when you are wanting to entertain, because the human race is about telling stories. We've been telling stories since we're in caves. We've been drawing on walls and trying to tell the stories of, wherever you come from. Nowadays we're in a modern setting, and this is just another way to tell stories of morality, stories of heroicism, stories for people to be inspired by, to be elevated, to be lifted up. And now we're not, because we're getting bad actors coming into the industry, and they're taking these beloved characters and they're twisting and perverting them to their individual narcissism. And so, you know, when you're trying to, like, let's say you said, you know, if you saw a potential in the LGBT marketplace, for example, and it was but you would be looking at it from potential to sell comics. You're not looking at it with potential to say, to necessarily say, oh, this is a celebration of, you know, whatever that. No, you get like, this is an audience that could be invested in these characters, could be invested in these comics and purchase these comics. However, how can you pander to a minority of you think, you know, the alphabet community is probably about 3% in reality of all people. Then you have to break down in that 3%, how many of them are going to be comic readers? It's going to be a minuscule percentage, an absolutely minuscule percentage. So that is not really a market to pander to. I'm not saying don't sell comics. I'm not saying don't create a comic that has
anyway. I mean,
yeah.
I was in San Francisco for 18 years, and like, yes, they loved the X-Men, Robin, like Batbook. They loved everything. It was like it's never needed to be that hard. They were already reading the books and identifying with the characters.
It's the characters that's going to sell the book.
Yeah.
The superheroes in particular, because that's the primary market in the United States, are meant to be inspirational and aspirational. They don't have to be representational. I didn't grow up on a farm in Kansas, and I didn't come from another planet. So I cannot understand what it's like to be Superman, but I can understand what it's like to be Clark Kent. And I can understand all the other things that he goes through. You know, I'm not black, but I love Luke Cage. I think he's a really cool character, and I can read his comics into Black Panther. They're interesting characters, and they're not ciphers. They're not pandering characters. They're interesting on their own, and I'm invested in reading about their adventures. I don't need to have, you know, some Irish New York kid from Long Island be a superhero so that I can now relate to him. You know, I don't need that. The comics don't need that because it's pandering.
No.
Yes. I think one of the really weird things that's going on in comics right now, especially if you're like a new person coming into comics, is when you see stuff that's like Graham, you were saying something about selling comics and doing hard work. And I think one of the biggest problems is when you see the new mainstream comic book art coming out, and the art is just like one tonal or two tones, and it's just like really flat. There's no colors. There's no, you know, there's no magic about it. And it's just like totally very, very weird. Like some of the stuff, I don't know if you've seen like some of the High Republic stuff. I mean, that's not really a comic book, but it's in the same vein. Or like that SJW comic book. What was that one that got canceled with the superheroes, like the Snowflake and God, I forget the other guys, but
Warriors, the new Warriors.
The new
Warriors.
Yeah, that one got canceled, thank God. Or like the new Ironheart cover that Gary shows off sometimes that looks like her arms are like all fucked up. Like the art is just not there anymore when it comes to the comic book artists and them stepping up their game, because I feel like if at the very least you had like amazing art, then you could be like, well, like, you know, at least this comic has amazing art, even though it's got really fucked up message and I don't really quite like this message, but maybe like, you know, at least I can appreciate the art for what it is. But they don't even give
covers.
You that.
That's
like,
what covers are there for, and that's what Marvel are doing with their covers. They hire very good cover artists, but inside the artwork is absolute trash. You know, you can get like a Stanley Lau art germ cover. You know, those covers are very stylized, you know, very attractive, very pretty. The guy, you know, I think draws really nice stuff, and he's all over the place now because people will pick up Stanley Lau's stuff, but you'll open it up. Like I got his Fantastic Four covers because he did an individual one on each. So I got these 4 Fantastic Four #1s to get the set, and then I open it up. Jesus Christ, the writing, the artwork was fucking dog shit.
It was bad, right?
Absolute trash.
It's fucking crazy. Like, and then you get like the new comic books coming out, like with the, you know, fucking Amelia Clark with making Mom and stuff like that.
Imagine though, Garrett, like
crazy.
To go back to the 90s though, with Nightfall, you had Kelly Jones covers, and then you were turning up into it, and you were getting Jim Aparo and Graham Nolan art.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow.
And even at the end, Mike Manley's stuff, I thought Manley's stuff was really good at as well in the end of it. But that's what you're getting. You're getting a sensational cover by a sensational artist, and then you're opening up and you're getting unbelievable artwork by Jim Aparo at the time, comic book legend.
Yep.
And then you got this young pop Graham Nolan, who's just got such a great, like, your Batman is, I just think, is incredible. I just always thought that. And you got this this great artwork by Graham Nolan, married together later with Chuck Dix. Chuck Dix. It's just like, come on, because you can see how the artwork has been drawn based off the writing provided by the Chuck and whoever it is, that was Alan Grant or whatever it may be, and you could see the synergy in that. And now, just like, Sunny Lau, open it up. Oh, fuck my ass.
Well,
What is
here's
this on
another
the inside?
aspect. Here's another aspect that has hurt comics when we were talking about how things were done in the past, and that is editorial autonomy. All these decisions now are coming from executive decisions from up top. Whereas when Nightfall came out and the Death of Superman, those are editorial decisions that were done in those camps, in the Superman camp and the Batman camp. Then you had your Green Lantern and Flash and your Justice League camps and all these other editorial offices, and they were all autonomous, except for when they had to, get together and do, some crossover stuff.
Yeah.
But they could hire the artists, they could hire the writers, and they could come up with the game plan for that year's worth of books. Now you can't do that. So you've got ideas done by committee, and that committee is less talented than the writers you're going to get. The whole idea is hire the right people and get out of their way. That's what a great editor can do. Is to understand who the talent is, what they can do, and put them at work and get out of the way, and then take the credit. As a great editor, it's part of how it goes, and that's okay. Denny did not micromanage us. My best editors that I ever had did not micromanage. They trusted the artists and the writers to do their best work, and they might have something to say, and particularly if it's a character like Batman that means so much to the company financially, that you're a gatekeeper as an editor too. You're there to maintain the viability of that character. And if you try to veer away from that in your art or your stories, the editor's there to reel you back in and say, no, Batman doesn't do that. We don't have Batman do that. And that's something that's sorely missing. And I think it creates, it's been part of the reason why comics have become so homogenized and so boring.
So sad. You want to get really depressed here? Let me share something. Let's
Damn it, Gary! I don't want to get really depressed.
Well, then we'll give you some positive news by sharing Graham's book. So
then we'll show you how comics are supposed to be done.
Yeah.
I was at my local Barnes and Noble. I don't know what my audio commentary is on this. But
I remember this.
You don't need to hear my audio commentary. Oh, what the fuck? That was such a boomer move. Why is it doing that?
Landscape and portrait, Gary. Come on.
Oh, no.
I recorded it in portrait. Oh, well.
You have to turn our head sideways.
No. I can do this another way.
Boomer.
I'm such a boomer. Let's do it this way. I will share the video and then share the screen. Yeah, it's a pretty sad story. There we go.
Meanwhile, Manga is laughing at American comics.
Oh, dude, you're gonna see how much
they're eating our lunch. They're eating our lunch.
San Antonio in America. It's not in California. This is America. Well, we have a dumb fucking sheriff. Okay, we do. Our sheriff is dumb as fuck. But here, let's see if I can.
They're eating your lunch and they're looking you right in the eye when they're doing it as well.
Oh my god.
Hey, why are you looking for that? I just want to show something off.
Okay.
You'll know what this is, Graham.
Oh.
Oh, if I turn
I
it the right
tried-
way around, you will anyway.
Highlight. You can highlight as. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Highlight.
Oh, the rocket, subway rocket.
This
Oh,
is
That's
the
awesome.
Azrael
it's like
Batman, and it's got a lenticular background on it as well.
Oh,
So
that
you-
is fucking cool.
Does
So you
it
can
light
see
up?
the no, but you can see the Azrael Batman there,
Yeah.
and the lenticular, and this is a creation of yours, which was the
Yep.
subway rocket because
Yep.
Azrael didn't use
that's
the
why the wheels
Batmobile.
look like that. Okay.
Yeah. So this is on a train
Choo-choo.
track. If you look, yeah, it's on a train track.
Chugga 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 choo choo.
So yeah, there you go. Detective Comics.
I
Is it
love it.
667? Yeah. There you go.
I'm
So that's
borderline
a lovely little piece. Yeah, lovely piece for the collection there as well.
Oh, look at that manga section.
Manga.
This
Oh
will
wait,
be-
you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
See, this is where I would go in the store.
Watch how long this goes.
Manga,
Oh, wow.
manga.
Wow.
I feel like that's the biggest section in the whole bookstore.
Wait for it. It's not over. It's
Oh.
manga.
That's
Wow.
a lot of manga.
Asians taking over. Wow.
This is what people want to read. This
Yeah,
is
well,
what people want to
they
read.
finally caught on to that because I remember when I wanted to
shit.
read manga, there was
Wow.
nothing. Like
Manga,
it was
manga,
nothing.
manga.
Graphic
Hey!
novels. Oh my god.
Graphic.
That's the West.
sad. That's sad. 2 shelves, 2
It's
little
got like
sections.
5.
3.
It's
No,
got
5.
Oh.
Oh, there's more.
1,
Compared
2,
to
3,
32
Still
5,
pretty
dramatic
dwarf, though.
manga.
6 verses. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8,
8,
9, 10, 11, 12. There's like
9,
yeah, it's
We can
10,
count on
11,
this panel,
12,
I swear.
13,
It goes
14,
around the other
15,
end, too.
16,
It goes
17,
around
18.
all the way
Wow.
around the other side. It's fucking
Wow.
huge. So yeah, I'm sitting there talking to myself in Barnes Zone. People are looking at me. I don't give a shit. But
They also have like a shelf per letter. Is it all alphabetized?
it was
It's by
some of it was-
author.
It's
right?
by author, but they had a section that was by title. That was so they did separate that, but it was very easy to navigate. I could have and Berserk was behind the counter.
Oh,
They keep Berserk behind the counter.
Of course they do. They have to.
people would steal them.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like the most popular one. And it's very expensive.
Imagine making like writing something so well loved that you have to protect it like that.
Yep.
That's good. Imagine like
I know, it's great.
know, but the hope is like the throttling that Marvel and DC have on the industry is kind of ending and things are breaking up and it won't be centralized. So it'll be a little harder to find stuff, but I think ultimately that's good. We've got Graham making books. A bunch of people have been making books, independent books. They've been around forever on Kickstarter and then Indiegogo, but I think they've kind of like leveled up recently. You know, we got Eric doing ISOM, doing it on his own website, which I think could open doors for other people if he's up to doing that, which might be able to help, you know, if Indiegogo keeps being lame. Not to put him on the spot or anything, Eric.
This has been going on for a while though with Indiegogo, right? I mean, I thought they would if it was like not nefarious, I thought they would have fixed it by now, but now it's getting kind of ridiculous that there's still like a lot of shadow banned artists on there, and they all happen to be leaning towards a different kind of politics. But I'm just saying, that's the side factor of it.
And the list grows longer every day.
Right? It's kind of weird that that's happening. So it feels like it's not like, you know, just benign anymore.
If it wasn't nefarious, they'd answer our questions.
Right.
But we've gotten radio silence. It's hard enough to find somebody to contact there. We used to have points of contact, and then that point of contact became a group in the comics division, a nameless, faceless, and answerless group. So I went over them because I wasn't getting any answers there, and I wrote the CEO. And you know what they had to say? I don't know either because they didn't answer.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Now, I wrote the letter on behalf of the CG group that since 2019 has exclusively raised on Indiegogo in excess of $15 million. Now that's a number no company can sneeze at. $15 million. And you can't find the time to address the situation. Well, that tells me something.
Absolutely. So it's I mean, you could there's two options. It's incompetence or political. Probably both, but I think a lot more political now that Elon has just exposed Twitter, and that's all of them. That's again, that is all of them. Sure, they like to make money, but they're absolutely favoring the left. That's the leftists, not just the left, the leftist. And that is, I mean, if you think they're not anymore, then you, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say to you. There's no point in even arguing anymore. But that's what's happening, and they've infiltrated absolutely everything. And the one thing we can't do, I've said a million times, is abandon it, right? But you definitely have to create competition, and you cannot like abandon our culture, or we're done. We're just freaking done. Elon put it up. I can't believe he tweeted this, but he said, essentially, I'm going to paraphrase, we either got to defeat the woke mind virus or nothing else matters.
Yes.
Yep.
End of story.
He's been going after the woke thing for a while. Thank God.
But you either defeat it or it's over.
Yeah.
Society crumbles.
Or you bow to it because there's no other way. Yeah. They've gotten into education. They've gotten into culture, and all the other forms of entertainment. And you have to at some point draw a line in the sand and say enough.
Yep.
And I think people are starting, like, this has been a long process, man. It's been a long process, 5 years, I think, of waking people up, and now Hollywood is like openly having this conversation. And yeah, it did take them losing money. That's all it was, and that money is going to other places now. It's going to indie books, shadow banned or not. As do you have the link, or do you want me to get the link, or the X-Ray Girl got the link?
I thought X-Ray Girl.
For the article?
For
Graham's campaign.
For Graham's book, yeah.
1 second.
I can put it into the private chat if you want.
Please. Yeah, please. Sorry, we didn't have that ready.
I have it ready. I'm just slow.
Well, that's why you work.
There we go.
You fit right in.
There we go.
I'm not fast as
what is that? Canadian dollars?
It's okay.
Sorry, yeah, it makes it look so good.
Yeah, it looks so good.
Canadian dollars.
So we've reached 100K in Canadian, but what is it in American?
At least I'm not sharing it because it would be in pesos, and it's always funny when you see.
That'd be like $1 million, right?
It's like $1 billion, yeah.
$89,000 dollars, and 89,000.
I put the US link in the private chat.
Okay, let's do that one.
Oh, it just automatically shows Canadian.
Here, then I'll share it. Hang on. I got this.
If you scroll over, it'll give it in US.
You just have to click the currency and change it to the US, and then
no. Well, if I go shopping, it's gonna trick me.
Hold on.
I'll be like, it's so cheap.
You're such a bimbo.
Look, I cut my thumb yesterday. I don't want to go anywhere near Canada in case Trudeau fucking wants to put me down.
He'll just be standing there with sanitizer.
So make it, just don't let it get infected, or they'll.
Did you cut your thumb? Yeah. Have you ever thought about euthanasia? Welcome to Canada.
Too far.
Fuck, you know?
Here, I can change it to the US dollar.
There we go.
There we go.
Boom.
Nice.
You
We work so well together.
1,300 backers, which is great. So if you want to check out Graham's book, please do.
I didn't even know we hit that number yet. That's
awesome.
Congrats.
Yeah, on my screen, the last I checked, it was 88,220. So that's good.
Excellent. You want to tell us a little bit about your book, Graham?
Yeah. When I started doing these things, I wanted to create my own universe, and I didn't want to do superheroes. That market was covered. And I loved monsters and horror and science fiction. I was really into that even before I was a comic book lover. And so I decided, that was the direction I was going to go. Now, I came out with The Shinu, was a straight up horror book. then Alien Alamo, which was a science fiction Western. Then in between that, I just did Giant Size Two-Fisted Manly Tales, a celebration of toxic masculinity.
That sounds fun.
And then this is the latest book, The Ghosts of Matacumba Key. And this book here connects all my universe together. When this story is done, it's going to connect not only the Chinook and Alien Alamo properties, but my previous ones, Monster Island and Joe Frankenstein, will all be connected. And so it'll be this one cohesive universe. I've been leaving little breadcrumb trails in here about the other properties. And quick-witted readers will notice those things when you reread it and when you know that. And this is a fun action, adventure, romance, crime story, and ghost story all in one. And it's about these two private detectives who are called in because of a modern crime. But then there's these ghosts contact the woman. Her name is Misty Fahrenheit because she's so hot. They contact
that's my
Misty.
porn name. That's crazy. That's exactly my porn name.
What a coincidence.
So Misty is contacted by the ghost because a crime happened 80 years ago that caused their death, and so she has to connect the two, and they have to discover the mystery that connects it all together. So this is a really fun action adventure mystery story as well as a ghost story too.
I was gonna say I love how you draw your female characters because they still have a female body and boobs, so that's great.
I like that.
They're not ugly.
And the men look manly.
They're not like planks.
Yeah,
look like dudes. So we appreciate that.
I really appreciate.
Oh,
the
that's
art. Wow! Look at
creepy.
that. That's creepy.
Oh, and you've got that's Kelly Jones right there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That is what I'm talking about. You see, those Kelly Jones is,
That's so creepy.
and that was another great stream when you were talking to Kelly.
Ooh,
Like, fuck,
boobs.
Oh, yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, boobs.
Yeah,
There we go.
nice stomach,
Yeah.
nice thighs.
Graham, I want to talk to you about representation in your comment.
Yeah, I don't see enough POC.
Are
just
are your characters gay? Because I feel like we need a lot more rainbow in this as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm going to disappoint everybody, and I got none of them in this. I got total no representation by the alphabet.
That
soup
zombie looks gay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, look at him. He's
Yeah.
going like this, like, hey. He looks kind of gay.
Maybe the
That's
insects
Alien
are-
Alamo there.
Ah, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's a print from Alien Alamo.
I'm really close to
Cyberpunk.
the
Cyber. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm really close to the Alamo right now, and I've never been there.
Are you really?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, relatively. I could drive there pretty quick.
I like the
That's
meathead one.
freaking awesome. Yeah, this is so. Oh, look at that. Ah,
Ooh, that's nice.
I love
Yeah,
it.
that's the original art for that
Oh.
cover that we just looked at, but that's already sold.
God damn it.
Already gone.
Wow.
Can't have it.
Sorry, Az.
Sorry.
I've just got a basket getting filled at the minute here.
You got shirts? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Ooh, I like that one. Compass Comics. This, and we'll be sharing this again. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, there's Misty
Ooh.
Fahrenheit.
Oh my.
I like the
Oh,
little
my.
gray. Yeah,
I knew you'd be back.
mhm.
You can hear her.
I'll show you my bag.
Oh,
Oh,
all right.
My God. No, you want to see her back, Az. That's how. it
That's
looks.
what I said. Not my no one wants to fucking see
I
my
just
bag.
wanted to do the representation for the comics.
Yeah.
I'll
If you
show you
missed
my
out,
back.
These
You know
are
what is represented in my comics? Masculine men and feminine women.
Oh,
Hello.
They're well represented in my books.
there you go. That is a
Excellent.
wonderful thing.
What we need.
Oh,
all I've
representation
ever
of that
wanted.
in comics. right now.
Crazy, isn't it?
Weird.
The representation we actually need.
And they're available as add-ons, all the other books, so you can get.
Yeah, they're limited supplies, so I don't know which ones are left. But yeah, because like I think the Alien Alamo, my cover, which is the third one in on the left, I think that one's sold out, but I'm not positive.
This
Grab him while the hot, quick.
Get him before Az fucking buys everything out, guys.
I
Come
just
on.
got myself a CGC one. I just got myself the Kelly Jones cover.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good
I like
for
that. I like the B cover. I think that B cover is fucking great. It's so old school.
Yeah, that was
with-
based on a Graham Ingalls Tales from the Crypt, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's
what that
that B cover is
inspired
just
that
great. I
cover.
love that. I
I
like that.
love Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah. And each one's going to be a little bit different. Like, if you can scroll down just a little bit there, the next one down, keep going.
Right here.
Yeah. This one here is going to have a glow in the dark cover.
Ooh.
So the logos are going to be glow in the dark.
Okay, we're shopping again.
And the Kelly Jones one is going to be embossed. And then
yeah.
Then there's the black and white one, which we were looking at the original art for, which is further down. That one is the entire story is in black and white. It's the original artwork with no color added, just the gray tones and the black. So it's the art in its purest form.
Just a question, Graham. Did you base your hero on me? Because I'm seeing a lot of similarities there,
Yeah, and you're back in the gym, so yeah.
This is future Az.
This is
Future
3 years from now. Az.
Yeah.
Keep him in mind when the movie gets made. Just saying.
He stole my shirt.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. You gave it to me, Gary, and you give it to me in the future.
Oh
I
my
do.
God.
I've got a few of these. Somebody sent me these. They're nice. This is brilliant, and we will share this again.
I really appreciate it, guys. This is a labor of love for me because from the time I was 12 years old, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to write and draw comics. And, I had a really great career in the mainstream. And then the mainstream became a place I didn't want to be anymore. And I didn't want my dream to be crushed by all these knuckleheads. And so I refused to be canceled and decided, well, I'm going to go off and create my own comics because I know if I like something, somebody else is going to like it. No man is an island. So, all you have to do is find that audience, and thankfully I have to thank Marvel and DC for screwing up so badly because they've driven so many people over to me.
I know it's good for you. So, I'd rather people get driven towards passionate creators than box ticking creators.
Exactly. And the cool thing about the whole thing with crowdfunding is A, you're getting rid of all the middlemen, and B, you're connecting directly with your fan base. My email is right in there. They can contact me directly. They can come on my channels and like you guys in the chat right there. We didn't have that years ago. There was a wall put up between the publishers and the distributors and the retailers. And then there was the creators. There was these various walls that separated you, and that's gone. And that's what makes it so exciting for me is the actual day-to-day contact with my backers and my fan bases to find out what they like, what they don't like, to bust balls together and to celebrate this stuff that we love so much, which is this narrative art form.
The greatest art form, in my opinion, the greatest medium is comic books. Always has been.
Yeah. And it's just like jazz. It's an American original.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So
I'm curious, how does Az feel about that? What's the best medium for art? Az, what would you pick?
That's not an easy question to answer.
It's not. That's why I asked it.
I don't know. I mean, art can be expressed in so many incredible ways. It depends on the mood. Sometimes you're in the mood for a flick. Sometimes you're in the mood to binge a TV show. Sometimes you're in the mood to open up a comic and see some beautiful art and some great writing. Sometimes you just want to open a book and read words, you know? Sometimes you want to get a toy or something, you know?
That's not an answer.
Come on, I'm fucking trying here.
You're weaseling out of it.
But I don't know, because, you know, you open up my storage unit and it's full of toys and it's full of boxes and boxes of comics, you know, long boxes and long boxes of comics. And when I was you know, a kid, yeah, sure, you get your little toys and whatnot, and sure, you get the cinema. You go to cinema every now and again. But to me, it was going to my local newsagent and buying the Transformer comic. And then when I went to my local newsagent one day, they had a spinner rack, and boom, there was Batman. And I picked it up and I read it, and I was like, I need more. I need more of this. And so I, you know, would purchase on the spinner rack every time it got renewed, every month or so. And then I got so invested in it, I needed to find where the source was, and so I ended up going to Leeds, which was at the time, you know, 30, 40, 50 miles away. Get on the bus, I'd go to Leeds. So I could go to some little shopping center called the Merrion. Well, it's not little, but it's a little Merrion Center in Leeds, and they have this market area, and the market area had this little comic book shop, this little comic book store. It wasn't a shop; it's a store. There was a man behind, you know, a store, and they were there, just lined up in front. And he was the guy that I said, "Hey, you know, I'm new to this. I've been picking up some Batman comics. Well, you know, can you tell me? You know, can you help me? What should I do?" Then you got Batman. Then you got this thing called Detective Comics, and then he also started picking up Detective Comics. Then you got, you know, then that went on, and then
You still
suddenly
haven't answered the question.
I think I'm answering it pretty fucking well right now, Nina. You're
like
getting a fucking hint, you know.
Hey, hit that refresh. See where we're at.
Go, yeah. Over there. Come on.
Sorry.
And yeah, then it was, you know, this was with me. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
30 years later. It was you know, 30 years later, I was still doing it until Gary and I on this show said, you know, this modern shit is shit. It's not worth our money. It's not worth it anymore. And back in those days, you know, my pull list was colossal.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't, you know, it started off as Batman, and it was Batman and Detective, and then it was Batman, Detective, and Robin, and Nightwing, and Catwoman, and Azrael. And then it went to Superman, and to Action Comics, and to Green Lantern, and to The Flash, and you know, and Legion of Superheroes. It was going all over the place because of these wonderful creators making unbelievable stories that we could all just love and just get lost in. And you know, it's so. I mean, it's great to have people like Graham here. And showing off the stuff which, you know, is made with passion and love. Yeah. And you know, Gary and I, like I said, we're on the show, and we're just like, dude, this shit's not getting our money from the mainstream comic book industry anymore. It's not worth our money. It's not worth the fucking ink it's printed on. It's terrible. And so to have this, you know, to have people like Graham doing his Indiegogo, and then like you just mentioned, you got wonderful people like Eric July doing his independent. To see independent creators who are passionate about their product and they want to produce something which is incredible for you to read. That's what it's all about. So yeah, you know,
and it's across the board now. You know, you got Will, the drinker, making books. Razor Fist book, I believe, is out now. Shad is doing his thing. We got Epic Verse. We got our boy Josiah doing Epic. I mean, this is how this thing started. Like, where they go, we don't know, but like that's how it starts. One of them's gonna hit. Somebody's gonna hit. Somebody out there is gonna be, and that will bring more people to the independent sphere that needs to exist in some form, because it's dying in film right now. But the reason comic books are the best medium, MauLer, is because I don't need to plug anything in. I could just sit in a corner somewhere and go and read something that can't be adapted in the film, like you know something
really
like
cool. I'm sorry.
Oh, let's go on.
I was just gonna say what's really cool too is the paradigm. You know, you had just mentioned all these people that are making their dreams come true, that they're pushing out their comic book, their stories. And of course, you're going to have various levels of quality in that. But the one thing that's the same is the passion and the love that's going into it. And there's no longer any gatekeepers saying, you can't do this anymore. And that's how it was. You know, you want to talk about the monopoly. You had two major companies for many, many years that controlled distribution as well. And so if you wanted to be considered a professional, you had to work for the big two, or maybe on one of the smaller ones. You know, in the 80s, you had a bunch of startups come up, you know, Comico, Eclipse, et cetera, et cetera. But then they died off and you were left with the big two and less distribution because Diamond bought them all up or they closed. So you had one distribution center and two major companies deciding what was good and what was going to be published. And they didn't know. But, you know, I proposed to 4 different publishers, both the Shanu and Alien Alamo, and they all turned it down. And then I decided I'm doing it myself because I like it. I think this is strong ideas. And so I made that happen. You know, I was able to, I found my audience, they loved it, and I did more. And that's what I'm encouraging all these other people out there that have their own stories to tell, that all you have to do is you got to work your ass off. You got to find your audience and you got to get your product out there. And that takes discipline. And here's the big thing too. And this is the one thing that really needs to be addressed in crowdfunding to continue to grow this. And that is the dependability on fulfillment. You have to trust in this person that you are backing, that they're not just going to take your money and you're never going to get that book. You know, my books come out exactly when they said they're coming out. You know, if I say it's coming out in January, it's coming out in January, unless the printer is messed up or somebody else is messed up. But you know that's a process and it's still going to happen. And that's something that if you're starting out and you're going to be launching your own crowdfunding and your own comic, you have to know thyself and give yourself enough time to create within the boundaries and the deadline that you set forward, so that your backers receive the product that you promised them, that you took their money for, when you promise it to them. That's huge, I think.
Trust with your customers that's everything. It's absolutely everything. When I took over my store, I made a decision like, well, I'm gonna have to like say no to comics, and people are gonna ask me questions. I'm gonna go, that one sucks. You know, I'm just gonna have to do it. It's on my shelf. I bought it, but it sucks. Don't read it. It's gonna hurt. I read it. I wouldn't recommend it, but it was more important to me that my customers trusted me when I guided them to a story. And it worked out much for the better. Yeah, sometimes I had some dollar books in there, and I love how you brought up like I used to give away books for so I used to give away books at movies. So when Marvel opened a movie, I would get a stack of whatever character that was, and just and guerrilla advertise at the like just pass out free comic books with my card in it or something like that, because I didn't have money for advertising, and it was great. And I started doing that with trick or treating before Marvel did it. I was like, you would come by, you would trick or treat at the Comic Outpost, and you get a comic book. You wouldn't get candy until I got in trouble because I wasn't reading. And this happened like later on. I wasn't reading, you know, absolutely everything. So I had some parent got some comic. It was irredeemable.
Wait,
got stuck in. Dude, I'm like, okay, I'll check better. Sorry. But like it wasn't anything I even thought about, because I had a bunch of like Bronze Age reprint, like classic X-Men. Like when X-Men came out, I just gave, because I knew those were safe. So I gave those out. And that's what I started doing. So I bought all these like beat up bronze collections, and I made this kids section, and it was just all the comic books I read, but it was just like world's greatest comics, you know, Fantastic Four. And I'd sell them for a quarter to the kids, like a 4 or 6 for $1, but you had to be 12 and under. You had to be 12 and under. So I was discriminatory, but dads were sending their kids in too. That was pretty messed up, but you know, But I was doing that to try to get kids reading comics because we had, like, I saw it aging out, and I'm like, well, we lost the video games, and not much we can do about that. But we're like, there was a manga craze before. I'm sure you remember, Graham. It was back early 2000s. There was a huge manga craze that collapsed, but you knew it wasn't going to collapse forever. And you're like, oh, they really like this stuff. And then, manga just started writing some books, like American comic books. And sorry, it's my opinion. The art it's not as good as American comics, but the stories are now as good. And that's the most important thing. And that's why they're killing it. And some art is great. Okay. Some manga art is great.
Just like everything, there's great and there's not so great in every art form, It's interesting you said that, I gave out X-Men because I knew those were safe. You probably could not do that now.
No.
And when I was under exclusive contract to DC, they used to send us everything they published. So every month we'd get these boxes of every book that came out, that including the hardcovers, which are really cool. But my daughters at the time were young, and I remember going through the boxes and having to cull through them as to what I could give my daughters to read. And unfortunately, most of the stuff was either the Scooby-Doo line, the Warner Brothers, i.e. Bugs Bunny, that line, or some of the other humor things. The staples that my mom was able to go to the 7-Eleven and pick up for me, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, all those had become overtly sexualized and overly violent. And this is in the mid to late 1990s. And that's not stuff I wanted to give to my young daughters at the time. So that's exactly that was the turning point for me, to where I went into self-publishing for the first time. And I developed Compass Comics in 1998, and I published Monster Island. And it was my love letter to adventure stories and all ages movies that my friends could read, my adult friends on one level, and my kids could read and enjoy on a completely other level. And that's how I ended up getting going and getting my foot in the door. And then years later, I completely shut the door on corporate comics, and here I am now.
And you're free. You're free.
Yes.
You're happy. It's a little riskier, but man, it's I don't know. Independent is so much better.
I can't tell you, 40 years, next year in 2023 will be my 40th year in this business. And I have never been happier. I've never worked harder. I'm streaming till, sometimes, 3 a.m.
It's a lost art, though.
Yeah.
Caring and it's, working hard is becoming such a
lost art. But you're working for yourself and to produce a product that has value and for fans and backers that enjoy that and appreciate it. That's a whole different thing than, digging a ditch, 8 hours a day and hating the work or working at Marvel and DC and hating the work.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why, a lot of comic shop owners were lifers. Like, we were second generation and stuff. And then there's those of us who like, hey, we had a collection, we're going to open a store, which is like really the old school way to do it. But I did a job before, one that I liked. It was okay, but it wasn't fun. And I thought I was just in heaven, dude. I was like, oh, this is great. But then I started, dealing with Diamond, and it wasn't. But then the industry turned into this. Let's share this lovely. This is an oldie but a goodie. The Comics Pledge. Remember the Comics Pledge, everybody? Let's look at the Comics Pledge. This is essentially.
Wow.
This is not Graham. Graham is not part of this. Okay. But this was
mainstream comic pledge.
Mainstream comic book professionals promising not to rape each other.
Oh, yeah. I had a feeling. No.
Yeah.
There has to be
which is really ironic, because as I've stressed so many times, just because you suck Warren Ellis's dick doesn't give you talent.
No.
That you actually have to have some before then.
Hang on.
Sorry,
I just started reading it.
There's only one word in that sentence.
The word
top sentence that isn't true, and that is men.
Yeah.
Hey, yes.
Oh my god.
So yeah, I got immediately disturbed by this.
Yes.
Like, you don't do all these horrible things to women and all people of marginal. It's like, don't you just mean all people?
Nah,
Why would
you can do them to men. You can. You
Like,
can
yeah, the implication is you can abuse, harass, groom, and manipulate men. It's like, what the fuck?
It's funny you should say that, MauLer, because
What a stupid fucking. Just, you know what? They should wipe it all and just say, don't be bad.
Yeah, don't do
bad things.
I thought the fact that they need a pledge just says everything. Like shouldn't this be an unsaid thing to treat people right? Like, I don't understand.
Shit. Let's go over it, because this is one of those things. I remember reading it at the time, going, "We're going to look back at this in a couple of years and just go, oof." I was saying it at the time, but like, no, this is something that was shared out by people like Tom King,
Scott Snyder,
Donnie Cates.
Snyder was in on that,
Yep.
Yeah.
Men
what
in comic.
man has to
That's
say
embarrassing.
This? That's the whole point. Is what man has to say this? You know,
I'm
sorry. The assumption is that guys need to declare this because deep down they're pieces of shit and have no control, and that, you know, it's the complete opposite.
It is. I mean, sometimes we have to state the obvious on the internet. So apologies for people who might have heard this before, but men, don't rape people. That I would say, don't rape people. It's bad. Raping is bad.
Yeah.
But apparently they have to remind themselves in the comic book industry not to do it. Now, this is an industry that, you know, had an editor at Dark Horse get a little grabby at a party. That I was I was there, dude. I was
were
outside.
you?
I wasn't cool enough to get all the way in. I was giving somebody a ride and waiting for him, and that person came out and said, "You will not believe what just happened." So,
wow.
yeah, that was crazy. But like, that shit happens all the time. That's what you heard about, folks. That's what you heard about. It's not my business to say anything else, though. Men in comics say no. There are a lot of ideals we claim to honor in comics: hope, justice, unity, innovation, creativity, freedom, and not raping people. None of them mean anything unless men in comics change our behavior. What? Men in comics change our behavior and hold each other accountable for the safety of women
Beta
of marginalized.
So, Gary, can I run a hypothetical past you?
Sure.
So, what happens? Let's say there's a woman, or maybe women within the industry, that are sending compromised pictures of themselves on purpose to male members within the industry.
Totally okay.
Yeah,
That's
what
fine.
happens when women just make up random shit? Like,
And I hear the guys in the chat going, "Well, it depends on the girl. It would be okay." But like, hey, calm down. Let's make a point here.
depends on the guy too.
There's Nina right there. You just open things up. How many guys are gonna think I'm that guy?
I'm the guy.
I pledge to never abuse, harass, groom, or manipulate women.
You know
What
what?
about the women manipulating the men?
It happens every day.
I'm gonna go abuse, harass, groom, and manipulate more people now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you already have tentacles, so I don't know.
Gonna go nuts in all dimensions. Just because they said don't.
Wait, okay. And all people, here's my favorite, of marginalized genders. Which one of the two genders is marginalized?
Well, there's male, because there's more women than men on the planet. So,
yeah, this is true. And you know why that is? Because
yeah, they won't shut up.
That's why there's more of them. They won't shut up.
What?
I was going to say something sexist, and you outdid me.
Wow.
As is showing his brass balls.
Wow.
Sexism in the real BBC. Men in the real BBC say no.
But you know
I'm
what?
gonna file a
This is-
complaint
this
with
is
my
real
manager.
interaction
Oh
here.
wait, never mind.
This is real interaction between men and women, having fun and joking. you
Yes.
know? Yes. This is how the world is, but the people that write this stuff don't get that. And therein lies the problem. I mean, really, there's one box. It says, I pledge, and you put a little box here and says, to be a good human being.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll sign that.
Inclusive.
Uh-huh. I'll try to do it, but like doesn't mean I'm gonna,
I wouldn't even.
okay.
I wouldn't even sign
Death
that
rate
because
is low.
I would say to myself, I don't need to do this.
Right.
Yeah, it's,
You know,
it's
being
an
a human.
unsaid thing. Just be a fucking normal person. You don't need
Right.
to sign a pledge. What the fuck? It's crazy to me.
Now, if Tom King needs to sign a pledge, I mean, maybe he needs to sign a pledge not to go after Jim Lee's best mate, because that ain't going to work out for him.
No.
But, you know.
Remember, what was it, 2015, when they were pushing that a quarter of all women have been sexually assaulted on campuses? Was it a quarter, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Of all women were being sexually assaulted.
Yeah, that was a whole
college
save the
campuses.
night
Was
thing.
it called the University of Rape?
I know. Just stating the obvious again, pushing this shit is just you're admitting that you're telling on yourself, for one, that you are a fucking creep.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember when Steven Crowder went around the universities and wanted to debunk that, and that was really funny. The whole the rape thing.
That. Yes,
it was great.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
The cycle repeats. So I pledge marginalized genders. One of the two is marginalized. You figure out which one. And sexes, one of the two.
That seems like they're saying the same thing.
They kind of are. But see, gender is a construct, X-ray girl. And you can have as many as they want.
Yeah, stop being a bigot, X-ray girl. God.
Yeah.
They should just put the whole alphabet on here instead.
Like bigotry of X-ray
Yeah,
girl.
they're running out of letters.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why they're going to like plus signs and stuff. There's like dollar signs.
Yeah.
I want to see Stuart Smalley
Asterisks.
read this. To hold myself accountable for all my own actions, be open to the comments and concerns of my peers, and educate myself.
This guy clearly raped someone.
Fuck
Like
off.
whoever wrote this, like clearly raped someone.
I forgot
And
how-
they're feeling really
I think
bad.
it was
about
Alex
it.
DeCampi, so there's a very good chance, yes.
Oh God.
Oh, that's only a joke, Alex. Duh.
Oh no.
You just try and get people fired and get them fucking out of their jobs. You don't rape them. I'm only kidding.
Right.
Alex
He rapes
You're
them
just part of
financially.
you just rape them financially.
Yeah.
You just rape them.
You just rape their livelihood.
You just rape them employment wise. You know,
Oh God.
creatively.
creatively. Yeah.
Yes, I can say the word. To actively intervene when we see our own abuse. Wait a minute. So when you're
my
abusing somebody, go,
God.
I should probably stop this abuse.
Intervene in your own abuse.
Maybe this is wrong. Maybe I should pull my pants up. What?
Harvey, are you watching this, Harvey?
Yes.
Grooming. Oh my
Grooming.
God.
Or manipulation. Okay, for one, can we talk about manipulation in the comic book industry? The comic book industry is manipulation. The whole industry is based on it. That would mean everybody would have to stop doing what they're doing. To ally for women and all people of marginalized genders and sexes experiencing abuse, harassment, grooming, and manipulation. So the manipulation must have been added on from the Warren Ellis thing, right?
Well,
I
As I
think
said,
the whole came about because of that, didn't it?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
yes.
it did, if I remember correctly.
this is because, Graham, adult women who didn't want to be responsible for their own actions decided to say, hey, having no talent but fucking somebody to try and get a position within industry isn't working out for me. So now we've got to get rid of those people from the industry so we can then backdoor ourselves in, and then we can entrench ourselves here because otherwise it would be seen as grooming, harassment, abuse, manipulation.
Yeah.
And you wonder
You know,
why the mainstream comic industry is fucking dead.
So what's manipulation? An editor going, work harder? Is that manipulation?
I
I
was
need
going
to
to
know.
ask that question. Like,
It's
I
called
would
being a
like to
good
know what that
manager.
means.
Manipulation is not being able to spell April O'Neil on the front of your comic book cover.
Was that MauLer?
Oh, you just described rape, and I'm kind of upset by it.
Do you feel manipulated, MauLer?
Like
well, see, I've been reading up on my progressive mythology, and it all comes back to this giant tree. It's kind of like a Norse mythology, Yggdrasil. It's the bigot tree, and everything comes from it. You learn all of life originates from it. That's why we're learning more every day.
Wow.
Dude, why is that all jacked up?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It's really hard to read.
It's really hard to read.
What?
Maybe refresh
the page.
Yeah, it's gone over itself.
Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, it's Firefox. I'm using Firefox.
Refresh. Oh.
No.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay, that's fine.
so yeah, the article is starting up in the pledge, but oh well, I can get around it. To ally for women. I read that one. To actively call out friends and peers, even when no one else is watching. So,
wait, what?
So, no one else is watching, and the guy's alone, and you're alone with the guy. Who's being abused?
He's got to call himself out. Hi.
You have to call yourself out. That's what it is.
I just want to call myself out for abusing.
He's standing in front of a mirror yelling slurs at himself.
You are abusing them.
Oh my god. See, my mind went somewhere like really dark, but okay.
I kind of, you might be abusing yourself.
Self-abuse. I don't think there's a law against self-abuse, but
I like how it acknowledges, like, we know you want to do this for points in front of other people, but you should probably do it anyway. Like, even when there's no one to reward you for your efforts. That's what the no one watching is referring to, right?
Yeah, this is the most bizarre, like, weird manifesto thing I've ever fucking read in my life. Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
It's so weird too. Like, well, so this was given to like comic people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is after I get a Warren Ellis. He did what like rock stars have done throughout the years, poets, philosophers, fucking teachers, everybody. If you're in a position of influence, he was flocked. Women flocked to him. And you're not the best looking guy in the world. We'll just say, okay, not that I'm a great judge of dudes or anything, but I'm just saying. Warren Ellis looks like Warren Ellis, and he got a lot of women. He had a chat forum. One of them used to work for me for like 10 days. She worked for me. She was nuts, so I fired her. But
this shocks me.
She was fucking nuts. But she ran his forum, and this was 10 years ago. This is 12 years ago, and that shit was going on then. Nobody cared. She didn't care. Yeah, he was like, hook it up. Yeah. But like, it wasn't this understood, like, if you hook up with me, I'm going to get you in the industry. He never said that shit. They just threw themselves out and they assumed it. And when it didn't happen, when they had sex, I don't want that.
Gary!
Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, we have an admission for Gary that he slept with Warren Ellis. But okay.
Gary manipulating his way through comics.
Hey, this is a safe space, Gary. This is a safe space.
Remember, everybody, don't abuse him for this. Welcoming spaces. Even though it's
Guys, I have to call you guys out for laughing at Gary. Including Gary.
Oh, wait, is this harassment or abuse?
Yeah,
oh
this
no.
is abusive.
All of the above.
God.
When they had sex with Warren Ellis, they had this delusion that they could write and get a job because they sat on his dick. And it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that in rock and roll. It definitely doesn't work in comics and ladies.
I got news for you.
Yeah, I got news for you.
We have now.
Can you blame is Warren going to say no to every girl? Like, that's up to them. But this whole power difference bullshit when it comes to comic books, okay? Yeah, you're talking about it's comic books. This isn't like a CEO of a multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporation or a fucking world leader. It's Warren Ellis, okay? So you know what you're getting into. Sorry, no sympathy there. We'll get this horrible thing off the screen. God, Firefox might not be the solution. Maybe I'll use Brave. My son's like boomer. Is everybody? You guys? I did not confess anything. Okay, I've never met one. Moss, all right?
Guys, that means there's stuff to confess.
But you nearly confessed.
I nearly confessed.
When I had, when they had.
Well, I just like I don't want that getting clipped. Legion of Memes are
Too
fast.
late now.
Yeah.
It's done.
You'll probably add that to the clip. I don't want this to get clipped.
I just wished Dick Van Dyke a happy birthday on Twitter, and now I really regret doing that. Like it's already.
Why?
Dick, a happy birthday,
Yeah, Dick Van Dyke. It's his 97th birthday.
dude.
Why do you regret it?
Yeah.
Because it's
He's
already
awesome.
been freaking clipped out saying "I love Dick."
Oh,
But
well, is that
you do.
false? Is that false, Nina?
That's also true, though. No, that's
Yeah,
true.
see,
true.
see,
That's true.
Okay.
Wow.
Truth
It'll
the
work
word.
out in the end.
See, it's the ladies that have reduced the conversation to this base
Right.
level
We're
now.
talking about Van Dyke.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about the Dykes.
And the dicks. The dicks in the... I don't think you get a dick in a dyke.
And
though.
dykes.
Yeah, I don't
not
think
usually.
I don't think Dykes like dicks. Oh god.
No.
Dykes and dicks in a van.
All I know is that dyke can play.
Remember comedy?
Yes.
so good.
I miss comedy.
I miss that. I miss comedy.
There's guys that are still out there cutting the edge like that. What the hell's his name? A long Italian name. Scalco something. Maniscalco. Do you know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh,
Maybe if I saw him. Look that up, X-Ray girl.
Sebastian.
Well, you got your
Sebastian,
Maniscalco.
that's it. Sebastian Maniscalco. That guy's he's got balls. He's fearless. Bill Burr is another one.
Bill Burr's, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Kyle
he
Flanagan.
leans a certain way, but
Yeah,
he also-
he can get a little weird at times.
yeah,
He's so funny.
yeah. But Sebastian Maniscalco is
I'll
hysterical.
have to check him out.
Yeah,
Kyle Dunnigan, Kurt Metzger.
Kyle Dunnigan,
Those
Kurt
videos.
Metzger are that we're gonna get Kurt back on the
Okay.
show soon. He was on Joe Rogan a couple
He
weeks
was.
ago. Yeah. I was gonna go meet him in Austin, but I was in fucking LA with Chris Gore. What's up, Chris Gore? Shake from Hunger Team for $5 says, ask Graham where I can find the new projects because I've been to Indiegogo and I can't seem to find it and I'm looking to back it. We will link it in the description.
Already linked in the description.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, the reason you can't find it is because I'm shadow banned. There's no index code attached to my campaign that prevents you searching either on Indiegogo or with Google. So I'm sure it was an accident,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't search for it. So you need the direct link.
And how long has
so-
this been going on again?
Well, Shane, I think he was shadow banned from the day he launched. But I was trending like in the top 5 for like a month. And then all of a sudden I got shadow banned and now bam, there's nothing. It doesn't show up at all. So it's been going on for me. What is this? December now? I would say November, beginning of
I've
November,
heard
somewhere around there.
Mandy Summers talk about it as well. Her
Yeah.
stuff has been so she's actually had to open a secondary portal.
Yeah.
To
It seems
get
to be all CG.
Shane Davis too.
Yep.
We were
Shane-
trying to find his
Aaron
book for like
Lopresti.
15 minutes yesterday and we couldn't find it. Like we had to like go through another article that had published something about it earlier, like 3 months ago, and find a link so that we can get to it. It's like ridiculous what they're doing over there.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? We're succeeding in spite of them.
Yep.
Yes.
Good.
That's the beauty of it. I mean, I'm gonna refresh my page right here. Let's see where we're at. We're at 92,440, 1,331 backers. We've picked up a whole bunch of backers just from you good people here in the stream.
Yeah.
So
That's
you know,
awesome.
grateful.
Can we get
Thank
to
you so much.
100K?
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, we already did it in Canadian dollars, but I'm just saying.
I say we keep the show live until we hit 100K.
All right. Well, that might actually happen. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Long-winded. We have Matthew Hammond on the Streamlabs side for $20, circumventing Mama Susan. Thank you very much for the donation, Matthew. What is Graham's favorite depiction of Bane in comics, animation, and live action? My introduction to Bane was Batman the Animated Series, and loved his depiction there. You have a favorite?
Well, then you just nailed it, because that's the only version, or one of the only versions I like. There's no live version that I like, but the animated version with Henry Silva voicing him in a Latino accent was awesome. And then my second favorite is the, I guess it's Young Justice version, where the design of Bane is dead on to my design, and then they got Danny Trejo doing the voice, which is I mean that's the voice I hear, that gravelly Latino scary voice. So that was a really good one.
Because was it when I was watching the stream the other day, you said that when you first envisioned Bane, it was kind of as like a Mexican luchador kind of look to it, and that in the animated series, that's kind of exactly where they went. And of course, the open mouth instead of having the closed mouth, so it's kind of like a lucha mask, as opposed to.
Well, that was my original design. The first design I sent to DC was 99% there. I didn't have to go back and forth and all that. The difference was that he had a true luchador mask. The design elements on the mask were all the same, but his eyes, his nose, and his mouth were open for two reasons. One was functionality. If you ever wore a mask like we all did for the last 2 years, it's a pain in the ass, especially if you're exerting yourself in any way. And then the other aspect was purely artistic, and that was emoting, is to be able to have the character emote on the page. But editorial decided they wanted to close it all up and make him like a man of mystery. And I don't think it was a bad idea. I think it actually was a good idea.
No, I think it worked well.
I'm assuming when we say like best Bane, we're all discounting the Batman and Robin one, because that's the automatic win. Is
Jeep
the live
Swanson,
action.
was it?
I mean, that's
Jeep
the best
Swanson.
Bane, of course. We'll leave him out of it.
Yeah.
Obviously, the first Bane I ever saw, and I was like, "Wow, what an impressive character!" Remember when he said his own name?
Yeah.
I've never
made
seen
him a Pokemon.
You never seen Nipples on the
I mean,
Back,
I've seen pictures of it, but I've never seen the movie.
It's a great movie.
When
Graham, you're doing all right.
You're doing.
Oh, yeah.
You're good.
Chuck's
You
never
do-
seen
you
it
do
either.
fine.
Yeah. Chuck and I, we started watching it together, and then we went out and left and watched something else. I think.
There you go.
It's the furthest. I was so excited when they announced Bane, because I'm still of that age, and I was so excited when they announced Bane for it, and then when you saw it, it's like, ooh.
When they set Icicle Bobs, he's just walking around going, Bob.
Bane!
God.
when COVID started, my husband and got like a Bane mask and wore it to the stores. And at first they let him, but then afterwards they were like, "Nah, you got to change that out for a medical mask." But he was like,
Why?
Can I just say
Alyssa
there's a
Milano is wearing a
inside it?
crocheted one.
it was dumb. I don't know why, but they wouldn't let him wear it anymore.
Write
Right.
medical on the Bane mask and be like, "Well,
N95.
I did a La Mole Con in Mexico City, and a fan gave me a true luchador Bane mask.
Oh,
It was made by the
nice.
people that make the luchador mask for the wrestlers, and he had
Yeah.
to make a Bane mask. Wait a second, I gotta go.
They have really nice ones here for those.
We have
Oh,
visual.
nice.
Oh, that's good.
Yay.
Oh.
So my PO box is.
Yeah.
Just send it there, Graham. It'd be great.
You want
Then we
one?
got
Yes,
Tom
I can
Hardy
find
Bane.
you one.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, yes.
Awesome.
As I
Oh,
can
yeah,
get
yeah,
you
yeah,
one.
yeah,
You
yeah,
want
yeah.
one of those?
I
Oh,
will
yeah.
break you. See,
Oh my
it's
God.
already hot.
Done.
Yeah.
Without
Yeah.
the mouth open and nose, it's hot.
Yeah. I might have a Bane mask.
You might. What do you mean?
You
You
can
might.
get it, Az.
Get it. Go
Get
get
it.
it. Let's see it.
It's in storage now.
Oh yeah.
That looks
sure
good,
it
No,
is.
don't just mean the
Right
Tom. I
next
got the
to
Tom
him,
Hardy
sure.
one, but then I've got that one because that's the proper Bane one. You know you've seen the statue that I've got of Bane, haven't you? Haven't you, Graham? I when you did your birthday tweet for Bane, I've actually put it into there.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
And I had to hold out for that because that's the collector's edition. Because the collector's edition, because this is actually got the normal, well, the regular head here that they gave with it, which is more the current one.
I hate that look.
Exactly, but the collector's edition was the one that has the proper Bane mask. So I had to hold out for that, and I was very, very lucky to end up getting it.
Nice.
And that's the only portrait that needed to be put on there.
Hey, you know that kid who was trying to get to 100,000?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
smashed it.
It's like 110, I think.
Oh, it's on 121 before the stream.
What?
Yeah. Johnny Depp did a video for him.
Yeah, it's Jack Sparrow.
Which is really cool.
Herb. I just saw Tug tweet that Herd Simps are going after the kid now.
Oh my god.
That's happening.
No.
You're the biggest piece of shit alive. Just saying that right now.
I'll be right back. Pumpkin is ringing the bell.
Go ahead.
Gotta
Go ahead.
outside. I'll be right back.
That's all good. Take care of Doggo. We will take a look at this young man's channel. So he's had a couple help me out here. It's a couple of heart transplant, surgeries. And it's like not looking good, or it's
it's not looking good.
Yeah.
I think he's been put into end of life care or something along those lines, which is really sad.
It's just heartbreaking.
And so he wanted 100,000 on his channel, and Johnny Depp did a video. He did a video for the kid, and he had like
there it is,
a few thousand subs like a couple days ago.
Yeah, he had like 20,000 like when I
Whoa.
first saw it or something.
No,
before
I think
this video, he had just hit about 10 before this video. So
yeah, this video was already there when I saw it. So he
Yeah.
had like 20,000 when I saw it.
so. He got 100 in a day or two. Like,
Yeah.
and he woke up and he look at him. He's all happy now.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at that
he's so
video of him.
cute. That's when he found out.
Oh,
Here we can.
yeah,
play
they
it.
do there's a countdown. They show the count. They're watching the ticker, and it goes over 100K live. So
That is
they
so
were recording it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
oh my gosh.
I'm gonna cover this on Infinite Hope.
There you go. Done it.
Oh my god! 100,000! Oh my god, you've done it, mate! And it's still going. Oh, it's amazing! Thank you so much. Oh my
Yeah,
god!
he wanted that silver play button. God bless him.
I tagged Team YouTube about like speeding up the silver flag thing. So if you guys want to go retweet mine or maybe at Team YouTube with that tweet, it would be great because we need to get their attention. This is time sensitive.
Because it does take a long time, right?
Yeah. It takes a while.
Takes like a month, maybe. But like, they could do it quicker. And like, just everybody's put the word out. Thanks. Hail to the fellowship, and Johnny Depp, of course, and I think Viva talked about it. Rakeda, all those evil bigots out there.
Yeah,
helping this kid
Horrible,
out. So I
man.
think that was fucking awesome. So thanks everybody. I can't imagine being a parent going through that. Being the kid, that's just freaking horrible. But good. You made a kid happy around Christmas. I mean, like with a little click. See, there's some good in the world.
Yay.
That's all they needed.
That's all they needed.
I'm not crying.
No.
This is so getting covered on Infinite Hope.
Yeah, good.
This is like my arena. Hopeful stuff.
That's cool. That's cool. I just saw that when I got home last night, and I went to my kids' like school Christmas party, and it's the synergy of it all is cool. It's very cool. My kid goes to this this Christian school, and it's great. It's fucking like he's like looks forward to going to school now. So like it's not hard. He was in the San Francisco public school system, where he had to write creative writing courses were for my special needs, autistic son, were for writing about toxic masculinity, writing about white supremacism in creative writing.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Seriously?
That sounds like a fucking nightmare, man. That's
How old is he?
He at the time of writing that creative writing class, he was 13. He was 13.
Jeez.
I went in and talked to the teacher, and like straight up Antifa freaking BLM shit. Prior to that, but you could see all the, Ferguson, there was a Ferguson flyer in there and all kinds of shit. So I sat her down and I just like, people have different points of view, just so you know that. And I'm not about so I'm like, he's not writing that. He's just, we're going to think of another assignment for him because he's not writing it.
Nice.
She said, yeah. So that's good. I hope I was convincing because I was fucking pissed. I was trying to
doing it in the first place.
Yeah. My veins bulging in my forehead, but I wasn't screaming at her or anything, but I was so fucking mad. Represent, and I'm like, he's autistic, right? These are not concepts that I teach him, that he even gives a shit about. And what he'll probably end up doing was write whatever you want him to write, right? Fuck that. No. Morgan for $50. Representation isn't about representation. It's about grown children who want to see themselves on TV. That's true. Children want to watch power fantasies. Children have tantrums when their heroes are insulted. They aren't nuanced adults. They are grown children. Well, I mean, Gundam has done a great job of exposing the adult daycare of Silicon Valley on his channel. So go check it out. And you're right. Like the children are getting older. Bradley Burnett has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Thank you very much, Bradley. The Ultimate G-Man for $20. I was wondering, what is your favorite version of Azrael's Batman's costume? The early design or something closer to the heavy Crimson Knight design that he has at the end of Nightfall? That's a I guess Graham question.
Well, the short answer for me is none of them. I hated drawing that thing.
Did you?
I couldn't stand it.
You did it so well.
Absolutely. I mean, I wanted to punch Joe Quesada in the mouth when that design came in. It's like he only had to draw it from a front view and a back view and a side view once. I had to draw it 5 panels a page for 22 pages for like 12 issues. It just, it didn't make any sense to me. I mean, with those things hanging up, how could he even see to the right or the left? Yeah. I mean,
it's a stylized design for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And it was designed by somebody who didn't have to draw it regularly. So
I know.
So now you've hit the creator's perspective as a reader. My favorite was the when he got the Batman 500 version, where he's got the hood as opposed to the spines and the like shuriken gun and stuff. So when he's got the gauntlets and the gray legs with the fins.
Oh yeah.
And
does he have the Batman mask or the black mask with the eyes at that point?
The black the one with the it's this here. If I could take the lenticular out, literally that one.
Oh yeah. Okay, if that would be my favorite. If I had a favorite, that would be the one.
Yeah. So the initial design before he started to adapt it more into the San Dumas Azrael costume.
Right.
But,
yeah, I'll be honest. I was into the story, but I wasn't loving that costume. I was like, don't know.
It was great because the costume was a physical display of Azrael's mental state. So the bulkier and the more violent the costume got, the more his mental state was falling into the programming of Saint Dumas. I'm going nerdy here. Sorry. But it was a visual representation till it got to the point where when the costume got set on fire, it burned all the blue away, so you were left with the essentially like an Azrael costume again. So yeah, I like the physical representation of how they progressed.
I got used to it.
You remember more than I know.
Dude,
I
it was my
remember
life
burning.
then, Graham.
Well, when did it burn? When did it burn?
It got set on fire when he's fighting. I think he's either fighting on a boat at the time, and it got set on fire. And then when he's fighting, because he's fighting Bruce Wayne, Bruce Wayne is Batman in the regular Batman costume, and we see the initial iteration of it, and then it starts to degenerate, and then he gets burnt, and then it burns it away, and then Batman goes and takes him back to the Batcave because he can't physically beat Jean-Paul Valley. He can't. He's too strong for him. The costume's too strong, and he's too strong because the programming is Saint Dumas. So he takes him back to the Batcave, and then he leads him into a tunnel that starts to shrink. So Azrael has to take off the armor until he's only left with the red helmet at the end. And then Batman is literally standing below the baffle, which now blocks where he fell down into the well when he was a kid. And that's how the bat thing all started. And he pulls the baffle away because Jean-Paul's got the night vision on. And he pulls the baffle away, and it's now daytime, and it streams in the sunlight, which makes Azrael have to take off his helmet. And he's just left as Jean-Paul Valley. That's all he is. He's just Jean-Paul Valley in these gray pants and a white T-shirt. And that sort of like kicks the programming out of him.
Was that a Barry Kitson issue?
That was a Kitson. Yes, that was Kitson.
Okay,
Barry Kitson. Yeah.
All right. I knew I didn't draw it because I remembered it.
And then of course Kitson took on for the Azrael ongoing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. It was great.
It was in 2007 or 8. They re-released all of Nightfall in like a paperback edition, like a library volume edition. Very affordable. Things sold out like crazy, dude. Like that thing sold like, I was like, wow. I mean, I love
like 3 or 4 versions. The latest being the omnibus, the big hardcover ones.
No, anytime they sold it in it's that format, kind of like the Marvel Essentials, except DC was doing them in color. But they had like the pulp paper, and there were just lots of people ate those things up, man. And it was a great starter. It's like a great, hey, where can I start with Batman? It's like right there. We got a whole volume of a story you can just dive into right there.
I wonder if they ask you that question now, what do you say? Because for them reading that, it doesn't even remind them of what this kind of Iron Man Batman is like today, who's infallible and has all these casting. For a guy who's a loner, he sure has a big cast.
Right.
And there's an awful lot of people know Bruce Wayne is Batman in the world. I mean,
oh, did you see that?
I know.
Page? Yeah, even you know.
I worked on him for 6 years, and I still don't know who he is.
Right. All right. Benjamin Tech for $20. Welcome to The Real BBC, created, directed, produced, and edited by Jennifer Lawrence. Starring Jennifer Lawrence as Jennifer Lawrence as Nerdrotic, Jennifer Lawrence as MauLer, guest starring Jennifer Lawrence as X-Ray Girl, and Graham Nolan. And Nina. Ike Ellis on the Streamlabs side for $25 says, hail the Real BBC and the legend Graham Nolan. As my comic recommendation today, I have to point to Ghost of, how do you pronounce that again? Because I always want to say Matacumba.
Key. Yeah.
So they recommend your book.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
You're awesome. No Zaku Boy on the Streamlab side for $50 says, who sees into the hearts of men and the undergarments of women? Peeping Tom. Anarchy at a glance. Strife on sight. Can Tom keep his vision straight, or will his back be bent and broken by the glamorous gaze of Queer Eye?
Oh no.
Oh my God, that is a great villain. Oh, that should be your arch nemesis.
Queer Eye. Peeping
A
Tom
lot of them
versus Queer Eye.
A lot of them have been potential arch nemesis. He's going to need like a whole gallery, isn't he? Of the
Got a rogues gallery. Got a whole rogues gallery for
pretty awesome. But Queer Eye versus Peeping Tom, it's like your reverse Flash. It's like your reverse Flash. Ancient Mariner for $20 says, Hail Graham, just bought the CGC signed set and Kelly Jones cover. Love your artwork. Please. P.S. Love you all. And Nina, you're adorable. Simp.
Oh, thank you.
Uh,
Real quick, that kid, Johnny Depp, he just uploaded a video of Johnny Depp calling him.
let's watch it.
I put the link in the.
Do you want me to share it then?
Yes, please.
Here, 1 second. I'm just gonna.
That horrible Johnny Depp person.
I know.
All right, are we ready?
Look at that.
It might have to fast forward a little bit because he talks to his manager at the beginning.
So,
just press play.
Who is this kid, and what's his deal?
So he had a couple of heart surgeries, and it's not looking good. Like he's not long for this world.
Is that his name? It's like 2 replacement hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor little guy.
Yeah.
Hi, is that Corey?
Yeah.
Hi, Corey. I'm Jason. So nice to meet you.
There, now he's gonna show up now.
Oh.
Corey.
Behind you. Oh, he's so good. Great.
Awesome.
Hey.
Corey.
Hey.
Friendly Miller. Corey, how are you?
I'm really, really good.
Nice to see you. As I can see you. You know the funny thing?
No.
My name is, in fact, Corey.
Is it?
It's not Corey.
You're Jack.
Originally, it was something else, but now it's Jack. Sometimes. Whenever you want it to be Jack. I have something else. I wanted to say I'm extremely flammable. Amongst so much fire with the candles that I fear this intrepid adventure may go awry.
Oh my God, this is very, very good.
Very good. What are you doing?
Talking to you.
Well, that's a bad move altogether.
That smoker's cough.
Yeah.
In your country, they say hello by twizzling their noses. Is that the truth? Like that. 2 noses like that. Because I find it filthy, I must say. I don't want to touch another person. Do you want your nose touched?
What? Yeah.
I don't want my nose. You do?
Yeah.
Well, I'll touch your nose. Then I'll touch your nose if you'll touch mine. No, I'll touch your nose, but don't touch mine. Unless you want to. Now, what is that wonderful chapeau?
What?
Hat. Chapeau. French.
Tricorn.
You're wearing a tricorn.
Yeah. Oh, this kid's so cute.
Dumb as I look, I'm not as dumb as I look as much as you think I am dumb as I look.
Wow.
I'm dumb, but not as dumb as this.
Oh.
Therefore, I brought you something.
Oh.
Whoa.
I felt it only right if you were going. Sorry, hit a bump. I thought it right if we were going to meet with me and me meet with you, you and us meeting together, me, myself, and I, you, yourself, and you, the 6 of us all at once. I thought company. I shall knight you.
Wow. That's awesome. So they're going to meet. That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah. Oh, that's
amazing.
really cool.
I'm happy he did. Trouble.
Yay.
And if you think there's something wrong with that, there's something wrong with you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hope. I mean, like when I see stuff like this, is why I'm like, you know, if Johnny Depp decides to like come back for Jack Sparrow, people would go. Like people would.
Yeah,
go to
they
the
would.
movies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would probably do pretty damn well.
Yes.
I can't see him working for Disney.
I can't either, but if he did, like they would make money. It would make the movie would make money.
Oh hell yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, good man, good man. Can't see Amber doing stuff like that. That's just
No.
I can see her standing in front of the press, absolutely.
What the hell was that video?
Fucked off her mind.
Well, apparently that's an older video from like 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she's been on drugs for years.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say,
Like
So
it
she's
wasn't
been
like it was yesterday or something. It was an older video.
Wow,
That's
what is this?
This is Graham Nolan's Bane.
Oh.
Yep.
One of the great. I think this is one of the best images we had. This person's nailed some really good imagery here.
I like the app window.
Then we got the
I do too.
when he's broken Batman and he takes him into the city and
God.
throws him off the.
Oh, I
roof.
hated this so much.
The original is hanging right there.
Really?
Okay, my address, Graham, is.
Oh, I hated this part so much.
Oh my god! Oh, he's gonna get
Wait,
it.
oh, he's actually getting it. He's actually
He's
getting
gonna
it.
get it.
He's gonna get it.
Oh no.
I'll stop this for a second. You.
No, it's
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
it's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh. I think
Look at
I
that.
was like in unison. This is a nerd. Oh.
Yeah.
This is a big nerdo. Oh my
That
god.
has his Kumi, and he's like, oh.
38 seconds has gone past. I'm already
It has.
filmed.
That image has been reprinted. I mean, I can't tell you how many times.
Wow. It's a great one. Then we got the with Tim. And then
Straight Tim.
the
Straight
next one
Tim.
is really good because this mirrors the Bane image. Because when Batman comes back, we get Batman waiting for JP when he comes out of the clock.
Right.
Isn't it? So it's that I love the way that they mirrored each other, from Bane waiting for Bruce and then Bruce waiting for Jean-Paul. So,
And I think the window and the books that are all in disarray. I think in the first image with Bane, all that is,
it's
neat
all
and
intact.
tidy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Jean-Paul didn't maintain. Jean-Paul didn't maintain the mansion. The mansion fell into a state of disrepair. Alfred, of course, had left with Bruce. So we see just the disarray of it all, and it's great.
Oh, wow. That's so good.
It's just it's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that proper Batman too. Proper
I know.
symbol
That's the proper symbol.
right there.
Yellow with it in. I know he started with the black symbol,
And I like the tights. I don't like the body armor look. It's like, come on, where's the fantasy?
Yeah, I mean, back in those days, it did look like a guy, and you'd see like yourself in the hold on, if I reshare this actually, because Jim Aparo used to do it as well. But on this image, this image here, you can see that it's you know, this is meant to be like Kevlar, Nomax, and all this. Yeah.
Yeah. Spandex or something.
Yeah. And so I always thought that was what the suit was, you know, and then we started to get like the more armored, the more
knee
put together.
pads.
Yeah.
The Kevlar.
Yeah.
And and this to me, like, and it shouldn't be black, you know, it's the blue as well, and all these little things which have been tweaked out of the of Batman. But yeah, that to me is how he also is, because he's got to move. He's got to be agile.
Right. Yeah, that's the whole thing. He's got to be able to jump and move quickly and fight.
Yeah.
But then, you know, he's in the shadows all the time. You know, it's like that's what the cape is for. It's like to pull it over like Dracula, you know, and cover things, or all you see are the eyes, you know, or the ears backlit, you know. There's so much iconography that you can use when drawing Batman. That's so much fun to do.
Because there's an issue that you drew, and I think it was leading into Nightfall, or even possibly during it, or maybe a little bit after, where you get shot on the chest on the symbol, because the symbol's the part that draws the eye line. Yeah.
Yes.
And when it's been ripped away, you just see this like padding underneath, which is like the Kevlar.
Yes.
So it's like, you know, it's cleverly done. So you're not saying that he's not unprotected.
Right.
But, you know, he's in lightweight fabrics for maneuverability and whatnot.
Yeah, and he's got the yellow symbol against all the black and gray to draw the eye to it, so that if somebody's going to target that, they're either consciously or subconsciously going to be drawn to it, and that's the place that's protected.
Yeah, that's the most protected part. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just kind of makes sense. And when he wants to be completely, you know, in the dark, he doesn't want to see anything, then we always see that the cape's completely round. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Make More Arrows for $15 asked me if I have seen the Miles Morales trailer yet. No, I have not. But Miles Morales is indeed Miles Morales. That is a fact.
When you watch it, Gary, do look out for the very subtle subtext.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Oh.
The subtext is not so subtle. As Nina said, you can touch your nose with your tongue. Is this true? Did you say that?
I did not say that.
That might have been one of your super dream statements.
I can touch other people's noses with my tongue.
What did I say on that stream? Oh my god.
He's like an anteater.
Nick Hammerschmidt for $50. Thank you very much. Says, I just ordered your plushies yesterday. You're a wizard, Gary. And wizard. And don't worry, as I'm not going to go any rounds with your hammered zippy.
Oh my god!
Hope you are well. And MauLer, by any chance, are you into Bionicle? Love to know.
I was when I was super young, but they're like cool. Well, they're Lego, but let's be honest, as cooler. All right, Bionicle. Come on.
No.
Come on.
No.
They're cooler. They were.
Hey, if they are to you, that's nice. And
no,
I meant
objectively true. Like God came down and said, "Bionicle are cooler," and then he left.
Yeah, it's true.
No, God came down. He said, "I really like that Lego Fire Station." And then
he did. He did say that, and then he said, "This Bionicle, though, a little cooler." Just saying.
Little
bye.
I remember
to settle that. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you mentioned, as you mentioned, Transformers. You know, the first comic I ever did for Marvel was the Transformers.
Really?
Yes.
Because first one for Marvel. Nice.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it was Transformers
Phantom,
16,
didn't you? Or 16. I'm just
16. I think.
Oh.
I think it was number 13 or 16, something like that.
Let's have a look.
You know, you also mentioned how they paired up with the toy company and all that kind of, but those books sold like you would not believe.
Yeah.
I got that gig as a what they used to call an inventory story. You know, they would hire artists, usually guys that are kind of up and coming, to do stories, to see how they do, to see how they make the deadline, and they put them in the drawer as an inventory story just in case something happens in the publishing line where they need to fill in an issue really quick. And so it's like I finished it, and then like 2 months later, they had a hole in their publishing schedule, and they threw it in there. And I don't know, 8 months after it got published, I got this royalty check for like $5,000. And that's 1985 money.
Yeah,
that's nice money. Yeah,
and I had just gotten married, and we used every cent we had to set up our apartment, and I didn't take the money out for taxes, so we got hit with a tax bill. Well, it was like, I don't know, $4,000 or something like that into a couple newly married couple. You know, that was like the world. You know, we're starting off behind the 8 ball, and that check comes from Marvel.
Oh, you're like, yes.
That's like, yes.
Taxes paid and a little bit left over.
Yeah, a little bit left over for a little dinner or something.
Wow.
It was
well,
a
if
great
that dinner was lobster as a starter, lobster as a main, lobster as hors d'oeuvres, lobster as a drink, lobster as a main. Yeah.
And a thick ribeye to top it off.
Yeah.
And that's when, I mean, that's when books sold. They sold a lot of books back then.
Oh yeah,
a
lot. Hundreds of
thousands,
yep.
creeping into the millions. Yeah, it was nuts.
You know remember Charlton Comics?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Charlton was kind of like the redheaded stepchild of comic books. They published out of Stamford, Connecticut. And, you know, they could never compete with Marvel and DC. But they used to cancel books at 200,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, back in those days, yeah. Okay, so Transformers 14. Was
when they
written
had
by
standards.
Don Erlin?
Is it, what is it?
Transformers 14.
It's Bumblebee. It's the one with Bumblebee.
Okay. I'm trying to find. Getting into some old Transformer comics.
Yeah.
You carry on.
Could be 13 or 14, anywhere between 13 and 16.
Okay. That's narrowed it down nicely. Thanks.
I think it's 16, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go with that.
Charlton Comics, like first time I saw those were in a truck stop on a I remember where I bought my first DC comic. I remember where I bought my first Marvel comic, and Charlton comic was in a truck stop in Tennessee in a little bag. They did a 3-pack. And that's all they had. So the reason it stuck in my memory is like, what the fuck is this? I want Batman. I want Spider-Man. What's this shit? But I bought it anyway, and I loved it.
Do you remember what the book was?
Yeah, I got a Blue Beetle story from Dicko was one of them.
Cool.
And that's all I can remember. But I remember having I probably still have it because I kept the bag. I was such a weird little collector kid even when I was young. So I used to take my stuff out of the package, but I'd keep all the packages. I'd fold them all down and then I'd put it in a separate bag.
Okay.
Weird kid. I was a weird kid. Weird adult. What do you got? Did you figure it out?
I think I figured it out.
You figured it out? You want to share it? There we go.
That's it.
That's the one.
16. Okay.
Yeah, 16.
Yeah. Len Kaminsky wrote it, and Tom Morgan inked it.
Nice.
And it's a Herb Trimpe cover.
He's Bumblebee's screwed. Shockwave there, and
oh my god,
Laserbeak and Buzzsaw and
Herb Trimpe when his Hulk. I couldn't stand his Hulk.
Really? He's my favorite.
When I was a kid, I was brutal to him. I appreciate him more now, but I was a kid. I was dumb. So.
Did you like Sal Buscema's Hulk?
That's my Hulk. That's the Hulk I grew up on. That's the Hulk to me.
See, I hated Sal's Hulk.
Oh, really? That's what I love.
Yeah, because Sal, I didn't like the tiny little head and the pointy nose and the constant teeth gritting. I liked how Trimpe kind of captured that Frankenstein head of Hulk, like Kirby had done.
Yeah, see, that's where. Okay, so Sal's looked like the Mego Hulk, right? He looked a lot like the Mego Hulk. So that was my time. That's when I started buying. But yeah, Herb Trimpe's Hulk always had big teeth. I didn't like the
teeth. He did have big teeth. Yeah,
big chunky teeth. Kirby's was awesome, but like when I was a kid, like I didn't like Kirby. I'm like, I don't like it. It's too like chunky or something. I was way into like Romita and all the newer guys and John Byrne. But then when I grew up and realized
the Draftsman,
I started to appreciate Dicko and and Kirby
Yeah.
more when I grew up. Yeah,
it's a funny thing how as your tastes get more sophisticated, you realize that these guys that you thought were unsophisticated are actually much more sophisticated than the people you liked in the first place.
Right?
Because you're worshiping surface detail, the polish and the finish versus the construction, the meat and potatoes, the action in Kirby, the dynamics, the abstraction of Ditko,
Yeah. Like once I saw, I think it was the first time I saw Kirby's art just in its purest form without being inked or it was inked, but it wasn't colored. And I saw a page. I was super young. Like I should have bought it. It was so affordable. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Like he's kind of a genius. So those are the days. Those are the days. I go back. I'm never gonna let my mom forget this. I held a Fantastic Four 1 for $100. $100 fucking dollars. And I'm like, Mom, I will take out the trash forever. I will do every chore you want me to do. I will wash Dad's car. I will wash your car. I will pick up the dog shit. I said poop every night. And she's like, nope, that's too much for a comic book. I'll never let her forget it. Never. Because later on, I remember more.
In 1974, this little shop, they weren't comic shops, but there were a few people that sold back issues, had a Hulk 180. Is it 180? That's the first 181. That's first Wolverine.
181's first Wolverine.
Yeah, 181. So they had a 181. Now this is 1974, so the book came out that year, so it wasn't even a year old, and Wolverine had taken off and was really popular, and they wanted $1 for that thing. That was 4 times the cover price. I could buy 4 new new Marvel comics for that. It's like I'm not paying $1 for that. What an idiot!
Oh shit! I was in when I was at uni, so I'm 19, 20 years old. I go into one of these, indoor markets, and I'm just walking around, and I see this comic shop, and it's just disarray. It's just, it's just a disarray. Clearly, the guy had comics, but didn't really care too much, and he's just sat there prattling around. And I'd be like, oh, and I'd go through and I'd find some really nice old school Batman. So that's when I was getting the old school Batman stuff. I'd be like, how much for this? He'd be like, I don't know, £1 a comic, or something like that. And he'd be like, the first Jason Todd and stuff like this, and first Black Mask and all this. So I'm like, yeah, okay, all right, take a couple. Because I was just so entrenched in like Batman. I was going through one day and there was a Hulk number 3. Oh, and it had some ruffles on the cover.
Issues. That's a great issue.
And it's Hulk number 3, and I passed it. I think I said, how much? And it's like £5 that one. And I passed it up. I was a student. I had no money. I had,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
When I'd go to conventions, they would have Amazing Fantasy 15 in like a 3.5 condition was $2,500.
Yep.
It was every freaking dealer on the floor had a copy for years. And I was at the time, I was like, oh, $2,500. Should I pull the trigger? The kids, they need this, that, or the other thing. I better just wait. It'll always be here. And again, what a friggin' idiot.
Well, it's like original art, right? It was affordable for God, I'm forgetting his name. The Filipino inker. He lived in Daly City.
Alfredo Alcala?
Yeah. He would be at the cons and he'd be just selling his shit for $40 a page. So this was in 2004. And James Sim from Isotope Comics, like, dude, this guy's got Ditko art. And I'm like, what? And he's got Ditko art for $40. So I ran over there and sure as shit, there was fucking Ditko inked. God, it wasn't Transformers. It was some B-level fucking Marvel book. I've got the damn page. It wasn't. It was prior to Speedball. God, this is bad. I own this
Rom?
page. Rom. It was Rom the Space Knight, and I've got like just some, just also ran page of that for $40, and we just bought them all. We bought them all. I sold a bunch at the store, but that's when you could still get original art. Especially what the artist would do was let the inkers have some art so they can make a few bucks, right? And yeah, at the time in the early 2000s, it was $50, $70, $100 would be maybe a splash page. Then like 5 years later, it's $20,000. It's $25,000. It's fucking nuts. So that whole thing changed around the superhero movie. That definitely helped it, but it was in the early 2000s when there was a huge shift in collecting prices.
In the late 1980s at Chicago Con, I remember dealers having stacks like this high of John Buscema artwork for $25 a page. I bought a bunch. I bought 3 pages of inked by Tony DeZuniga from Doc Savage #1 magazine. But if I was in my right mind, I'd have bought a shit ton more. Particularly, his superhero stuff, that's worth a lot more.
Oh yeah, it was Micronauts, by the way, not Rom. It was Micronauts.
Oh, Micronauts
page, yeah.
Huh.
So yeah,
I didn't know Dico did that.
Yeah, he did a couple. But dude, we were just buying up all this stuff. I got a couple of John Byrne pieces, and I still got a bunch of them, but got rid of a bunch too.
I went to a convention down. I know it was somewhere down south, and I went to this one of the stores, and the guy had a Batman #3, and it was really protected. And I don't know if it's just the cheek of youth, and you just don't realize what you're saying. I was like, "Do you mind if I just hold that?" And the guy he took it off, and he let me. It was a graded 3. And he took it off, and he let me just hold it. So I'm holding it. It's the Batman #3, graded 3, and it's just like, wow. And then just like hand it back to him. I thought nowadays you never let you do that in case you just turn around and legged it. But that was like really amazing to hold it.
If you want to have your mind blown, look up on YouTube Phil Suling on the Mike Douglas show. Now, Phil Suling was one of the early conventioneers. He did the conventions at the hotels in New York City in the early 1970s. And he was on the Mike Douglas show, and Jamie Farr from MASH was on there. And then Wendy Peeney comes out in her red Sonia costume, smoking hot, But Phil Suling comes out, and he's holding a stack of comics like this, because they're talking about the rise and increase of prices of these old comics from the golden age.
Yeah.
And Suling's, he goes, yeah, this one here. And he hands Mike Douglas an Action Comics #1. And he goes, this thing is worth over $100.
Oh my God.
Yeah. He's got like a Captain America 1, and they're holding it. They're just holding it around. They're flipping, here, take a look at this, and they're handing it back and forth. It's like,
this is that. Oh my God. I'll hold an Action Comics #1.
There we go. He found it.
Yes,
I did. Thank you, Mr. Nolan. I started my comic reading with Nightfall. Says AT for 200 Norwegian kroner.
That is generous.
I remember Mr. A. Mr. A was actually an awesome.
Oh,
character.
Mr. A. Yeah, that's Ditko at his finest.
That is. It really is. All right, let's.
It's most personal.
Get the how long is it? Oh, it's not long. Okay. All right. How come I'm not hearing anything?
Hemingway.
Sorry.
Oh.
All right.
So my next guest is appropriately a man who devotes much of his time to the study of the comic book. Here is Phil Suling. Welcome, please.
All these raw comics and things.
Even I'm going full screen for this.
A grown man with a head full of comic books.
I didn't know you were my mother.
obviously as a kid.
I read thousands of them when I was a kid, and the interest never died. It's a love. It's something that you just can't do unless you really love it, unless you're devoted to it. I like these. I've read Faulkner, Steinbeck, Hemingway, and I love these also. This is not instead of. This is in addition to. I think
what did it do for you as a kid? And tell me why they're so popular. What did it do for you as a kid?
One thing it did was it accelerated my reading speed. I'm a
Right.
super fast reader without Evelyn Woods, and I owe it to Superman.
What is that man doing? He is reading an encyclopedia.
I had to. On the rainy days on the porches in my neighborhood, there
Yes.
were so many boxes full of comic
Yes.
books that you had to
Remember
read
it.
fast in order to read all of them.
But
by the time
besides
the rain
reading
stopped.
fast, I mean,
Jamie Farr is you can tell he's a comic fan.
And it stimulates that.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Wait, he literally starts talking about Captain
The
Marvel.
interesting thing too about comic books, Mike, a lot of movie directors studied comic books because that was the original framing.
I wish they did now.
Storyboarding commercials and everything. Alfred Hitchcock used comic books as a way of framing because they have a
Holy
master
shit.
shot and a close up.
There you go.
They use the storyboard,
Right?
Prince,
Sure.
just like that.
And Batman was
Is that David Soul?
Oh, and don't forget Wonder Woman.
Wow.
Why were they more popular in? Were they more popular at one particular time in history than?
At one time, yes, during the Second World War, we had one enemy out there, and everybody was against that one enemy, and we were all united against it. And the comic books, of course, in big and in color, they showed us very simplified. They showed us who we were against, and the soldiers who went overseas, young boys taken away from the first time, they read them by the thousands. They were the biggest customers of comic books ever. That cover.
May I show this to camera because this is probably.
Oh shit!
I have no
It's
idea
gonna
what
hurt.
this is worth now. Can you give me an idea, Phil? What?
That book in itself is worth $15 or $20.
Ah, it's nothing.
Become an
$15 or
antique.
$20.
Was that 29, 129 or something?
I thought it said 20.
July,
It was
August.
29.
Look at how many pages they had.
Which
in
year
this,
was
too.
I don't know what year.
64
Six. How many? What year?
This
was
is
it?
about 1942.
That's the era you're talking about. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Here we have more famous. This is famous.
Whoa.
Money.
Oh yeah. Next one coming up, Mike, is a classic. This is the one that's
Famous
made
One is number one.
$1 million or $3 million.
The comic book.
Original super.
$3 million, Marlon Brando made.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Oh, the Superman one.
Yay.
The Superman one. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh God!
Can you tell?
I checked his fingers they were clean and everything.
Oh,
What is that one worth?
This is the original.
This is worth about $1,500 now.
Oh. You kidding?
I'll meet you in the alley.
Yeah. This one, Mike, was the first one. This is the first comic book that was ever produced
Mutt and Jeff.
in serial form.
Strangely enough, it says
Funnies.
number one on it. So
And it was born. This comic book was born in 1934, and this one I was born. So there's a kinship there.
how many do you have, Phil?
How many comic books? Well, I buy them, sell them, and trade them so that it fluctuates.
Oh,
but
you're in-
about 10 or 15,000.
It's a veritable fortune, isn't it?
I'll bet you out there are I'd say 500 kids who have more than 25,000, and that's not even
Oh,
strong.
Gary Arlington had more than that.
It seems to me that the superheroes are more important than the other comics.
The superheroes caught everybody's fancy. Everybody was interested in science fiction and pulps and juvenile literature. But when you put a costume on this hero, on this Errol
yeah.
Flynn type hero, it was a whole new thing. That happened in about 1938, and that was Superman.
That was
But
the first hero they introduced?
That was the one.
Superman.
That's the one.
And he got gypped out of it.
Well, that's another story. They're doing very well. Both
you
Siegel
mean
and
the
Schuster,
Schuster?
the
Yeah,
two
Siegel
young
and Schuster.
fellas, they were 16 when they
See,
originated.
Jamie Farr even knew back then.
yeah, he's knowledgeable himself, isn't he?
Movies, films, television. It's been in every medium that you can name.
Are you talking about the fellow who originated
The two
Superman?
gentlemen, yeah.
two.
At that time, 2 high school kids. With
Now,
imagination.
Is Superman responsible for?
Oh my God, he's got Detective Comics.
Yeah, I know.
Detective
There's
38.
no bag around him or anything. I'm just
Captain Marvel,
sorry.
you remember him, and it was because of Superman, Captain Marvel had to disappear, right?
That's right. There was the idea of a super being with all powerful characteristics. Well, as soon as Superman was a hit, of course, there were thousands of publishers who wanted to publish thousands of heroes. And the biggest selling comic book of all time was Captain Marvel, which I don't know if you know this, Jamie, was published every 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, I used to.
Wow.
Once a month. every 2 weeks.
Couldn't
And-
wait at the drugstore when they came in. They undid that wire around there and kept my Captain Marvel, Billy Batson, and Shazam, and Shazam.
Wow. Wow. It's fantastic.
Captain Marvel.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
He can wear as many dresses as he wants.
Right? Yeah. Star Spangled Kid.
Wow.
Blue Beetle.
Star Spangled Kid.
Spy Smasher. That was a Spy Smasher.
Fuck.
Great names. I love it.
I wonder how much that stack of comics he's holding in his hand is worth today.
But they had
Yeah,
characters
that's
like
what I was asking with the
My house.
Right? He fell into a vat of steel and came out the superhero.
And his underwear had rivets in it.
Well,
That did it.
they're a little beat
I'll
up,
never-
but
I want to tell you, that's some
the
kind of
Superman would.
superpower.
The war years, they personified
Oh.
the flag. They made
Oh.
and
Bucky, his sidekick. Yeah.
yeah, that was really a big.
Cap 20.
It's a beautiful cover.
So after the
Uh oh, look at that swastika.
that's
Canceled.
problematic.
They tried every characteristic that a superhero could have, whether it was strength or speed, and they had one called Plastic Man.
Yeah.
And then we
Hey.
Plastic Man. Yeah.
Favorites.
Wow.
These
What are
comics.
you laughing at? This guy, Plastic Man, was a criminal, and he got shot. Right? And
I like this.
He knows it. He knows it.
Look at his butt.
You got Detective Comics and Police Comics there.
Yep.
something spilled on him.
No, actually, it's the other guy who took the rivets off, and the plastic spilled out. Are they-
I'm looking at that guy on the left with the big old open
I
shirt.
think, is it David Soul? Is it David Soul?
Is
I
it?
don't think so.
I can't tell.
Okay.
Flash, there's the old Flash fighting the new Flash.
Today we have the Flash.
Oh, Jay Garrett. Oh, wow.
The old Flash fighting the new Flash.
And boom.
Couple of
They tried
Flash.
a lot of different formats and different characterizations. Wonder Woman, for instance, for a while changed.
Danny
And she
O'Neill.
looked like this.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Taylor to look for
Yeah,
Wonder Woman.
that's right.
You know,
Wow.
listen.
Oh,
Getting a
no,
lesson
no.
here now.
But here's the Captain Marvel coming back, this time with the approval of Superman.
Oh,
Well,
that's
Shazam's a big
nice. Nice.
Shazam is there again.
This was
Jungle
DC
Comics.
Comics. Yeah, the Jungle Comics. They used to put out Planet Comics as well, which I'll bet you, where George Lucas got
Jungle
a lot of his ideas
Comics.
for Star Wars. Out of Planet Comics.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. See this
Ooh.
cover.
I've
this
got
is
some of
before
those.
King Kong too, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is at least
Good cover.
1978
Never
because
heard
he
so
said Star Wars.
Growing cover.
Yep.
And they're
Star
still-
Wars was 77.
77 or 78. Yeah.
Well, I read those.
I think it said
Yeah, this is the
77
new
on the bottom.
I don't know that one.
Yeah.
Red
7,
Sonja.
28,
You can see
77.
why the kids are spending.
Oh, yeah.
Look at so.
Red
Oh, here we
Sonja.
go. Then they're gonna bring Wendy Pini out.
Oh, come on, Mike. I'll trade you Red Sonja
Wait a
for
minute.
Wonder Woman.
Wait a minute! I just
No.
he has rivets in her underwear.
Poor Mr. Sonja.
Solid steel. You think-
Jamie, we have a surprise for you. One of these comic superheroes. is
General
act-
Westmoreland's coming back.
No, one of the comic superheroes is actually here today, and he's offered to take you to lunch.
This is a great podcast.
Our superhero, please.
This isn't. Whoa.
Whoa. Hello.
The original cosplay queen.
Yeah.
I was
Gary's,
Wow.
like, Gary's like, that's enough of that. Cosplay? No.
that's what I'm talking about
Crazy.
with cosplay.
Yeah.
That's
But
great cosplay.
Well,
That's
it looked
fantastic.
like Red Sonja, but no, cosplay's too easy now.
I don't know.
You know, I've already
Wasn't
said
that
my
neat?
feelings. That was cool as hell.
Yeah,
That
I
was
thought you
awesome.
guys would like that.
It's so cool to see like old school nerds just nerding it out on a talk show. That's fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
It's like who'd have thought that Jamie Farr was a comic book fan, and even at that point, 1977, he remembered all that shit. So he had to have been really into it as a kid, or he continued reading that stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
No, because again, yeah, you weren't finding that there. That was 77, so there were some comic shops, but they were only in big cities, New York. There might have been one in San Diego by then. There was definitely one in LA. San Francisco might have had the oldest with that guy I brought up earlier, Gary Arlington. San Francisco comics, but yeah, there wasn't a lot I started going to a comic store. It was like 81. It was Professor X Comics in Oceanside. And it was right near a military base because that's where Camp Pendleton is. So if you're near a military base, a big one, you might find a comic shop or a big city.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was before direct distribution too. So the shops would have been newsstand distribution as well.
Yep.
Magazines, comics, that type of thing.
And of course, the Coronet newsstand. That's where I got Death of Captain Marvel. God Loves Man Kills. Those go with because that's where the graphic novels started coming out. We're like, what are these things? What?
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right. We're gonna read some more soups. How's everybody doing? Everybody okay? Everybody okay?
Yeah.
Looking good.
Very good.
I'm gonna refresh my ghost.
Oh yeah.
Let's
see where we're at.
Oh, you want to pull it up? Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna let me pull it up real quick. I can do this. Oh shit. All right. We're at I'm a little I'm still a boomer, but I'm using a different browser now. So
We're at 93,480.
93,480.
Woo!
Wow.
Nice.
We can do it. I'm gonna keep this up. While we,
Ladies.
well
That's what
done.
she said.
Yeah, keep it up. Keep it
Keep it up. Keep
That's right.
it up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, thanks everybody in the chat. You guys are killing it tonight. Thank you so much.
you guys are awesome as always. As always. Hey, they can be Christmas gifts. Just promissory notes. Just give a note. That kind of like you're doing with these. We got Mexican Iron Man. What's up, brother? For
Hey,
25
Mike.
days on the Streamlabs side. Mike's awesome. Gary, thank you for having Mr. Nolan on. He's the best. I am a proud owner of every Nolan Compass book released, and now a backer. 1,492 combo Nolan pack. Thank you, Mr. Nolan, for keeping the joy of comic books alive.
Dude, much appreciated. Who was that? What was his name?
That's Mike. Mexican.
Oh,
Iron
that's Mexican Mike.
Mexican Iron Man. Yeah, he's
Mexican
been around.
Iron Man. I knew Mike.
Been
Thank
around
you,
for a
buddy.
long time. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a great backer.
Sith Cake for $10 says, Graham, love Alien Alamo. Also, you are a class act for sending me a replacement because the original got damaged during shipping. Well done, sir.
Oh, thank you. No
Aw.
problem. You know, we're all about customer service, you know, as we talked about earlier about, you know, making sure you ship when you say you're going to ship, and keeping your customer satisfied. You know, shit happens in the mail. We get it, you know, and I always just say, oh, keep it as a reader copy and we'll send you another one.
Oh boy, do we want to open up this rabbit hole? And thanks for doing that again. It seems like a simple thing, but for some it's not. And we need to appreciate, you know, like I had to do that stuff too. I sold a toy to a kid. Mom was there. She walked out, walked right back out. I think the kid broke the toy and it was a collectible. I just replaced it, you know, whatever.
Aw,
I get
that's
mad.
awesome, Gary.
Replaced it. She's happy. She comes back, you know.
Right.
Rami Salami for $1.99 asks, Graham, do you have thoughts on AI art?
AI art.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Artificial
Intelligence.
artificial art. It should be AA, artificial art.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. It's not art. It's a collection of other people's art that's mashed together by a computer program. There's no creativity. There's no humanity in it. It's all, as we talked about earlier, surface detail. You know, it's only as good or as bad as the shit that you input into it. So I don't care for it, and I think it's lazy for people that want to use that in place of real art, or want to use it in place of working harder on their own stuff. Some people using it like a crutch, you know. And that I think is sad. Work hard, man. Develop your skills.
I absolutely agree with you. I actually tweeted it out the other day because AI art really annoys me because as an artist and people I know who are artists, you know, that they make commission off art. I think it's really just it's a bummer because it's such a fad right now. And and some of the replies I got, because I was like, why do people pay for this? And some of the replies were like, oh, it's because you can get it way cheaper than hiring an artist to do the
Right.
same kind of work. And I'm like, you guys clearly don't know like a lot of artists then, because there's so many artists out there with varying different prices, with varying different skills that can do as good and if not better than what the AI art is putting out. And it's like, have you even tried, commissioning an artist before? Like it's I don't know. To me, it's crazy. But some people are saying it's the future though, Graham. So what do you think about that? Like about the fact that it could be something that goes into the future and as another format of art.
Well, then you're going to get into the legality issue too, because I saw some interesting talks about this as far as like AI written screenplays. The AI is dependent upon the use of other people's work, and as soon as it does that, you have to compensate that person for that work. So until they can figure out that legal stuff, I think it's a long way off, technologically for one thing, and legally for another.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that one.
I never thought about that.
I think if it's being used as a tool and it's the artist wants to use it, whatever, that's fine. I think it's going to be hard to stop it. I talked to Shad about it. I said I kind of see it like the synthesizer. You still need to know how to like make music to use that. But if it's more like sampling, then that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a big problem. But I'm
that's pretty much what it is.
That you bring up
artists who like do their own fucking backgrounds, and I know how much work that could. But then you think back to like Graham is one of those old school guys who did his own shit, right? And didn't cheat. There's so much cheating that was going back. You can tell when people were using 3D models. You could tell when people are using light tables, and you could tell the artists who weren't. And I think it'll still probably be like that. If AI gets incorporated, it might be too polished. You look at the French Bandis and A stuff, which is just fucking incredible art. It's brilliant. And everything's going to look like that now. And it's just going to make it kind of boring.
It's going to take the individuality out of the artwork. And I was on Shad's show and we were discussing this, and I took a hard line on it. And the thing that I pointed out was like, if you tell AI that you want a beagle on a doghouse, it's going to draw this painterly looking beagle on a doghouse, and everything. The shingles are going to be right and everything, but that's not going to be Charles Schultz's version of a beagle on a doghouse.
Yeah,
which is very unique. The cartoonist. You can argue the validity or whether one drawing is better technically than another, but you can't argue the intrinsic value of the cartoonist whose personality is in that drawing.
Yes,
nobody wants to see a painted beagle, a very photorealistic beagle on a doghouse. But the charm of Charles Schultz stuff is very unique, and that's what gets lost.
And Gary, to your point, I love the fact that you brought up the synthesizer, because that's exactly what I feel like it's like. And it's just really interesting because new age music is just basically all synthesizer, and it's people who can't even sing, so they're just kind of like using the synthesizer as a crutch to become singers or whatever, and become like number one on Spotify, and all they're using is that technology, but it's not going to help like actual music. You know what I mean? It's not very good. So it's just all very interesting that you said that to me. I think that this is very similar to that. You're going to see like very saturated AI art just everywhere. That's going to all look the same and have no soul, like Graham was saying.
And that's probably true. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
I think
the only
it'll
thing I
be.
worry about is you guys might get freaked out the second you can't start telling the difference. Like you say, it's going to lack the character of an artist, but I think I'm surprised it's even come this far this fast. I think that AI is only going to get more and more scary, for lack of a better word. And might be that I see some artwork on Twitter casually shit. I'm like, wow, that's incredible. And then someone's like, I put that together in 5 seconds on an AI program. It's like, oh.
And it's not going to stop with comics. Like it'll be game development, and you'll be in CGI, and you'll be able to like you don't have to farm out. Yeah, it'll change everything.
It could change architecture as well.
Yeah.
I think it was
maybe it'll
Free
start
sent me like
looking good again.
a friend
sucks right now.
A friend of mine sent me someone who like comboed up Geiger and Futurama or something absurd, and the AI just constructed a bunch of stuff, and I was like, oh my god, these images are so interesting. I was looking at it. There was I don't know if anyone else saw it. There was like a 50s Avengers or something that an AI came up with, or alt universe 50s Avengers. And I was just looking at the Iron Man. I was like, that's so cool. And then it's like an AI made that, by the way, from sampling a bunch of shit. And I was like, but it's cool. I was like, and the thing is, I wonder if there's viability in using that as a baseline for an artist to find inspiration. Have an AI just shove a bunch of stuff together, poop out something.
The artist will always be the artist. I think there's always going to be a need for artists. I think, and the good ones will always shine through, and they'll either use the tool or do the old school stuff. I believe that. You know, the thing is, we're in such a paradigm shift with art, anyway, and technology, and like we're now replacing things we never like. Who in the fuck thought there was going to be an AI for art? I mean, that's like having an AI for hairdressers. You know, like it's just something you just didn't think would happen, but it did. You know, it's happening.
Yeah, it's the
I'll be
future.
good though. I don't like AI. I don't like.
I'm a huge advocate of not everything not AI. I hate.
There's a lot of
advocate of no AI.
There's a lot of movies that say it's a really bad idea. You know, especially when they start turning on and off our nukes and shit.
Yep.
Real quick, I got to mention this shirt I'm wearing because I promised I'd do it. That this company sent. Like, we got some ugly Christmas shirts. You want them? I'm like, yeah. So
he didn't even hesitate.
I love it.
I was like, fuck yeah. So I don't do sweaters. But there's Santa and some indigenous girl, some hot indigenous
She's
girl.
hot. She's dancing.
She's dancing for Santa.
Oh.
I don't know where Mrs. Claus is. I'm not answering these questions. It also has a pineapple on it. So
He's on vacation. He's on vacation without Mrs. Claus. That's the best part.
right.
Amazing.
Maybe that is Mrs. Claus, you know? Like,
That's not an ugly shirt. That's actually
Maybe
a cool
he's straighten up.
I know. I love this shirt. I'm going to like, this is like, this
I
shit's
want one of those.
rocking this a lot. So the company is named Summer Everest, and they were watching us, and they're like, okay, so wait, hang on. Could you focus on me again? Actually, go real quick.
Yep.
The
Sorry,
QR code, you guys get. I don't know what it could go to porn, as far as I know.
Wow. Eric K is dropping the links in the chat already.
All right, cool. So Summer Everest, thanks for sending me the shirts. They didn't have
What's
to do.
the QR code, dude? Just go to their website.
It takes you search Summer Everest Party or scan QR code directly with your mobile device to join some VIP discounts.
Oh, and like right now they have a pretty good sale. Buy two get.
Oh my God, it's a
10%
sale.
off, and then
Oh my God.
buy three get more. Oh, what? 2 8% off, 3 15% off, 4 25% off.
You know what I did a couple of days ago? Because I've been cooped up in my fucking room a little bit too long. All right. So I moved here and in February, and I've been like just doing videos and stuff. So I finally went out and saw my mom, went to LA. But then I got back and I went out Christmas shopping with my wife in a mall, and it was packed. It was a packed mall, fucking Christmas songs. And I didn't know I missed that. That was fucking awesome.
Oh my God. I went to the mall the other day too, Gary. It was awesome. And I saw a Mexican Santa. I took pictures with Mexican Santa.
We had
awesome.
mariachi Christmas carols.
Yay.
Fucking great. I was like, God, I didn't know I missed this. It was like just a packed mall, no masks because we're in Texas.
Nice.
Brilliant. It was
Human connection, Gary. Isn't it wonderful?
But let's
not
go.
AI.
Not AI.
Not AI.
Let's
Went
go
to a mall filled with AI. I don't know. It's weird.
Let's go to somewhere where they need an AI, and that's the access media. I am all for the AI taking over the access media, you fucking morons. Why are there so many men in the Rings of Power? Now, this is an independent article. This isn't like the Babylon Bee.
I'll bet the article's AI.
It might be.
That guy looks like AI.
No human being looks like that.
No, that second rewriting Ripley article about us, that felt like it was written by an AI. or retards.
In the UK, we got tabloids and we got broadsheets, and the Independent was a broadsheet. And
What's a broadsheet? Was that a sheet with broads on it?
well, the other ones are smaller, and then the broadsheet's like larger.
So it's just broad.
Like the Daily News is a tabloid, and
yeah,
New York
like the
Times is a
Sun, the
broadsheet.
Star, yeah. And this used to be a respected broadsheet. It used to be a respected newspaper. It's fucking trash now.
You know who it's owned by? You know who it's owned by, right?
Murdoch.
No, Saudi Arabia.
What?
Oh, really? What?
Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Did it
Russell
own? That's
Brand.
hilarious.
Yeah, that's owned by Saudi Arabia.
Oh, no wonder it's full of fucking
Shit.
throwing
Yeah,
shit. Yeah.
No wonder they got James Moore writing this.
Why are there too many men in the
like a
drinkers
Saudi
bar?
prince or something, like not the country, but like something of Saudi Arabia. Female characters these days do more than bring warriors to their post-battle beers, but they still don't exist in worlds where they are half the population. We're talking about Rings of Power, by the way.
Everybody was women. Everybody was women. What?
All the leaders, every single solitary leader was a woman.
Yeah, it was all girl bosses. There was like feminine men, but like even like Durin, who was in charge, he was taking advice from his wife, who turned into a Sith by the end of the series. By the way,
And he was in love with Elrond. Elrond.
I do have a clip of their.
Give me the meat and give it to me raw.
5 minutes later.
Oh my.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? It's the granddaddy of franchises. Yes, I'm using the male gender here because the Lord of the Rings almost completely ignores just over 50% of the human population. Are they talking about the Rings of Power or Amazon or Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, or the books? Are they
No, he's talking about Lord of the Rings because he's mentioned Eowyn in the next paragraph.
He said, hang on. That says
In
the Rings of
Power.
Power. Yeah. that says the Rings of Power. Women barely get a look in, with the notable exception of Eowyn, the slayer of the biggest nasty in of the ring race, and Galadriel, purist, nearly had fits when Peter Jackson dared to beef up Arwen's role a bit in his Oscar-winning trilogy of movies. By the way, you know who had fits? The OneRing.net. They were the ones who had fits. Did I tell you? Oh, I didn't tell you. So one of the guys from the OneRing.net was we went to the Star Wars bar where Kevin Smith does his podcast, and I guess they do theirs there too. And one of the guys was working the fucking door.
Oh my god! I thought you were gonna say where Kevin Smith does his crying for some reason.
Oh, that too. And the bar was fine. I mean, like I didn't drink. You know, I'm sober, so I didn't drink anything. It was just atmosphere. But yeah,
he was a door dude. Did he recognize you?
Yeah, of course. I'm looking right. Like, what's up, dude? And he like doesn't even say a word to me.
Petty as shit. That's fucked.
Biatch. Amazon's The Rings of Power, the world's most expensive TV series, presented a gift-wrapped opportunity to redress the balance. Redress the balance. Where have we heard that before?
Everywhere.
Redress the balance. Working as it did for information contained within books and appendices, only appendices, to be honest with you. This gave the creators more space to play around without attracting an oh my god, I'm getting the big words here. Opprobrium? From the
Opprobrium.
Opprobrium.
Yeah. Fucking
What's that? What does that mean?
No idea what that means.
It means he's a pretentious cunt.
Oh, I thought I was just like pulling an English as a second language
Harsh
here.
criticism or censure.
Just say fucking harsh criticism.
Yeah, or censorship.
Use English. Go ahead.
Opprobrium from the substantial cohort of incels within Rings fandom.
He's AI confirmed.
Okay,
yeah.
What the fuck?
I want to just look at the guy calling us an incel.
Non-human.
Dude, that is the peak of manhood right there.
Right there.
Wait
It's
till
that suit,
Okay,
man. He's got that fucking accountant suit
Do you know
on.
what he looks like? He looks like he needs to sign a DC Men Will Do Better contract. That's what he looks like.
Oh my god!
I
Yeah,
could mail him a copy of
he
Giant Size
he needs
Two-Fisted
to like
Manly
take a
Fist.
pledge.
He wouldn't know what to do with it,
You
Graham.
wouldn't know what to do with it. Yeah.
Couldn't lift it. It's a hardcover. It's heavy.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do I even want to go forward?
The incels in the ring stand.
And it may appear that things have improved. Morphic Clark, who plays Galadriel, has emerged as the star of the series, having played a striking, flawed, obsessive, and perennially fascinating character. Oh my God.
What show is this guy watching?
Yeah, he didn't watch. Maybe he's watching one of our other shows.
He's watching Paycheck from Amazon.
Whose presence helped keep the series afloat during its mid-season sag when you wondered where on Middle Earth its various plots and subplots were actually going. You mean the entire season was a sag? There was no mid-season sag. The sag was very consistent from beginning to end. We also heard Nori Brandyfoot, the Harfoot Hobbit. No, it's just a Harfoot because they can't say Hobbit. Bronwood, the Southlander healer turned leader of her people, Muriel, the Queen Regent of Numenor, and a smattering of other supporting characters. So is he getting
Literally all women that he just
not
named.
enough women?
Wait, we'll get some convoluted absolute bollocks to justify that.
Oh my god! Keep reading, yeah.
But while that's an improvement, they are still outnumbered by the boys. Women are underrepresented among the secondary characters. Oh, so he's talking about what secondary characters?
Milk truck.
The randos in the crowds that are wearing the same outfit.
But there's like five. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, as far as secondary characters, there's like five.
All of the Harfoots
Yeah,
are women, apart from Lenny Henry and the guy with the dumb FICO. Otherwise, it was just women.
It was a man, a stinky hobo man, that activated the volcano. So
Wait,
the three Eminem women
The
were
feminine, yeah.
all them were women.
Were they not
Eminem.
women? I don't know.
So this
enough.
guy hasn't watched the show.
Oh, maybe he's talking about the boat guys because there was a bunch of guys on the boat.
I've been getting a press release containing details of additional characters ahead of season 2, and we'll probably have to wait a couple of years for. Thank God. The first of these featured 5 men and 2 women. The imbalance was even greater with the second, which contained headshots and bios of 8 actors, only one of whom was a woman.
Cool. Hope they all got fired.
Yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is the source material has more men than women. That it does. That's what you should adapt. Is you should make a good story. They can't though. They're not going to be capable. It's going to suck. They're going to try to be more canonical. I don't know how, but
obviously Tolkien was wrong, and they're better, and they're going to fix it.
They're going to improve on the man's
shortcomings.
I don't know what he's talking about.
How many times have we heard that as well? Fixing the mistakes of the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, though. I mean, clearly Jennifer Lawrence wrote Lord of the Rings, so I don't know why he's so upset.
Redressing the balance. There is no fucking balance in Hollywood. There's zero balance. That's their big problem. That's what they're talking about openly now. Not as openly as I like, but maybe we'll talk about that in my next video. I got to write my next video too. They're going to be big. It's going to be a minute. Fluffy Tortuga for $4.99. As lasted more than 38 seconds for Graham. He should feel honored. There you go. Estimate of...
Graham, do you want to... Hold on, can we just explain? Graham, do you know actually where the 38-second meme comes from, Graham? That is... Yeah, there's the meme, I last 38 seconds, which is true. But,
okay.
That is how long I watched Wheel of Time before I turned it off, never to watch it again. 38 seconds. That's
Wheel of Time.
Yeah, on Amazon. Another Amazon production, by the way.
Oh, I missed that one.
Adaptation
I
of the
didn't miss
books.
much.
No, 38 seconds worth for me.
Wow.
But
So
it was
there's a
just...
bunch of.
Go on.
No, there's a bunch of shit fantasy out right now. So you could watch Wheel of Time, Rings of Power, Willow, and I guess this Blood Origin prequel, and you will not be able to tell the difference between the shows. You will it looks like a bunch of secondary, very diverse characters in rags doing really interesting shit.
Well, I have to say, I've never seen any of those shows, but I have seen promos, and I thought it was the same show. So
It's funny that because we were talking about how homogenized this fantasy's become. You can't change; they're interchangeable. You can't tell one from the other.
Mm-hmm.
And when Tolkien's so specific fantasy, and you're, let's just say, as a normie when it comes to those shows, and you saying I can't really tell the difference between them. Boom.
Yeah.
That was exactly one of the criticisms when they tried to inclusify and diversify these products. You're taking away the fundamental aspects of how these have been created by their various, by their various creators, Tolkien in this case. And Wheel of Time, 38 seconds of narrative, and the way that they wanted to put the spin on the narrative to again make it more intersectional. That was it. I listened to 38 seconds like, fuck off, I ain't wasting my fucking time. You've told me already what your intentions are with this show. No,
right.
Off. Done.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's the same with just about anything you're getting. Every once in a while, something will sneak by and you're like, oh, that was cool. That was interesting. But by and large, it's all this homogenized shit. You just pick the genre and they will homogenize that genre for you and distill it down to basically just surface detail. And that's what we're seeing with all this stuff is surface detail and no meat and potatoes.
No.
Has anyone here watched Willow? I haven't.
Willow?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The TV show, or the movie.
I meant
saw the movie.
The movie I've seen. The show I haven't seen.
I never liked that stuff. I never liked Lord of the Rings. I enjoyed the Peter Jackson movies, but I never wanted to read the book for the same reason you had a hard time getting through the article. You can't pronounce the goddamn name.
It's the big one, Melissa.
I'm coming, Elizabeth. I'm coming.
Rest in peace, Az and Gary. Rest in peace.
That type of fantasy stuff I never dug it. I mean, I love Burroughs, I love Howard. And I love reading that stuff.
I love that shit too. Oh my god!
But trolls and elves and shit like that was like not my thing.
My thing. Hey, Chuck Dixon did a great version of The Hobbit.
Oh yeah,
good.
Chuck does a great version of everything. He can write.
Yeah.
As a legend. All right, so we're gonna read some more soups and then probably get out of here. So, estimate of the situation for $10. Graham, do you have any advice for those trying to start their own books that might have not went the crowdfunding route to start? Also, your Bane is the definitive Bane.
Well, thank you for that. And what is he asking?
He's asking, do you have any advice for those trying to start their own books that might have not went down the crowdfunding route?
Well, if you don't go down the crowdfunding route, then you have two choices. You either pay for it yourself or you get a publisher to publish it. Both of those things I would caution you to do. I would say go the crowdfunding route. Build your audience ahead of time and get your product out there. If you go with the first route, one of the things in business, never spend your own money, they say. Because if it doesn't work out, you're in the hole. The second thing is if you do it with a publisher, they're going to own 50% or 100% of your IP. And that you don't want to give up. You want to hold the value of that because you never know where that'll go down the road. So I caution you about those two ways. And I just say, start investigating crowdfunding, do your due diligence, start building your list. Get on YouTube and start streaming and building an audience ahead of time. There's a lot of preliminary stuff you could do before you go ahead and launch. You know, just work hard at it, because it's going to be a lot of work, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, go into it for fun. Like, you know, that it could be a hobby until it's not. That would be my approach to any creative endeavor right now. And that way, that, you know, if anything, you're just making it for yourself. A lot of people still do that, you know, and it gives them a little something to do. You know, if you got your day job, like when I was working my shitty day job, I was like in bands. I tried to always do something creative, so it just wasn't my shitty day job all the time.
Right. It became a refuge for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I might get roasted for this. Well, you probably will, but the entertainment coming are these days makes me miss Michael Bay movies. No, you're not going to get roasted for that. I miss Michael Bay movies. As I just wanted to say, other than Lord of the Rings, you're my favorite thing about New Zealand. Cheers. Lady Squiffington for 20.
Lady Squiffington.
Oh
You
my.
simply must come around for tea.
Shard Duel 162 on the Streamlabs side, circumventing Mama Susan for $5 says, "Oh my God, just tuned in now, and it's Graham Nolan, sir. I cannot explain how big of a fan my father was. Don't you love it when you hear that?
Yeah.
And this was in India.
Ouch.
Where getting comics was super rare. So his dad got comics in India. Thank you for making his nerd moments and dreams come true amongst the stars today. But hello from," and then it just ends.
You're very welcome, Sammy.
Yeah. Now get off my lawn.
That's so sweet.
My dad loved you.
My grandfather thought you were the bomb.
No.
He's 40.
Oh my God. If I ever hear that, I'm going to kill myself.
Blabs did that to me at the meetup. She's like, "My dad loves you." I'm like, "That's
Oh
cool."
no.
Oh no.
Well, to be fair, Blabs is like really young.
He's like 10, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's fine. Man of War 665, neighbor of the beast. What's up, brother? Says, "Hail Graham, two-fisted manly tails was kick-ass."
Hey, Man of War. What's up, brother?
Dude, that's a good dude right there.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah.
good dude.
He's on my channel a lot.
I cannot wait for Ghosts. Also, thanks for bringing some funny book talk back to the Funny Book Show. And Gary, don't forget, fuck Wizards of the Coast. I will not forget. You will not let me forget. Those woke wankers. Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah. Fuck them in their fuckholes.
And they're
Those
all their
woke
holes.
wankers.
With
That's a lot of
sandpaper.
holes.
Malik Gurley for $5 says, "To MauLer, enjoyed you and the boys making Synthetic look more of a clown than he did himself."
Oh, well,
I
I'm glad
got to
you did.
watch that.
I need to
Yeah, me-
watch it.
I wanna
Yeah,
watch
just put
it.
aside 11 and a half hours, you know?
Could you give us the? Well, I know I'm asking the long man this, so this is a stupid question, but I'll try anyway. Could you give us the Cliff Notes version of it, long man?
It's like he'd be like, the puzzles, they were way too easy and built for someone like Darkside Phil, and then show a clip of him or someone is like, oh yeah, it's funny, and then I would compare that to his stream where he was getting stumped on puzzles that were incredibly easy, and the AI were trying to explain to him how to complete it. It would start with stuff like that, and and normal stuff, and then he'd be like, there's no gore in the game, and I do a montage of all the gore, and we'd show how he's edited it so he cut out the gore so that you didn't see it as a viewer. I was like, these are really deceptive ways of reviewing games, guys. He'd be like, you don't deal enough damage. The hard mode is just spongy. And then I'd compare that with clips of him being like, wait, I have like 15,000 XP and I can spend that on moves? Huh. And then when he starts buying them, he's like, this is too many moves. I'm not going to remember these moves. This is like, all of them are described as dealing more damage. It's like, so that's just, a point being, not very good at reviewing games. And then as it goes on, there are more and more clips that have little bits attached to you, like, that's a bit weird that he said that. That's a bit weird that he said that, and that, until you get to, I think, I was going to say the midpoint, but 3/4 in, it becomes clear that he's very angry at a lot of creators, including myself, like Drinker, a few other reviewers, their names come up, and he's like, they all don't. They're all not pointing out enough about the state of media. And so like, oh, where's that going? What's going on there? And then the further you push on, he's like, oh, I fucking hate that they've made Freya Queen of the Valkyries now for their feminist agenda. And then even his own audience were like, oh, but she is Queen of the Valkyries.
Yeah.
In Norse. So. And then it's like, oh, this is awkward. And there's like, there's some comments I'm hesitating to bring them up just because they get a little bit.
I know. Well, he gets into like the why, right? So, and then he takes it there. Then he just goes there. The place
into the canyon.
Okay.
And then he just goes full Kanye, right?
Yeah, he goes full Kanye, and that's
the end. Yeah,
that's the end of your argument. But jeez, so lame.
It's a rabbit hole, and like I said, if you want to skip to the last hour, you'll see the spiciest stuff. But the whole adventure it's wild. It's a wild way of reviewing a game. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it was a crazy EFAP. I'm still hearing. So MauLer said you might hear something from my EFAP, and I did. So and I'm
it might come up.
God.
When was this? Like Saturday or
Saturday? Right? It was Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
Obviously, it's Saturday and Sunday, technically. It's
11
12 hours.
11 hours, 30 minutes.
Yep.
11 hours, 30 minutes.
If you go to the end, we're all so dead by the end of it. Like this was something. All the chat, the people who were in there the whole time,
dude,
just like, ugh.
Like Flashcast is starting and you're still going. I'm like, whoa, this is a long one. Okay, this is a long one.
Oh yeah,
anniversary.
Mark got to bed after I went to bed.
Wow.
So, yeah, well, and I was excessively thankful to everybody who came in, including Mark. He was a trooper, putting up with all of that for that long. And I said, like, you gonna tell X-Ray Girl about what you saw today? And he was like, yeah, probably. Like, it's one of those things, you need to share. Sharing a problem halves it or something.
Does it?
I don't know. I think it's the same. Some people might say it doubles the problem.
My wife totally does not agree with that at all, but right anyway. Darth Gavel for $5 says, when they tested the first nuclear bomb, Jennifer Lawrence said, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Was the first nuclear bomb diverse enough? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Hey, speaking of that new movie looks pretty freaking good. Did you see the
Oppenheimer?
screenshot? Yeah.
Where Christopher Nolan was able to recreate the first atomic explosion.
Apparently.
Practical effects.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
God bless Nolan. Right. I want to blow up an atomic bomb. We can do that, right?
Why not? He's earned it.
You like my Nolan accent? That was totally it.
No,
It's
I
so
was
great.
actually, it made me cringe immediately.
It was gorgeous.
Now I'm
I loved
Christopher
it.
Nolan. I am. That's right. Christopher Nolan's very well spoken. He just a little bit right. Yeah, Christian, your fans do a little bit of Batman, right? Got a little bit of Interstellar, going to space, fucking spaceships and shit, fucking awesome.
Have you ever seen his very first movie? It's like the black and white movie that he has, and then in one of the first shots that he has, he's got a Batman logo like right on his door, and I thought it was really cool.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, it was foreshadowing for the future.
What a dude.
I know.
What a dick.
How many? I don't know why I'm thinking about this now, but I am. In your Rings of Power video, as when you say Mordor, dude.
Mordor.
What the fuck?
Just rolling the eye,
Can you say Mordor like that once?
He did. He just did.
No, like
Mordor.
yeah.
Mordor.
All you needed was like the Comic Sans or whatever the fuck they used. Fading in.
Oh my god, what a stupid decision. I can't believe they did that. It's so embarrassing.
Oh god. It's just
You know what
It
happened.
went from
They said
Arial to Comic Sans.
You can, I guarantee you the original version was Adar said, "We shall call this place Mordor." They were like, "That's too obvious. We should make it more subtle. Have the name at the top."
And then change it.
Because
Wait, what
these idiots who watch Rings of Power won't know anything to do with Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, because it was Southlands, right? Yeah.
I would have given them a point. I would a half a thumb if they had just left it and said, "This place is no longer the Southlands," and that was it. And it cuts to credits.
Yeah.
Like, oh, and you can get one person out there who's like, "What's that mean?" And then someone else goes, "Oh, it's Mordor, isn't it? It's from the movies." And then there you go. That's great.
Is it? Is that Christopher Nolan?
He's Christopher Nolan and his brother. They're watching Rings of Power.
It's John. Well, yeah.
They're
Well,
inceptioning.
Yeah.
Bloody nonsense.
You see that fucking Rings of Power, mate?
I thought it was shit.
John!
Who's that old geezer who's
the fucking powers on, mate?
I'm too busy making Westworld feminist, all right?
Oh my god.
Boy, there's a show that went off the rails.
Fucking balls.
I heard they took that show off HBO.
They're gonna what they're gonna do is they're gonna take some of their lower tier, because that's what Westworld is now, programming, and license it out to make money. It's kind of smart.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know what would have been smarter was actually doing a good story.
That would have been a great idea.
It was so amazing that first season.
Yep.
And then it just went off the freaking rails.
Dude,
what?
Episode 1 is like one of my favorite pilots for any TV show ever. That
So
first episode
good.
is so enticing.
It's so tight and good, and you could tell they were going in a certain direction. They were going to start exploring consciousness, and then Lisa Joy took over because of Me Too Time's Up, and they rewrote the whole thing.
Oh, is that the story?
Yep.
Oh, that explains it. Because to take a sea change like that on something so successful and to run it into the ground, it just smells of metal
Easy now.
Yeah, it plays better. Like, it honestly plays great if you just leave it at one season and the rest to your imagination.
Right.
It's fantastic. You can just the music's great. The soundtrack is fucking awesome. The everything about the story is tight, and you could tell it was
Acting is amazing.
prior to TDS fucking Hollywood. I mean, that's probably the best example of a show that just fucked itself with TDS Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah, the other one would be Bloodlines. Did you ever see that one?
Never saw that one.
Yeah. That one started out so great. And then Florida changed the tax laws so that it was not affordable for them to film it in the Keys. And they decided, well, rather than paying it and paying the extra cost, they were just going to end it. But the script was continuing way beyond that. So they wrapped everything up in one season and left characters out there where, wait, what? What happened to this person? What happened to that person? I mean, it was just a complete, fire sale. It's terrible.
Amazon, the richest one of the richest companies in the world, did that to The Expanse too. They just ended the series. One guy got Me Too'd because he liked to flirt with actresses. Not really sure. So
Yeah, some of the cast.
Because he had interactions with people who were responsible for their own decisions.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
Got rid of him.
Madness.
And the big mystery of the show, at least like Game of Thrones, kind of answers where the White Walkers came from. It's a terrible answer, and they don't give us any context, but they tell us. So there's something kind of like that in The Expanse, and they just never tell you where it comes from. They're just like, fuck it. It's your big fucking mystery throughout the entire fucking show. It's the MacGuffin of the entire show, and they're like, yeah, we don't need it.
What I hate about shows like that is that they put them on the platforms after they've ended, like for reruns, and you see a commercial and you're like, oh, that looks interesting, and then you invest your time in it and you realize they stopped it. They either didn't continue it or they wrapped it up so fast that and you feel like you just wasted all your time.
Yeah,
I don't got time to waste. I hate that.
No, nobody does. And that's why you have to have a show Bible. Okay. Straczynski had a show Bible. That's the thing you need to have, and that's what James Gunn's writing for DC, whether it works or not. They need a Bible. They need to know where they're fucking going.
Well, the reason Breaking Bad was so great is Gilligan knew exactly how many episodes it was going to go. He negotiated the contract for 5 years?
Yep.
I think it's 5 seasons. It had to be 5 seasons, and he was able to pace that thing out. There's no padding, and he does something I've never seen done in a long form storytelling before, where he takes his protagonist and his antagonist and does this.
Yeah,
which was amazing. As you saw that progression, it's one of the best TV shows I've ever seen.
When you say
absolutely
the antagonist flipped, who you talking about? Jesse?
Yeah.
I mean, he was a good guy from the get go. He was just with the wrong things, right? Doing drugs and stuff. I wouldn't consider him like an antagonist.
Well, he's not an antagonist in the traditional sense, but he's clearly a guy you don't root for because he's a scumbag. But you don't realize.
Speak for yourselves, guys. I like Jesse.
I like Jesse too. He was my
we
favorite
liked him
character.
better as we got to know him. But when we first see him jumping out that window, and behaving like the punk that he was not a likable character. But as we got to know him and see, we found out that he's actually more genuine than that piece of shit Walt, who was such a narcissist. He did everything for himself, only he held it or coasted under the idea that he was doing it for his family.
Yeah.
But it was really all about him.
Jesse was meant to be killed in the first episode, wasn't he?
Really?
First season. I don't know about first episode.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
Wow.
But he proved so popular with audiences that.
Also, with me, I got to like him pretty quickly, like because obviously he was like
I didn't. I thought he was shit. I thought he was just a shit. But I like and I was kind of like rooting for Walter to snap out of it. But then as it progressed, obviously he went further and further down the darkness, and by the end of I think Breaking Bad is possibly one of the greatest final episodes of any show.
Oh, it so clearly
So
wraps
well
things
done.
up so wonderfully.
Just-
Jesse
just-
smashes through that chain link fence with the El Camino.
Oh my god.
I mean, you're
I
like,
was screaming.
yes!
Yeah. I was
Yes,
screaming.
yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
It's got
This
its
is the
free.
metaphor of the breaking the
Yeah,
fence and breaking the barrier. It's so great.
Nearly as subtle as the metaphor.
Yeah, I want to watch it again. No,
I
well, I mean, we
I just
can, right? It's the beauty
Finished
of
watching the first season of Better Call Saul. I got to get back into that. I loved
Yeah, me
it.
too. I gotta
It's
finish that.
good.
That's great too. Did you ever see Justified?
Yeah, Justified's awesome.
Oh,
Love
love
Justified.
that show. Elmore Leonard, can't beat him.
Hell yeah. It's one of my wife's favorites too. Actually, she's the one who turned me on to the show. Damn good.
Really?
Oh, Banshee's a good one. If you ever never seen Banshee, fuck.
Yeah,
Banshee's
haven't
awesome.
seen that.
Oh.
Ooh, Justified looks good.
Watch Banshee. If you've not seen Banshee, you will not regret it. It is fucking awesome. Great show.
What genre is it?
It is so an ex-con, right? Goes impersonates a sheriff in a town with what's his fucking name? I can't remember his name now. He's impersonating a sheriff, and he's taken on this criminal organization.
Blazing Saddles.
That's it. The sheriff is near.
The sheriff is near.
The
Sheriff is near.
I'm trying. I got to figure out his name.
Oh, Dick, blam it, dang, blam it.
Robert, I read.
You cracker croakers.
We're not going to get any more Blazing Saddles ever again.
It's Anthony Starr is plays home guy who plays Homelander is in it. It's a fucking great show.
Okay. Somebody in the chat said the last episode sucked.
I didn't think so.
Okay.
I didn't think so.
At least it's got a last episode. God, I hate when
Yeah.
shows just fucking end. Like, it's just like, oh, okay, what?
Yeah.
Can I have an ending? Thanks.
How about The Sopranos? Did you guys ever see that?
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
I have to watch it. It's like been on my list forever.
It's
But
great.
I'm a huge
Talk
Wire
about
fan.
the great
I'm
theme song.
the
Oh
Wire
my
person.
god, I love that theme song.
It's good. It's a good theme song. I've heard that one. Mad Men had a really good theme song too. It's a good show.
I didn't see Mad Men.
What?
I feel like I was too young for that show.
Mad Men was great, Gary. You'd love it. It's fantastic.
I feel probably the same way about that one as I do Yellowstone. It's just a little too normy for me. Like Banshee was just right in that drug deal gone bad kind of realm that I like. Justified had Timothy Oliphant and what's his name? They were fucking awesome. And that
Timothy Elephant.
Timothy Oliphant.
Oh, you mean fake Boba Fett?
He was in the Boba Fett show.
Deadwood, dude, one of the greatest shows ever fucking made. Deadwood. Okay.
that's a good one.
Ian McShane's a legend. He is a fucking legend.
Legend in that.
Did you ever see him in Space 1999?
Wow. Yeah. Oh, we're going back a little bit now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the
Very
Eagle.
young.
I like Space 1980.
He didn't have all the cigarette lines on his face at that point.
That voice was like that.
Yeah.
So Banshee.
He was trying to smooth the silk back then, you know. And then all of a sudden, Deadwood.
Oh, we don't love to have his voice, okay?
Ulrich Thompson play as Kai Proctor is a crime kingpin, is an Amish kingpin. So it's Banshee's fucking cool. I just forgot the Amish kingpin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a very interesting show. I've never heard Az talk this much about someone other than himself.
That's because it's true.
Wow.
This was at the beginning when you were.
Without innuendo, says Sean Godley for $5.
Who am I meant to talk about when I'm on my own? So today's stream, we're going to talk about X-Ray Girl.
Or the events, like the news, the events.
Yeah, like things.
Oh, I know Sean's a ball buster. I like him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about the innuendo. We can't go a stream. We can't go 5 minutes.
Yeah,
without innuendo.
especially if I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't
Why's
that a
that?
fact?
Yeah. Oh, did we get that shirt worked out yet?
No.
Okay, we're still
not
working
yet.
on it. I told my members what's coming.
It's there's some issues with the logo.
Oh, is it too close?
Maybe. What we're seeing if we could shop some other places that might.
All right, I have a solution for that. So just find a 70s Marvel comic, okay? And it says Marvel Comics Group. Use the font from that because that is a regular old font. They cannot ping you for that. That is a font that's on every fucking keyboard. So use that. We're doing something with Marvel that's gonna help.
Oh, with the blue.
Here, I'll show you.
Okay.
It says Marvel Comics Group right across.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's in black and on white. I see it. I see it.
Just use that font, and you can use. I would just use white. Just go ahead and use white, and just make it a little bigger, and it won't look like the it'll be close enough.
Sorry, we interrupt this real BBC for a meeting.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what we're doing. Do you want me to just tell you?
Yes, tell us.
Tell us.
Make Marvel Mail Again shirts.
Hey,
Yay.
Yeah.
I'll buy one.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing, because like Chris Gore, I told Chris Gore, I'm like, dude, make some shirts now. He's like, no, I don't want to make shirts. I'm too fucking cool. I'm Chris Gore. He's like, and I'm like, no, it's your. I'm like, what if we did it for charity? What if we did it for testicles? What if we triggered people for testicles? So that's what we're doing.
Great.
Yes. Buy
Help
mail.
the testes by
Help the
buying this
testes.
shirt that's coming out. Excellent.
Well, Marvel definitely needs some balls. So
I mean, they're taking Namors and they're taking all these other.
Oh, don't even get me started on
What
Namor.
is you're supposed to look for if they take it away?
Namor.
Gary, have you ever seen HBO's Rome? I have. I think it's one of the greatest series. You should watch it. It's absolutely one of the greatest shows. That and Carnival, both Carnival got 2 seasons, were fantastic. Ronald D. Moore did one. I think that Bruno guy did Rome. I can't remember his last name, but Ray Stevenson was a fucking man in that, and he was a great Punisher as well. But Rome is awesome.
He was great in a movie called Kill the Irishman.
Yes. Ray Stevenson, a cool dude too. He's like the one movie star who came. Well, I had a couple movie stars come by my store, but he was one of them.
No kidding.
Yeah, he was the cool one. Tyrese Gibson was cool. He was a little weird, but he was cool. He came by my. He did a book called Mayhem. You know when movie stars like, I'm going to do a comic book, they always and they'll do one and they forget about it. That's exactly what happened. He went to Image Comics and did this comic called Mayhem, but he did. There was a huge event. It was absolutely a huge event, and then he invited MC Hammer over to my fucking store. So I got to meet MC Hammer. Just like,
that's awesome.
Did he walk in the store sideways with his parachute?
No,
that would have been awesome.
But he had like a $9,000, and I repeat, $9,000 leather jacket on.
When he went to grab one of the comics, did you say, "Can't touch
that"?
No.
Oh, you should have missed.
Oh, that would have been great.
He was really fucking cool.
Missed
MC Hammer was
opportunity.
really fucking cool. Yep, I missed it. Olaf for 100 Swedish krona. You better be given Swedish krona with a name like Olaf. As you can be my British representation anytime. Ooh, in Dark Tide, can I hear a golden throne? Praise the God Emperor.
Oh, you're gonna praise the God Emperor.
I got a sound effect from all his other gaming streams.
I have no idea where that's from.
That's your war cry. It's actually labeled as his war cry on my soundboard.
I was under a lot of stress.
Oh yeah, you were a pussy. Gary, remember it's Texas time, not Cali time. Aaron Pipes for $10. I'll try to remember that. It actually did take me like 6 months to get used to the time. I was fucked up for a long time. Jennifer Lawrence is why people put pineapple on pizza.
Wow.
Thank you, Jennifer Lawrence, then.
Damn.
Dude. Why did you wait for Jennifer Lawrence to start the stream? You guys need to start doing things for yourself and stop putting the world on that poor victimized
She's just
famous
so
woman's
inspired.
shoulders. Mr. Tickle Truck for 10 Canadian pesos. Oh, Dan Fraga. What's up, Dan Fraga? For a dollar.
Boom! The boom is in the house.
We love them. Big respects for my pals. Right back at you.
Oh, wait, can I ask Graham, pineapple on pizza or no?
No.
Yes.
See, look, he's baffled because he's like, is there even another answer? And it's like, no, there not. That's the
Yes,
answer.
the answer is yes.
Am I so
The answer is
heartbroken?
yes. And I'm gonna have some. I can't have some.
You like pineapple, and you like pineapple on a pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you?
Isn't
I'm
it
Gary.
such a horrible shame that
Yeah,
that's something they
me
would
and
say?
MauLer on the
Just-
same team.
Yeah. It can't
Obviously,
be-
they've been paid off by Big Pineapple.
Pineapple shells.
Pineapple on pizza is Canadian, okay?
Oh,
Our treasure.
I'm caught. It's true.
It's true.
That's the
Selling
bag.
for Big
That's the
Pineapple
bag,
all these
yeah.
years.
I was catching some shit from my Lord of the Rings comments, but Man of War 666 says I just redeemed myself.
I was gonna say you killed Gary twice today. First
I
with that
know.
Lord of the Rings comment,
probably
and now
redeemed
the
yourself,
pineapple.
too.
I know. I'm getting on the shit list here.
Wow.
Never to be invited back.
Oh,
no.
no. Unless you send us a video watching you eat a pineapple pizza. It's penance. Pineapple, ham and pineapple.
I
Yeah.
like pineapple. I like pizza, but I just don't like them together.
There you go. Graham. That's
I'm
it.
the
Graham.
same way.
Debunked. Graham doesn't
Almost
like
there.
pineapple pizza. Debunked.
Normal
Uh,
people like them separate. That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, having them separate's fine. I'll allow that.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll allow that. Thank you for
Oh.
allowing that, Eldridge.
Whoa, MauLer, are you coming out as like completely anti-pineapple?
No, I just said it's fine. I give permission for people to have pineapple, just not on
Oh.
Who do you
Oh.
think you are, Jennifer Lawrence?
No, Eldridge God.
Hey, maybe he is. I mean, we don't know what he looks like.
their
Can you imagine Mahler's just Jennifer Lawrence this whole time?
I am the Jennifer Lawrence of my dimension, okay?
Jennifer Lawrence, guys, come on.
I'm the Jennifer Lawrence of lesbians.
Who's that Froth? Frost
You're
is
the first lesbian
Frost
ever?
is the Jennifer Lawrence of lesbians.
That's some deep lore. There you go.
Yeah.
You guys must follow my Facebook because you're quoting everything I've said for 10 years. I've opened the first non-diamond comic shop and it's killing it. Wonder World Comics for $9.99. Thanks, brother. And oh shit. I'll give you some props. I floated that idea a couple of times when Dan Didio lied. I understand when he had the lie. I know why some people liked him. I'm just the guy fucking lied to us, and he said that it was during the weekly comics. He said we wouldn't do any more weekly comics, and he did more weekly comics. I'm like fuck this shit. I'm sick of weekly comics.
Jay Longbone.
What is this?
Put through the AI algorithm. Inverted commas. Bitter black woman girlfriend. It looks a little bit more like quirked up white boy with autism boyfriend. And that's what the AI came up with, I promise you.
Wow.
What does quirked up mean?
Is
that a
little bit odd at times. A little bit weird. A little bit strange.
All right.
Which, can't deny.
I mean, high on the quirk. I'm guessing your quirk is up, so your quirky behavior and
look,
that's full on. You got a face that looks like MauLer sticking his tentacle right up your.
Well, hello there.
You can't say that on TV.
You can touch this. Do.
Wow.
Did Synthetic Man think the Queen of the Valkyries was a man? I seriously want to know.
No, in the previous game, the 2018 game, you have to kill them all. I don't know if you remember or if you did that, but when you kill the queen in 2018, she says her queen is Freya, and then Atreus is like, "What does that mean?" And it's like Odin took Freya's wings, cursed her, blah blah blah, and so Sigrun had to replace her. That's the mistake he made. He was like, "Since when was she the queen?" It's like literally said in the game, is in the mythology. Whatever. He literally said it was a feminist move to make her the queen of the Valkyries.
Oh.
Obviously, the Norse fans were like, "No."
Are we sure Synthetic Man is okay? Does he need
Oh god, the amount of times we as a panel were asking that. It's like, is he all right?
Yeah.
Someone give him a hug. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's dumb.
Hey, Gary, we're really close to 95K for Graham's book.
Are we?
Yeah. Maybe we
Ooh,
should show that again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nina. That's a great
Yeah.
idea.
I can do it, Gary. I can do it.
Yeah.
I changed the currency. There we go.
Oh, look at that. Close
Yeah.
to
Oh,
100
away.
Wow.
We're so close to $95,000. That's amazing.
Let's
We
get
can
her
do
done, guys. Back.
I'll buy
We
a
can do
commission quick.
Then it's on to 100.
Yes.
Down to
You
six.
can keep it up. Davey verse
Biggest young lady.
449. That's British pounds. That used to be proper money till my president. Well, I mean, not the one I voted for, but the president.
That was close.
Graham the Man, inspired by Rippa, Drinker, Shad, and you guys. That's what I am trying right now. Got a few stories written. Hobby hitting 30 subs in 2 weeks. Well, there you go. That's good. Make it a hobby. Have doable goals. That's probably a good way to start.
Take one step forward every day towards your goal, and eventually you'll get to it. It's like, walking 100 miles sounds like a long way, but you got to take a step every day, no matter what you're doing towards that goal.
Agreed.
That's great
Muscle
advice.
One for $5 says Rings of Power actress says Lord of the Rings didn't have enough women after admitting she never read the books.
Wow.
At least she admitted that because we know they didn't read the fucking books. None of them read the damn books. And JD Payne and Patrick McKay, the writers, according to somebody I talked to, like one of them is like is a good guy, and the other one is the Variety called him like the Saul Goodman of the team, which is I wouldn't consider a compliment. No, and that might be part of the problem. Stay tuned to my next video. I never thought Brie Larson would be dethroned, but god damn it, Jennifer Lawrence did it with a quickness. Hail! We are winning, says Joseph Dots for $4.99. Well, okay. I think she took the crown for like a week, but I think consistently Simu Liu is the new Brie Larson. I think he's a fucking moron. I think that guy's got an empty head. And yeah, he's the ultimate adult pretender, and he's not a movie star. He's not a movie star.
Oh, Simu.
He is a photographic model, stock photo model.
Yes, he looks exactly like a stock photo model. That apparently, and this is China saying this, not me. They think he's ugly.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh no.
The criticism was that, like, they got pissed because like we picked this actor that they think is ugly. I'm like, all right.
And he's not Chinese.
He's Chinese and he's Canadian.
No, to them he wasn't Chinese.
Oh yeah. I mean, his biggest flaw is still he's Canadian.
Hey.
Simu, don't get injured for Christ's sake. You'll get murdered by bloody.
I broke a finger. Euthanization is an option.
It's an option. It's an option, Simu. Do you know he's so fucking retarded? He'd probably take it. Oh, okay then.
Okay. It'd be good for the environment. Shake from Hunger Team has gifted 5 Nerdrotic memberships for $25. Thank you very much.
Can I go home afterwards?
Can I go home? What was did you see that guy they interviewed? Like, yeah, I'm set up for euthanasia. I don't want to die, but I mean, it's the only.
Oh, the homeless guy or whatever. The one, the homeless guy, the guy with the chronic back pain or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is Tuesday, Soylent Green Tuesday, when all the food comes out. This is what this sounds like. Soylent Green.
Yeah, like we are in like Demolition Man territory, Logan's Run. You just named the dystopian adventure. We're there.
Yeah, where life is, there's no value in life.
Jennifer Lawrence, first woman to use an abacus. Keep the faith and keep plugging the truth. I'll plug the truth. I'll plug the shit out of the truth. Love you guys and gals. Eric Sheedlow for $10. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Bashy Washy has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Holy shit. Oh, damn it.
God damn.
It's your fault, because I keep.
Not my fault.
I know it's not your fault. It's my fault.
Wow, that was a quick turnaround.
I can't blame other people. It's not very good at it.
I'm kind of confused now.
He's like, is he manipulating me? Is it?
Yeah.
Is it really my fault?
Is he fucking? Oh, he's got me. He's got me.
Hail, real BBC and Graham as you're going to decanonize the plushie with these gym outings. Rooting for you, of course. You can do it. You can do it.
Look, that's not one. This is like long years journey.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a decanonize. It's just pre-arc and then post-arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, no, but that belly.
Oh, what about the Oscar for Thor: Love and Thunder visual effects? It's so funny. Why would they do that? LOL says Guardian Fortress for $9.99. Well,
and best movie.
It's a joke. I mean, they're just they're obviously so disconnected. If I hope it wins, I really hope it wins. I want it to win because it's so shitty.
And the Oscar for best movie goes to Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
Jolly Roger for 5 Canadian pesos. Gary, I've just sent a second email to you. I'm not sure if you read the first one. Please check it out. Thanks. I will. TR for $10. So apparently Chris Nolan may or may not have something that can simulate the destructive majesty of a nuke. Either that or he has an actual nuke. Either way is concerning. Very concerning.
It's very concerning for Hiroshima. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I'm going to start filming in Hiroshima next week. Fuck that. I'm out.
Hi, all. Did you hear that Disney is trying to get Thor: Love and Thunder the best visual effects? Are you guys still up for the end of time special stream, or is it scheduled too full? Best wishes, Ben Chapman. I'm still up for it. I got time. Yeah. We'll do the end of time. Yeah, we could do that one after Christmas. That could be like a post Christmas.
This time next week is my Boxing Day.
Right? Is it? Oh yeah, because you're doing it a week early.
Because I'm doing it a week early because of family. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We could do it on Boxing Day. That might maybe. Yeah.
That meant you were going in the ring.
Yeah.
Az starts working out. 2 weeks later, he's fighting.
Right. Yeah, he's boxing before you know it.
Walking past people just punching him. Fuck off.
YouTuber boxing, DSP versus Az. Take all my money.
DSP needs that money to pay his bills.
Is he going to wear his vest, though? I want to know.
If he knocks us out, he puts the vest on or a hat.
DSP! I'm going to kill you!
Yeah, I'm going to kill you!
Wear your skin as a suit!
I've never seen somebody so frightened in all my life than a Sam Biker. That it was like,
dang, that was the best fucking clip ever. That's kind of the clip of the year for me. But
Sam Biker!
Sam Biker! You mean just kidding? No, I'm actually going to kill him. I'm going to wear a skin.
We did the thing. No, in real life.
I'm gonna go to his house.
That's so good. Smashing Bams well for $5. They aren't interested in appealing to a gay audience. They are specifically making gay content for straight audiences. Yes, that is the thing I heard in LA from a couple of gay guys. They're like, we don't like it's written by straight people. Like it's not, it's stupid. They see the pandering too. So that's what Az brought up earlier is like we have this very small percentage of the population and you're not even getting all of them, not even half of them. That's the whole point. It's for straight people to so woke white women can feel better about themselves just to make Yellow Flash happy. I got to blame the woke white women.
White women.
Why don't you shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up.
Credit to Jay Longbone.
Jay Longbone. Gary, loved your Hollywood video. I thank you. Oh, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say because we haven't played the video. I wondered if the chat would like to see the video of because he asked me what the thing was about, and the video tells it better than anything else.
Do you want to? I can play it.
Yeah, if that's okay. Love to. Is the soundtrack?
I can't unsee Az now of that character.
How can I?
Look at Az.
There he is.
Tribute.
Ooh.
That's a well-made trailer.
I really like the music.
Trailer, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, it really captures the flavor of the book.
Less is more. So it's like in a world, you know. I like that. That was good.
In a world.
In a world.
In a world where every trailer sounds the same.
That's right.
In a
God, that makes
can.
me think of Tropic Thunder when they go through all those trailers.
Scorcher, yeah.
There's a movie that couldn't get made.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
Today.
they're gonna make the second one apparently.
Are they really?
We'll see.
We'll see.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
They're supposed
Yeah,
to.
They might
They'll
make
woke it
something
up.
called Tropic Thunder 2, but whether or not that's an actual sequel, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
Name only.
Mm-hmm.
Grayson J for $4.99. Gary, loved your Hollywood video. Why, thank you. Any predictions for International Treasure Sludge of Herstory? Petition for Az to replace Ruffalo as She-Hulk season 2. I agree with
I don't
that.
want to go near here. I don't want to go near She-Hulk. Hey, have you noticed how it's been immediately renewed for a second season?
National Treasure. Yeah, it didn't. You're reviewing that, aren't you, Az?
I have been.
I heard Quantum Leap.
Yeah.
got renewed,
Jane and
though.
I are going to be reviewing National Treasure. Yeah.
Is that the old Disney version?
Oh no! Unfortunately, not. It's the new and improved that's fixing the mistakes of the past. National Treasure.
Oh, but it's the same story.
No, it's new characters.
New characters. BIPOC characters. I think Catherine Zeta-Jones, who's unrecognizable now with all that fucking plastic surgery.
Oh no!
Yeah, so sad.
It's National Whammon Treasure.
It's National Whammon Treasure.
Oh Lord!
Uh-oh.
Now I got to look
Herstory.
up what she looks like.
American Comics Company taking for $20. I appreciate it. Estimate of the situation for $10. Rule number 1: customer trust also extends to the creative team. Don't betray their trust by insulting their intelligence. Oh no, don't.
Gary, by the way, speaking of your videos, I watched your Witcher one, and I didn't think I could love Henry Cavill anymore until you played like that last little minute about the Lord of the Rings, and I was like, oh, this man, he's just perfect in every way.
That's what made me make the video. I was like, we've got enough here. But then I accidentally heard that because I was looking for the other sound clip. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, that's got to go in.
Oh, so good.
Yeah. That's my guy. That's why we like him. I saw a modern sci-fi graphic novel in a thrift shop. In the first 5 pages, female lead trashes the Bible, smashes a bottle on a douche.
A douchey
white guy. Oh, I thought you said on a douche. I'm like, what? Starts making out with the woman, but had to hide it. Yeah, that's the kind of thing you can't put in the little Tykes, pumpkin for Halloween. And that's the kind of shit that was going around. X Threg, I can't even pronounce that name. Thank you for the 10 Canadian pesos. So it's probably French. Kino review. Sacre bleu. Kino reviews. No, thanks.
Savoir-faire is everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Chocolat mousse.
Chocolate mousse.
Top secret. Sorry. Kino reviews for $5. Those writers are trying to make all characters non-binary while destroying family values. They're using Marxist tactics to gain power. You are correct. You hit the nail on the head. That's where a lot of this shit comes from. And it's been convincing the people who work in Hollywood who don't feel that way that it's actually there. And it's not like somebody's walking up to you in Hollywood and telling you what to write and how to write these white papers. That's what they're called. These white papers, these think tanks create white papers, create research that gets farmed out to the WGA. Then they do shit like this, and it just starts happening. And if anybody has anything to say about it, they could get blacklisted. Matthew Martin was just on Tucker
Carlson,
yeah, talking about that. Go check it out. Follow him on Twitter. Good guy.
Blacklists don't exist,
but they don't exist except
just the people on them.
Shadow bans don't exist.
No.
I love how they at least tried to use different language for shadow ban, but it was still shadow ban. That's still what it meant. It's like we weren't shadow banning, we were just de-emphasizing you based on your beliefs. Total different.
Yeah. I've been de-emphasized because of my beliefs. And what's the word for blacklisting? What's the new version of that? Because
what was the term Twitter used? It was AL. It was I can't remember.
I was Rolodex out.
Visibility filter.
Visibility filter. A visibility filter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Visibility filter.
And YouTube in the code it says throttle. It'll say throttle multiple times.
Yeah.
So they didn't bother. Like, do we want to use different language than throttle? Nah.
Yeah. Well, they're throttling back is what they're doing.
Nina, he blocked me. He really blocked me. Says Scratchpad for 2 Canadian pesos. What's he talking about?
Oh, probably John Cusack. Because he's blocking everybody.
Yeah, he's
He's
like
a
that
nut.
guy. Yeah, he's bipolar and
Kind of nutty.
probably on a lot of fucking drugs.
Probably.
John Murray.
Maybe sometimes people are just a bell end.
Sometimes people are just a bell end, but I mean, maybe he got diddled one too many times in Hollywood.
Oh no.
Who knows what happened to him?
I think probably likely he did it.
Oh no.
You never know. Was talking to a female, like sober, rational, happy people don't do that kind of stuff. They just don't.
No.
Was talking to a female friend and 007 came up. Was back and forth on the series going forward. We both agreed on Daddy Cavill, but we couldn't think of women we would buy for the role. Thoughts? Well, because you can't think of any women because James Bond's a dude.
What do you mean for the role of like
James
Bond
Bond.
or for a role of like
James-
a Bond girl?
No, for the role of James Bond.
It should never be a woman. Like
No.
it should never ever be a woman
You know why the female doctor didn't work? Because the doctor's not a woman.
because the doctor's a man. Yeah, the doctor.
What if and nuts and candy and butts and whatever. It doesn't matter. They had a fucking woman play the role and it failed.
The companion can be a girl.
Would have been a different actor.
Yeah.
No, any actor would have failed. Any actor would have failed. If you would have brought in the greatest writer, it still wouldn't have done that great because the doctor's a dude.
Correct.
Yeah.
End of story.
I think Cavill would make a good James Bond.
I think he.
Great James Bond.
Yeah, he
Yes.
has that classic good looks. He's tall. But again, he was a perfect Superman. I mean, the fact that he was cast as Superman is the biggest loss because they saddled him with the worst scripts possible. He's never Superman. He's this mopey guy who has this godlike complex, who looks down at humanity half the time and is always wondering where he fits in. It's not Superman. Give him something to do. Show him action and doing great Superman things, saving people, not standing over them. Like in that, I think it was Batman versus Superman, that piece of shit. I actually turned that movie off. Where there's the flood, and he's standing there. There's a woman on the roof, and she's taking paint and said, "Help!" Like they did, like in the Katrina, and the floodwaters are there, and he's standing there like this, kind of floating, very Christ-like with his cape billowing in the back, just kind of looking down at her. We don't want to see him assessing that situation. We want to see him swooping down.
Yeah.
The waters are roiling up to take her away. And he not only picks her up, then picks the house up and takes that to safety and puts her and her cat down. That's what we want to see.
That's what Superman does. Thank
That's
you.
right.
But didn't was it? I don't know if it was Man. I can't remember now if it was Man of Steel or Batman v Superman. It did have the most depressing helping people montage you've ever seen.
Yes.
It was just like, look, he's helping people, but he's like really kind of like miserable and pissed off about it. It was it was awful. It's just like these montages should be a very uplifting and inspiring montage. Not for fuck's sake, I'm dragging this stupid fucking boat out of the water, or as you said, just looking at this stupid village that's flooded. Oh
like
man,
you helpless little peons. I could kill you all with a look.
I'm surprised you would all just reference the. What are you saying? I should have let those kids die. Maybe.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going next. His father is standing here. Now, this guy, is invulnerable. And he sees his father and the tornado coming, and the father goes, no, like this. He could have shot out there at super speed.
He would have
used his body as a shield. And then when the tornado was over and people saw they survived, it's a miracle. It happens all the time.
How did it happen?
Nobody would know he has superpowers, and his father would be alive. I mean,
it wouldn't matter, dude. He would save his dad's anyway, Even at the risk of people finding out, he'd save
something
him.
different than the Superman the movie when Pops died of a heart attack, which is more impactful because that's something Superman can't do.
Cannot.
Right. That was
That's
one of the
whole
saddest
importance.
scenes in the movie.
That's the whole point of the heart attack. It's something that with all his power, with all his strength, he can't do anything to prevent that. He couldn't save him from some sort of event like a tornado where he can.
Yeah.
It was all cock wrong.
That was a fucking tornado. That would be my guess. You don't even have to, it doesn't have to get to any people.
Well, yeah, then there's that. You could do that classic Kurt Swan scene where he flies backwards through the tornado and disperses it or something.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Graham the Man inspired. Oh, I read this one. I read that one already. Alejandro Munez for 10 Canadian pesos. Shout out to Az. I saw a clip of you in the Internet Historians Fallout 76 vid where you did say is so bad I shaved my whole face. Did you say that? Az? They're talking about you.
Sorry. I zoned out. I was reading something and I'm a man and I can't multitask.
Moment's gone.
What did he say? Yes, I did.
Yes, that's a good answer. Thank you for a literal 5 minutes of laughter, mate. He's talking about a Fallout 76, and I guess you were an Internet Historians.
Yeah, I was sort of like hamming it up and taking a piss, and I was like, this game is so bad, it made me fucking all my hair fall out or shave all my hair off or something.
Thanks up for the thumbs up super sticker. Dearest Sean Z Comic Construct for $1.99. Nerdrotic Nation, thank you very much. Red Mage, that's Roman numerals, like
13.
Thank you for $10. That reminds me of the cosplay is not consent campaign that was going around at cons. Yeah, I remember that. Do you guys remember that? I remember that.
Oh yeah.
No.
And I was at LA Comic Con, and there was a Lilu. Oh, oof. Just think of Mila Jovovich, but like a little, like properly thicker. She wasn't walking around with the cosplay. She was wearing fucking Band-Aids. That was it. Like,
oh my.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Cosplay is not consent. Well, nobody thinks it is. Like, for one, if you're having to walk around saying that, I don't know. Don't cosplay.
What?
Yeah.
Cosplay is not consent. What?
Are people getting like attacked at cons?
Well,
yeah.
right.
What is that?
A few years ago. No. Nobody is at all. This is another stupid feminist twat waffle, cat piss stinking bunch of women that have gone into spaces where women work, like booth babes and stuff like that, and gone, hey, isn't this a bit sexist that these women who are getting paid and have made this decision by their own autonomy, aren't they being looked at by these men because they're attractive and dressed up in, skimpier outfits, and we're just a bunch of cat piss stinking fucking hairy apes? And so they got mad about that, and so they got booth babes rid of, and then they like cosplayers. No, she's dressing up to empower herself. How dare you look at the cosplayer that's just shut the fuck up, bitch. And then they did the same to the F1 girls and stuff like that, who would stand there with the umbrellas over the drivers. And then a bunch of fucking feminist twat waffles went into there and just like, this is sexist, it's degrading to women. And they said, okay, we're going to get rid of that because we don't want a bunch of cat piss stinking hairy fucking apes shouting at us on Twitter 24/7. And then when they got fired, they were just like, hey, that was the best job of my life. I got to travel around the world. I got to meet incredible, interesting people. I got paid well for it. And then these fucking feminist wankers have just come in and fucking got rid of anything. they're just destructive to women as they are to men. That's my rant for this today, bye.
Dude, no.
I can't argue with one word you said.
Okay, guys, I can't tell you what game show I was watching. I was watching some talk game show at the gym before the show. Black lady was the host, but she was showing off some gifts, right? So it was like the gifts. And I look behind, and you know who the models are that are going?
Yeah. Oh, Meghan Markle.
No, it was a couple of dudes in gold like fleece suits and Santa hats. Yeah, they were the models for the gifts.
Oh no, that's fine. If it's men who are in skimpy outfits and buff, then women are allowed to apparently ogle them, and they're there for the female gaze.
Yep.
But if it's the reverse, then that's toxic and it's creepy and it's cosplay isn't consent. It's how about it's a bunch of shut the fuck up and get a life? How about that?
You know what? I'm gonna argue and say that it's now turned over the other way for men, because if that wasn't the case, when they made that Tarzan movie, he wouldn't be wearing chinos through the whole damn movie. I mean, I've never seen a movie with Tarzan in chinos. Everybody wants him in the loincloth. The women want to see him. The men want to see him, and you want to see him killing animals with his knife and stuff, and doing badass things. What's the greatest weapon that defeated Tarzan in a movie? Rosary beads. This is the king of the jungle, and he's taken down by rosary beads. You got to be kidding me.
Well,
Insane.
You got this perfect Tarzan. He's 6'5". He's got the look. He's a good actor. They gave him a decent script. They had the characterization down, but they had all the other shit around him wrong.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they're remaking.
He's
They're
no
remaking
Johnny
Tarzan for
Weissmuller,
Disney.
mate. He's no Johnny Weissmuller. That's Tarzan.
Yeah, well, now they're gonna make him a Disney Plus version, so that's gonna be.
I'm
great.
gonna piss you off again.
You didn't like the Johnny Weissmuller?
I hated him because he was a big dummy. I mean, I'm a fan of the Burroughs books, and Tarzan. You know, he spoke 8 languages. He was a very bright and but feral person when he got pushed. You know, but none of those. They finally got the right movie version guy, and they give him a shitty script.
Yeah.
And they dressed him in chinos the whole time instead of showing off his body.
That's toxic.
That's toxic.
Hey, Shane Davis. Thank you, buddy.
What's up, Shane
Good
Davis?
to see you, bro. We're coming on.
Like the only terrestrial TV I watch is at the gym, and it's fucking frightening. It is like, holy shit. You know, because it's been a long time since I've seen commercials, and every commercial is fucking woke. Every commercial is woke as fuck. And I'm just reading them. I can't hear them, you know. So I'm reading the closed caption. I'm like, oh my god. So as bad as our films are, the commercials have been 1,000 times worse. And thank God I missed them all. I missed them all. I unplugged a long time ago. Can't even remember now. John Orchard for $20 says that is the same person or same reason people who worked at the circus lost their jobs. The freak show was being mistreated. Now they are out of a job and the circus is gone, except for the circus from this country. Well, yeah, do they still do Jim Rose sideshow circus? Does he still do that? I wonder. Mr. Lifto, the guy who like lifted cinder blocks with his balls.
What? Oh my god.
Never heard of the Jim Rose sideshow circus?
No.
It was a 90s thing. It was a 90s thing. Early 2000s, 90s thing. Gary, I'm not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with Warren Ellis.
Oh no.
That means you're gay.
Yeah, news for you.
Says it not $10. Yeah, like people are starting to get hit by that song now. Again.
Yeah,
I am.
all the time. All the time.
Gifted 5 Nerdrotic memberships. WG for $25. Thanks, buddy. I love pineapple pizza with ham, bacon, grilled chicken, and onion. You got to throw in jalapenos with that too, and buffalo sauce. What else, do you put on pineapple pizza, Gary? An X-ray girl. Grow Lanzer Dragoon $4.99. Jalapenos and buffalo sauce.
Oh, sometimes I like barbecue.
Barbecue sauce could work, but
yeah.
Got to be extra spicy. And yes, I hurt myself to feel. Okay.
I got to go with buffalo sauce
Y'all are weird.
because I live in Buffalo.
Yeah. Gary, I originally went to Fantasy Imprints in Poway, JDA for $10. Fantasy, when was that open? When was that open? Because I might have been there. I didn't get to Poway a lot.
Oh.
Dizek, did we get it refreshed? Like, what do we got?
Yeah, I just refreshed. So we are
300
close,
We're higher
300
than
away.
We're
95.
higher than that.
Higher than that.
Oh,
Refresh
higher
again.
than that? Refresh again?
Refresh again.
Oh, we did it! Nice.
Yes.
Well done. Well done. King's Advisors for $9.99 came here for Az's soapbox. We need more of this. By the way, X-Ray Girl, the Lego is looking good.
Oh, thank you. It is looking really good. Gonna get there. Maybe like
I heard you rumor has it you did some pieces in the wrong place.
I did. And as long as it has the little ridges at the top, that little, I don't know what to call it, that orange tool will pull it out. But
no,
if it's
what
like,
you do, you put it on and then you just rock it.
yeah, but if it was like a smooth piece, because some of them are smooth.
Yeah, that's the other side of it. You use that to like it was like a chisel.
Yeah, but it was really hard to get under.
Ladies.
And the worst
That's what she
worst one was the bridge. You put one on one side, but then it's like a skinny little area. I had to use my fingernails to like put the pin through. It took me like 10 minutes.
As I took one picture for you, but the custom Lego guys at the LA Comic-Con, they built this massive castle. It was awesome. It was great.
Ooh.
Great.
Dude, it's not going to surprise you to find out that I've watched quite a lot of videos of conventions with bespoke Lego castles that have been built, and they're great. They're so good.
They're brilliant.
Lego, if you want to hire me, I will build all your castles.
I know. I always thought that I always thought that was one of the best jobs, like the Lego build masters. Like those are fucking amazing jobs, and they get paid a lot of money to do that too.
When you come down, X-Ray Girl, you put together all my Doctor Who ones. I've got the Dalek ships. Yeah, you can put them all together. Thank you.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
And then you can alphabetize my comics and clean.
Yeah.
I'll do a bimbo
definitely
build
do my comics.
and a bimbo librarian. Oh snap.
Shane Davis, talking and drawing with Shane Davis for $10. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Comic artist there. He's got books too. Congrats, Graham. 6 figures soon. Real soon, dude. Real soon. We'll on Friday night we'll bring it back up again. If you're, I'm sure you'll be there by then, but if you're not, then we'll make it. And Mysterio for $10. Yeah. So glad to see Graham Nolan here. Thanks, Gary and company. Hey, thanks to Graham for being here. We appreciate it.
No, thank you guys. I'm having a ball. It's so much fun hanging out with you guys and talking to the chat.
The chat's the best. They keep me honest. That's for sure. Milton Wolford for 65 Swedish krona. Stupid ideas either die or become the norm. Wokeness is dying fast, and you guys are becoming the norm. Slowly but surely. Hail, Milton. I appreciate that. And yes, it is dying. It is absolutely dying. When I went to death to woke, the woke mind virus. You know, Elon's right. Like nothing matters if that doesn't get taken out, because that is poison. It is cancer for our society and our lives.
It is, because it really boils down to you lose the freedom to express yourself. The First Amendment you lose, and we can't stand and abide by that. You should be able to say what you want, whether you like it or not. You know, no matter what.
No, it's nice to see some of these like really old, because it has to be like the really old school academics who are totally progressive and left, but they're even like, whoa. If we need to protect the speech that we don't want to hear. That's it, or we're dead. And some people go, no, not exactly. There's some speech that we can censor. No, got to be done. Got to be done. I'll worry about censoring speech. My speech. I'll my own speech. I don't need somebody else to tell me that.
And guess what? It's okay to be offended.
Yep.
Yes.
It's going to happen.
Yep.
That's
Not
offensive.
everything is made for you.
Yeah.
That's right. Wait, what?
You went, what?
Wait, what?
What are you saying?
Last one here. I'll get the rest in the square up, which I'm currently recording. We'll do two. Aiken for $7.99 Australian said shadow banning will be breaking anti-competitive laws in Australia. Maybe go through that avenue in the same way European laws attacked companies' bullshit. If they weren't all in the same club, I'd say go for it. But they all in the same fucking club. So there's laws, but you have to enforce the laws and then enforce them fairly, which is not happening. Which means we all live in banana republics, by the way, right now, because those laws aren't being enforced. They aren't being enforced fairly. What happened in our country? It's absolutely sick. Our government used a private company to usurp the First Amendment. That's what happened, and the mainstream media is not reporting on it. There's tons of people who are completely supportive of it, and it's going to take a lot to change that. And what it's going to take is work. It's not going to take black pilling and walking away. It's going to take work because there's nowhere to walk away to. Okay. WG for $20. Hi, gang. Here's some scratch for eggnog. Oh, I can have eggnog on Christmas, but not till Christmas. So WG, love you. And we're going to wrap it up there. Thanks for hanging on an extra long one, everyone. And thanks for supporting.
We like
Please
them.
continue to do so. Spread the word, share it out because it is being shadow banned. If that's happening to your favorite creator, please help them out as much as possible because that's fucked up.
Yeah. Share their links, guys, because you can't search for it. So the links are in the chat here. Copy them, paste them, and then do the same. Tell your friends to do the same because it's the only way you're going to be able to find it. But we can beat these bastards, right? With your help, we'll beat them.
So counterproductive to their business.
They
And
can make more money.
The more they continue to shut up, and you'll just look for an alternative platform. Then they'll lose all of the business, and they'll be there like, "Why we got no business? Where's our business gone?"
But
This
they
sounds like
have
Disney.
they have their ideals. They have their ideology. That should keep them warm at night.
How much can they buy with their ideals? How much food can you buy with your
A
ideals?
sterno can. So they'll be sitting by their sterno can and thinking about their ideals.
Eating ramen
With
while we're eating ribeyes.
Exactly. Well, that's if they're alive after they don't OD on fentanyl or something like that.
Nah, they're eating bugs.
Bugs.
Let's go around the horn here. We'll start out with X-Ray Girl. Is there anything you'd like to plug?
I guess watch out on Flagrant Triggers for a shirt at some point. It'll get on there. Yeah, X-Ray Girl, YouTube, Rumble, locals. I'm gonna play the new Final Fantasy tonight, which I'm excited for.
Is that out
but yeah.
today?
It is out today. Yes. So I'm gonna be playing that. As it's like, I'm gonna be playing that too.
I gotta go to the gym tomorrow, and I gotta sleep tonight. Oh,
yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Final Fantasy will be there tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, but tomorrow is the Witcher's next gen patch.
That'll be there day after tomorrow. Okay.
Sorry.
You know what you need to do is go to sleep, go to the gym.
I know. I am.
Work
Dad,
before
I
fun.
am.
That's all my kids.
I am dad.
Pick up heavy shit, put it down, repeat.
Yes. Ina, hi. You feeling better? You got rid of that
Yes,
Where the hell you
I'm feeling much better. Thank
AIDS
you.
or whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It wasn't COVID. I don't know if it was COVID. People ask me that all the time, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not testing myself. Like, who's gonna go to the store and test themselves? Like, who fucking cares? It's some sort of flu. Like, who? I'm better now. Took 2 days, rest and relaxation and all that good stuff, and back on my feet. And thank you for having me on Real BBC. As always, check out my channel, Nina Infinity. And tomorrow I'm going to be hanging out with Fair and Balance at 10 p.m. Eastern for my show, Breaking the Narrative. And of course, Fridays, I balance out everything, talking about good news on my channel, talking about Infinite Hope. So come and hang out before Friday Night Tights. Thank you.
Good news. Excellent. Love it.
Yeah.
That's good news. MauLer.
Hello. I haven't got anything to say other than you've heard things here and there about this episode we recently did on EFAP. If you got time, you can go have a look at it. It's a crazy adventure. Though, of course, it spoils the fuck out of God of War Ragnarok, so that's really up to you. Precious, precious viewer. Week later, we'll be doing another response to someone else who took great issue with my Doctor Strange review.
I will be watching that one because I really liked your video.
It was hilarious because we've already recorded it. It'll be going out, premiering on next week. So
Outstanding.
In the elevator
guys for
pitch,
having me,
did
of
you
course.
like it or hate it?
Oh, did I like Doctor Strange too? I consider it one of the worst movies ever made. Quite possibly the worst, the most incoherent
It's
mess
horrible.
I've ever experienced.
Oh my god.
That was your longest video ever, right?
I spent 6 hours in detail going over. This was highly edited,
my
by
God.
the way.
It's long, man.
Mm-hmm.
The beauty was when Morley was like I was up to date on the video. At one point, he was like, I think this might be about 4 hours long, you know? That's when it came out. It's
2 hour
6, and I'm like,
They always get longer and longer.
And you didn't see Internals, correct?
No, I didn't see Eternals, no.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Oh yeah.
That's
not
fucking
good either.
bad. It's
you'd
really,
have a
really
field day
bad.
with that.
But like,
But you know
Doctor
what?
Strange-
I'd rather watch Eternals than Doctor Strange too.
yeah.
Wow.
Cumberbatch
Really?
is horrible. He is horrible as Doctor Strange. He's got the personality of the shoe.
Damn.
Ouch.
His wig looks fucking terrible. It looks so
Yeah.
fake. It looks like there's something plastic on his head the whole time. But it's
And
also
he's
like
so unlikable.
I gave a shit about the MCU at one time, and
welcome
it
to Marvel.
does so many things. It creates so many problems. So that's where I kind of side with MauLer. It's like as bad as the Eternals was. Doctor Strange and Loki are just fucking two piles of shit that destroy anything that was good about that place, which, you know, that's arguable.
Don't forget Woke Soldier. That one was the worst one for
Gotta
me.
do better, Senator.
I don't know
yes.
what to do, but you got to do better,
When
Senator.
the villain is the best thing that comes out of your show, it's like, nah, just
He's
stop.
not even a villain. He's the hero.
Yeah, he's
I
like the
thought-
hero.
To be fair, maybe she's talking about Zemo because Zemo is a
Oh,
Walker, they're
Zemo?
the best
Yeah,
Well,
thing.
and that too. Zemo,
Zemo and Walker are
and,
both
yeah.
the best thing about the show. Yeah.
and John Walker. My
And
John
since we're
Walker.
piling on the Marvel TV shows, I couldn't
written in crayon.
stand Werewolf by Night.
Yeah, Werewolf by Night was supposed to, it was just like
Haven't
this little
seen
campy thing. I didn't hate it, but it was like it's not memorable. It's not anything good. And like but my biggest complaint, Graham, is it should be horror. It should be rated R, or at least not even rated R. PG-13 universal type horror. Because I loved that Marvel. That stuff was new when I was a kid. So it's like my favorite thing. Ghost Rider, Werewolf by Night, Frankenstein, the
comics were
Dracula
great.
comics. Fucking, they were the shit. I got number one right there, baby. These
There
are
it
fucking,
is.
these were awesome.
Yeah.
And take a serious approach. No fucking dumb humor. Like make it
Yeah.
horror, but like classic horror, and it would be a huge hit. And they're
Disney
incapable.
can't do that. Disney can't
And
doesn't know how.
spend a few dollars for the CGI on the Man Thing, and call him the Man Thing
Yes.
instead of Ted. I mean,
Yeah.
all of a sudden now he's Groot. He's a likable little big lug instead of a horrific character who engenders fear.
Did they
and the
not-
plot. The plot is the most dangerous game. I mean, for Christ's sake, it just lifted that thing.
They just straight up ripped it off. I know.
It's just ripped it off.
Did they call him the Man Thing in the show at all, or just Ted? I didn't think about
Just Ted.
that.
Just Ted.
It's because they're embarrassed of names and
That's
stuff.
right.
That's why.
Or is it rights issue? Well, Man Thing's a pretty fun. I mean, it's funny because the joke that's been around.
And when it
forever.
was Giant Size Man Thing, it
Giant
was even
size Man
funnier.
Thing,
Yeah.
Man thing is great though. Yeah, I could see Disney leaving that out for intersectionalism and not like Like Namor was rights issues, like straight up. I got that confirmed, like 100%.
Yeah,
they don't have all the rights to Namor, so they had to use what they. That's why they changed it. None of this progressive bullshit. Wanted to make it, wanted to like make more people feel seen in South America. No, they just did it because they needed to. So.
Because a guy wearing big gold chains and heavy metal would do great in the water.
In the water, right? And he would also have like I'm thankful for the dad bod representation, but
yeah, that's the other thing. Come on, dude, skip a meal
all the time. Well, even Jason Momoa in as Aquaman was too big. He's like way too big. Like, was he powerlifting down there?
he looked like Namor actually. With those eyebrows and everything, you could have shaved those things. He would have been a great Namor.
Well, The Rock looked more like Namor as Black Adam than fucking Namor.
That's
that
funny.
too. Yeah.
All right. So, as
I'll be doing some streams tomorrow. Probably of The Witcher in the next gen. I'm going to pump that bad boy up. I'm going to make it look so pretty.
Wait a minute.
Make it look so pretty.
The Witcher I'm going to play have a next gen, or am I like?
No, it's the same game. Same game.
Okay.
The one where you're. Do you know what Gary?
What's
I had
the
an
next
idea.
gen?
I had an idea. You know the Christmas thing.
Yeah.
We simulcast.
Simulcast?
Yeah.
Like what we do for Sunday Fun Day.
We simulcast, right? And we start at exactly the same point.
Oh no.
At the beginning of the game, I'll put mine onto the toughest difficulty. You put yours onto easy, right? And we'll see at the end of the stream where we are.
It'll be embarrassing, dude. You're just looking to embarrass me. I'll embarrass myself.
That'll be fun. It'll be fun. It will be fun.
Let's do it. All right.
The training is really tough to get at the
dude.
beginning.
He's
Even
a
on
beginner,
easy.
Az. You can't do that to him.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I can.
Of course
I fucking can.
It's legal.
This shit. Let's go.
Yeah.
Damn it. All right. So we'll do it.
Just massive thank you to Graham for coming on. It's always a pleasure to stream with you.
I got to thank you guys. I mean, you really helped the campaign a lot today and getting it past that shadow ban. And I can't thank you enough for everybody, ladies, guys. It's been a ball. Had a great time spending the afternoon with you guys and talking with friends in the chat here. It's a great show. So rock on, boys and girls. It's been
Cheers. Dude, it's been an honor, as said, and you're welcome back anytime. We'll get you on FNT.
Much appreciated.
Dude, great job, man. Chat loved you.
Yeah, chat been great today. Thank you so much, chat, for the support.
Yeah, you guys
been
have
incredible.
Freaking awesome. Thanks to the Nerdrotic.
Yeah,
chat's awesome.
Thanks for supporting Graham. You can continue to do so. If you could share out that as much as possible, and any other creative, Shane Davis is in there. Any creative you could think of. It's got like really good work that's getting shadow banned because it's bullshit. Please do so.
Aaron Lepresti is on. Andy Smith. Ethan has some campaigns also that are being shadow banned. Mandy
Mandy Summers.
Hers is being shadow banned.
Yeah.
Andy Summers. Yeah. It's a whole slew of us. So, let's take our art form back, guys.
How's Dan doing? How's Frag Boom doing? Is he okay? Is Dan okay?
I've just been texting with him.
I'll see him in a few minutes on the professionals.
All right.
Nice. You give Dan.
In fact, he's hosting. It's his show tonight, so we'll be on Dan's channel at 7:00.
And men. It just said men. I just felt like saying.
He meant to say amen.
Graham, we gotta get Dan. We gotta get Dan
Frag
on the show. We do.
Oh, absolutely.
It's happen.
He's awesome, Dan.
Well, hey, go watch Graham on the stream. And we're going to take off. Thanks to the Nerdrotics. Thanks to everyone who left super chat and donation. Again, it will be read in a square up that will come out prior to Friday Night Tights. So it'll be part of that square up. I got a lot. It's going to be like 3-4 hours long, just so you know. But thank you guys, and we actually answer every question, so that's what we do. You guys are great, and we will see you next time.
Have a great evening, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for all your support.
Bye.
Ciao, Bella.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.